also contained terrifying power. Zhu Yuju and Ningrongrong immediately exclaimed, "Teacher Fire Dragon!" Then they all rushed forward, grabbed the heroic woman, and started talking about household matters. Yes, Fire Dragon is the name of this heroic woman. Due to a conflict with her family, she gave up her surname, and because of her fiery temper, she got the rather masculine name Fire Dragon. Tang Go-san looked at the wimp dressed as a wise man. The wimp looked at Tang Go-san with an excited expression and said with emotion, "Go-san, is that you?" "It's me, master." Tang Go-san was slightly surprised. After all, even Dai White Tiger and others did not recognize him, but this wimp could tell who he was at a glance. This loser is Tang Go-san's master, Yu Daten. Moreover, this large tank is indeed a waste, it is only level 30, and it is Tang Go-san's credit for being able to break through level 30. Tang Go was respectful to Master Yu Dagong on 3 sides, but in his heart he was filled with contempt. He was young and ignorant at the time, so he accepted this loser as his master. But in order to maintain his innocent image, Tang Go-san had no choice but to deny this useless master. Moreover, the connections around Yu Daten were still useful to Tang Go-san for the time being, and Tang Go-san could only respect them. The group of people was dragged into the academy by Yu Daten and Huolong to reminisce about the past. Tang Go-san actually had little interest in reminiscing about the past. Now he only thought about his lover who was separated in the Wuhun forest. But after all, they are all useful people to me, so I have no choice but to chat and reminisce about the past together, recounting the experiences along the way. In a blink of an eye, it was night, and the Monster Academy was in a bush. Tang Rishan, who had 1 arm and a broken leg, stared at the door of the Monster Academy. He has been waiting here for a long time, but with his current strength, he is really not sure that he can kill the evil spirit who took away his son in the hands of Monster Academy. After all, there are several strong men in their 70s and above in this academy, as well as 2 strong men in their 80s, Huolong and the Dean. In the world of martial arts, there are only 10 levels. With his current strength of more than 70 levels and only 1 arm and 1 leg, not to mention the 280 level experts, even those 70 level experts, he can also not necessarily an opponent. So he could only wait until Tang Go-san was alone before looking for an opportunity. I don't know if God took pity on Tang Rishan, but Tang Go-san, who had originally planned to rest at the Monster Academy for a night, was a little uneasy and had a bad premonition. This feeling made him worry about his girlfriend, so he said goodbye to everyone and prepared to go to the Wuhun forest overnight to find the lover he had not seen for 5 years. Others went together without being polite. After all, the center of the Wuhun forest was not accessible to anyone who wanted to. Only Tang Go-san, his son-in-law, was allowed to enter. Tang Rishan, who had been lurking in the grass for a long time, finally saw Tang Go-san leave as he wished, and hurriedly followed Tang Go-san secretly. After all, this place is too close to the Monster Academy, and if he does anything, he will definitely alert the strong. Although Tang Rishan was bewitched by Zhou Xingdou, he has not lost his mind, and naturally he will not do such stupid things. But now when he looked at Tang Go-san, he no longer had the guilt and affection of the past, only the coldest resentment and murderous intent. If Tang Go-san hadn't taken away his child, his son might have been saved, and Alan wouldn't be disheartened by him. If Tang Go-san hadn't brought him to the ice and fire Liangyi Pond and betrayed himself to Wudian, how could his traces have been discovered by Pope Dong and the Great Good Man? In that case, his Alan will not be entrusted to the care of a kind person to find her happiness. Thinking of this, Tang Rishan shed 2 lines of tears. At this moment, all the good things Tang Go-san had were drowned by hatred and resentment. There is only one thought left in my mind. This evil spirit that destroyed his life, I must kill him. At this moment, Tang Go-san was completely unaware that his respected father was following him, and he had infinite murderous intent towards him, wanting to put him to death. Tang Go-san was just minding his own business heading towards the martial spirit forest, and when he thought about meeting his lover later, he couldn't help but smile. The Monster Academy is not close to the martial spirit forest. It took Tang Go-san a day to set foot on the border of the forest. Tang Rishan, who was following behind, also cheered up. In fact, he had opportunities to attack along the way, but he held back all of them. Because he also determined that Tang Go-san was going to the martial spirit forest, and that was the right time to take action. Now, as long as Tang Go-san went deeper, he would take action immediately. Tang Go-san did not stop at the border of the forest and headed directly to the center of the Wuhun forest. However, he was very alert. After all, there were a large number of strange beasts living in the Wuhun forest. However, what surprised Tang Go-san was that he walked all the way to the middle of the Wuhun forest and still didn't find a single strange beast. This was too abnormal for the Wuhun forest, where strange beasts were as grass-like. This also made Tang Go-san wary. He stopped moving forward, looked at the grass behind him, and said coldly, "Come out, aren't you tired after following us all the way?" Tang Rishan sighed quietly, but he didn't expect that he would still be discovered by Tang Go-san. He jumped up with one leg and appeared from the grass behind him. Tang Go-san was startled when he saw a figure appear. In fact, he didn't notice anyone behind him just now. He just thought it was an unusual deception, but he didn't expect anyone to follow him. But when Tang Go-san saw Tang Rishan's figure clearly, his surprise turned to joy and he exclaimed, "Father, why is it you?" Tang Rishan said nothing and just kept staring at Tang Go-san. Tang Go-san didn't notice anything unusual about his father and quickly stepped forward to help the one-armed and one-legged Tang Rishan. Tang Go-san naturally had no doubts about Tang Rishan's appearance. He guessed that Tang Rishan was worried about him, so he had been following him to protect him. Thinking of this, Tang Go-san felt warm in his heart. As he walked quickly towards Tang Rishan, he said in a tone that was half reproachful and half distressed, "Father, I am already an adult. You don't need to follow me to protect me. You should take good care of yourself now and protect your mother." Tang Go-san has always been consistent with his father, admiring and loving him from the bottom of his heart. Even though Tang Rishan was extremely irresponsible when he was a child, Tang Go-san never complained about it. Boom! There was a muffled sound, and Tang Go-san's face froze. In an instant, his body flew upside down like a kite with its string broken, breaking several trees before he stopped his retreat and fell heavily to the ground. "Father, I am Go-san." Tang Rishan looked at the giant hammer that was swung towards him, one size smaller than him, and flicked it away with a hammer, snorting coldly. "My father is now disabled and is over 70 levels. Unless he risks his life, he can't really do anything." Tang Rishan stared angrily. How could his mind, which had been bewitched by Zhou Xingdou, wake up with just one or two words? He cursed at Tang Go-san with murderous intent. Tang Go-san stabilized his figure and quickly shouted to Tang Rishan. When Tang Go-san recovered from the shock, he saw Tang Rishan's body leaping high, holding a giant hammer and hitting him. Click. Although he is also injured now, fortunately, Tang Rishan did not use the beast ring in his first attack. His injuries were not too great, so he may not be Tang Rishan's opponent. As soon as Tang Rishan finished speaking, a roar immediately sounded, and the 7 beast rings hovering around Tang Rishan exploded together at this moment. And the hair-like golden needles pierced Tang Rishan like splashing water, even directly piercing the protective aura around Tang Rishan's body, piercing all the orifices around his body, stopping Tang Rishan's movements. After saying that, Tang Rishan no longer held back. 7 beast rings suddenly rose from the soles of his feet, and a shadow holding a giant hammer appeared behind him, creating a huge air current. Tang Rishan already had a huge black hammer in his hand, and he shouted with a vicious expression. At the same time, a power far beyond his level surged crazily on Tang Rishan, making Tang Go-san feel cold in his heart. Tang Go-san also made a plan in an instant. He would not kill Tang Rishan, he would just make Tang Rishan lose his fighting power, and then he would slowly persuade him. Thinking that Tang Go-san would no longer hold back, he also took out a giant hammer and hit Tang Rishan. He was his own father, how could he take action against his son? This severe pain made Tang Go-san groan, but he endured it with his strong willpower. He waited until he was far away from Tang Rishan before covering his arm and letting out a groan of pain. But this meal also gave Tang Go-san a chance to take a breath and dodge. He quickly avoided the powerful and heavy hammer, causing Tang Rishan's attack to fail. At this moment, he didn't dare to think about anything else, and instinctively rolled to the side quickly, narrowly dodging the powerful and heavy hammer, but the residual power of the giant hammer hitting the ground still pushed him backwards again. Tang Go-san's face also darkened. He still underestimated Tang Rishan's murderous intention. If he continued to take care of other things, he might really fall into Tang Rishan's hands. The power of Tang Rishan's giant hammer was so great that even if it only hit him, Tang Go-san's mortal body could not resist the force. His arm made a snapping sound in an instant, and gurgling blood flowed out. But Tang Rishan was just an ordinary person. His hammering skills were exquisite and he resisted the stinging pain coming from all the orifices on his body. He quickly turned the giant hammer in a strange manner and hit Tang Go-san's arm. But before Tang Go-san could be happy for too long, Tang Rishan let out a roar, and the golden needles that had penetrated all the orifices of his body were shaken out in an instant. He also said in a cold voice, "HMPH, I taught you your hammer, how dare you use it against me? Beast, give my son back his life." A blue light flashed in Tang Go-san's eyes, and he waved his hands one after another in an instant. The speed was so fast that his arms waved out shadows, forming 100 hands. In an instant, the giant hammer in Tang Rishan's hand moved again, coincided with the shadow behind him, and exploded with extreme force, leaving a sound of explosion in the air, and hit Tang Go-san mercilessly. Even when he heard the vicious roar, he couldn't believe that it was Tang Rishan who had done something to him just now. It seems that the good man is right. Your methods are indeed not what this world should have. However, Tang Go-san also breathed a sigh of relief. Now that his golden needle has pierced Tang Rishan's orifices, his strength will be greatly weakened. However, he only lost one arm in combat, so he still has an advantage against the one-armed and one-legged Tang Rishan. Tang Go-san fell to the ground, blood gushing out of his mouth like spring water, but he still did not recover from the shock, looking at the sky with a dull expression. "And I am young and strong, now at level 60, I am practicing internal skills and mental methods, and have hidden weapons to help me. If you don't get over the evil spirit that has taken over my son's body, I will kill you today." As soon as these words came out, Tang Go-san was shocked. He had never told anyone about his transmigration, so how could Tang Rishan know? But this sentence also made Tang Go-san wake up. At this moment, his father might really want to kill him, and there was no way to save him. If he didn't fight back, he might really die today. This was Tang Rishan's special skill, losing the beast ring in exchange for stronger power. The giant hammer he raised high had expanded to the point where the surface of the hammer alone could cover several meters. The giant hammer is shining with golden light, and the power contained in it may not be able to withstand even an 80-level expert. Tang Go-san's pupils were shocked. He didn't expect that his golden needle could be broken so easily. Moreover, with the power of Tang Rishan's hammer, he probably couldn't even dodge. But Tang Rishan's murderous intention had solidified, and he would not give Tang Go-san any chance. The sky-high hammer, glowing with golden light, crashed down on Tang Go-san like the top of Mount Tai. The speed and strength were so vividly displayed under this hammer that Tang Go-san could not see that he had any chance of survival under this hammer. Interesting. In the bushes on the side, Zhou Xingdou held the upright figure of Pope Dong, savoring the scene of father and son killing each other. While Tang Go-san was on his way, he, Zhou Xingdou, was not idle either. After recruiting Alan, he gained 1,000,000 kilograms of strength recorded by Wanji Quanfeng, but he converted all of it into skill points and upgraded his bewitching skills to the intermediate level. And how could he not come to watch this drama caused by himself? Tang Rishan had the imprint of his spiritual power on his body, so how could he not find it? Moreover, he also took the time to visit the Martial Palace, and conveniently took possession of the Martial Palace, the continent's largest force, as his own. As for how to occupy it, when Zhou Xingdou killed the extremely powerful man with one hand and smashed the inheritance of the gods with one palm, all the powerful men in the entire martial arts palace immediately became his loyal dogs. At this time, Alan was also included in the list of beautiful women in the world by Zhou Xingdou. Although Alan's body and mind now belonged to him, it was better not to let her see this scene. After all, this is still too cruel for her. The winner between Tang Rishan and Tang Go-san was decided after Zhou Xingdou made that funny sound. Tang Rishan raised his giant hammer high and decided to kill him in one fell swoop. A red needle emitting purple-black energy appeared on his chest, freezing his figure. Tang Go-san also shed a line of tears. This red needle was the King of Hell needle that he collected countless materials to prepare for saving his life. The King of Hell wants you to die at the 3rd watch. Who dares to keep you until the 5th watch? The poison on it is difficult for even a 90-level expert to contend with, let alone Tang Rishan, who is only over 70 levels now. All Tang Rishan's power turned into nothingness at this moment, and the needle in the center of the mouth was poisonous to the heart, leaving him no chance to stop him. Tang Go-san's tears were not false, but he hoped that he could survive more than Tang Rishan. Father, don't blame me. If you don't die today, I might be the one who dies. Tang Rishan was so powerful that he could not be compared to ordinary strong men of more than 70 levels. This made Tang Go-san's idea of losing his combat power in vain, and he could only kill him with tears in his eyes. Snap! The giant hammer in Tang Rishan's hand fell from his hand, and his eyes filled with hatred and resentment became clear. But it was too late to regret, his life was almost gone. If he had not been a top powerhouse, he would have been corroded by the poison into a pool of pus and blood. There was no time to resent Zhou Xingdou, so Tang Rishan used the last bit of strength on his deathbed to shout 3 words to Tang Go-san. Escape, hurry, escape. Before he finished speaking, Tang Rishan's eyes turned dark, and his body supported by one leg could no longer maintain its balance and fell backwards. But there was some peace on his face. Although the effect of bewitchment disappeared when he was about to die, Zhou Xingdou's words were indeed true. Tang Rishan could feel Zhou Xingdou's love for the Silver Grass Emperor in the ice and fire Liangyi pool, and Alan should be happy. Under the pink and white skirt, the pair of slender legs wrapped in white silk are the most eye-catching. There is no trace of fat, they are slender and exquisite, taking up 60% of the height. It's not me, it's Wudian. People from Wudian killed my father. The sadness of Tang Go-san killing Tang Rishan did not last long, because it could only be said that Tang Rishan was seeking death himself and had already found a way to kill him. Uncle. This beautiful figure is Tang Go's lover whom he has not seen for 35 years. Even if Zhou Xingdou saw it in the dark, he couldn't help but sigh. Tang Go-san jumped in the air, and immediately panicked after hearing Xiaoru's question, and quickly explained. Tang Go-san watched Tang Rishan fall, but did not dare to step forward, for fear that he might have other tricks. Now that he has ended this embarrassing life, he feels a little more relaxed. The only thing he wants to do now is to quickly dispose of Tang Rishan's body and never let others discover that he murdered his father. Now she is wearing a pink and white short skirt, with 3,000 black hair falling like a waterfall on her slender waist. But at this moment, a tender exclamation sounded, making Tang Go-san's heart tighten, and several more golden needles appeared in his hand. The perfect S-curve of her figure allows people to see her growth over the past 5 years. The pretty face has lost its childishness and is beautiful and moving. The pair of light pink eyes are particularly smart, the tall bridge of the nose is small, and the cherry-like small mouth is pink and attractive. And a pink and white figure rushed towards Tang Rishan's body, looked at the lifeless face in disbelief, and cried. Tang Go-san was also slightly obsessed with it. His 5 years of waiting were indeed worth it. Are you, brother Go-san? The girl's 18th transformation. Today's Xiaoro is no longer as short as she once was, her figure has become taller, and her youthful figure has also become plump. Only then did Tang Go-san see the beautiful figure clearly, and his eyes suddenly trembled. Did you kill Uncle Tang? It doesn't matter whether Tang Go-san will listen or not after his death. As for Tang Rishan's last words to let him escape, Tang Go-san didn't take it seriously. After all, Tang Rishan had already discovered his identity and wanted to kill him, so his words were no longer credible. As for the alien who occupied his son's body, he also touched his last emotion and reminded him. As for the so-called love between father and son, it is not that it is absent, but it is not too important to Tang Go-san's true heart. She also found Tang Rishan dead when she arrived. She didn't know what had just happened, but she couldn't tell whose handiwork the poisonous needle on Tang Rishan's chest was. The whole face is as delicate as if it were carved from pink jade, yet it is extremely soft. Xiaoro. Xiaoro. After I die, the flood will come to an end. It's me. Xiaoro was originally immersed in the sadness of Tang Rishan's death, but after being called by the voice that belonged to her, she recognized Tang Go-san's appearance with a changed appearance at a glance. Anyway, he has recognized his ancestors and returned to the Tang family. Tang Rishan is now a useless person and is indeed not of much use. Tang Go-san looked excited. At this moment, he didn't care whether Tang Rishan was completely dead or not, and rushed directly to Xiaoro to hug her. This leg can be played for years. But she didn't expect Xiaoro to take 2 vigilant steps back, widening the distance between the two, and asked with sadness in her eyes. For Tang Go-san, Xiaoro is his only real life and the love of his life. How can he let him know that he killed Tang Rishan? Tang Go-san didn't hesitate at all and directly attributed Tang Rishan's death to Wudian. If it were anyone else who had clearly seen the poisonous needle on Tang Rishan's chest, and only Tang Go-san was seen here, how could he believe such an excuse? But Xiaoro was different. She believed it instantly. Tears burst into her eyes. Looking at Tang Rishan's peaceful death, she said with great sadness, "Uncle Tang died in the hands of Wu Dian before he even attended our wedding." Tang Go-san also felt pain in his heart when he heard this. It seemed that he also believed the fabricated reason. He gritted his teeth and said bitterly, "One day I will make Wu Dian pay the price and avenge the murder of my father." Such shameless words immediately made the strong men of the martial palace hidden around them unable to sit still. A deep voice sounded from all around. "Boy, you are telling lies with your eyes open. I have never seen such a shameless person." In an instant, the four peak warriors of the martial palace revealed their figures, and behind them were dozens of warriors in their 70s and above, surrounding Tang Go-san and Xiao Ru in the center. However, Zhou Xingdou did not show up. Pope Dong, who was still embracing the unrivaled elegance in the dark, watched this scene. Naturally, he ordered these people to ambush in the Wuhun forest. After all, Tang Go-san went to the Wuhun forest in advance because of his butterfly effect. The 90-level expert who originally blocked Tang Go-san was also killed by him when he arrived. Naturally, he had to prepare more for Lord Poseidon. After all, that epic sacrifice is the more important drama today than the fight between father and son. With four peak powerhouses, plus dozens of powerhouses in their 70s and above, this force is definitely enough for even a large sect in the Miman martial spirit continent. These people were recruited by Zhou Xingdou from those who were planning to exterminate the clan in Wudian. The so-called plan to unify the continent was also cancelled by Zhou Xingdou. Facing so many powerful men far beyond him, as well as four peak powerhouses at level 95, even Tang Go-san, a son of the plain, was so frightened that he broke out in cold sweat. Xiaoro was like a frightened rabbit, watching all this with horror and helplessness, and asked timidly, "Brother Go-san, why are there so many people from the martial palace?" Even now, Tang Go-san never forgets to clear up his responsibility for killing his father. It was them who killed my father." However, Tang Go-san remembered something at this time and quickly asked Xiaoro, "Xiaoro, where are your two younger brothers?" He knows that Xiaoru's younger brother is the king of the strange beasts in the Wuhun forest. As long as those two kings of strange beasts are attracting attention, he can definitely escape with his body skills. A look of confusion suddenly appeared in Xiaoru's pink eyes, and she involuntarily wanted to lean against the trees behind her. "Didn't Brother Go-san's letter tell me not to bring them here?" At this moment, Xiaoro felt a little regretful. If she had known better, she should have been more cautious and let her two younger brothers accompany her. But when Tang Go-san heard this, he was shocked. "What? When did I write to you?" He didn't even know where Xiaoro was in the center of the Wuhun forest, not to mention that it was the center of the country and there were thousands of strange beasts everywhere, so who would send a message there? Zhou Xingdou smiled slightly in the dark. This was naturally his handwriting. It was not difficult for Wu Dian to find Tang Go-san's handwriting, and it was even easier to find someone to write a letter to him. Originally, this clumsy method could be figured out by just using your brain, but when the silly rabbit picked up the letter, he felt like he had found a treasure, without any doubt at all. With just a little guidance on the road, he was lured to Tang Go-san's location. Xiaoro finally reacted at this moment, but this was not the time to blame herself. She just said to herself, "It's okay, my brothers will definitely notice what's going on here." The four peak experts were not in a hurry to take action. After all, the terrifying existence had not given any orders. Instead, one of the white-haired people looked at Xiaoro and sneered. "Are you talking about the two kings of strange beasts? There are stronger beings than us to deal with them. Roar, howl." As soon as the white-haired man finished speaking, a painful roar rang out in the center of the Wuhun forest, followed immediately by another shrill scream. "Younger brother." When Xiaoro heard these two roars, her pink face suddenly turned pale, her legs wrapped in white silk softened, and her high heels lost her center of gravity and collapsed directly on the ground. Those two roars were made by her two brothers, the kings of alien beasts, and these painful and shrill roars could only be heard when the alien beasts died. Looking at Xiaoru's face, Tang Go-san understood everything immediately, but he was still a man after all. He was not frightened to the point where his legs went weak. Instead, he comforted Xiaoro who was lying on the ground. "Xiaoro, don't be afraid, Brother Go-san, I will protect you." At this time, a beam of light suddenly penetrated Tang Go-san's leg bones, a violent explosion sounded, and Tang Go-san screamed. When Tang Go-san reacted and looked down, he saw that his right leg had been blown to pieces, countless blood flowed across it, and heartbreaking pain continued to come from his lower body. Xiaoro exclaimed. Regardless of her weak legs, she wanted to step forward to check Tang Go-san's injury, but she didn't expect Tang Go-san to shout angrily. Let's go, I'm holding them back, you go quickly. These words made the surrounding martial palace experts look strange. Walk. Just pretend that this group of people doesn't exist. Zhou Xingdou also laughed out loud. This Tang Go-san was so interesting that he was reluctant to kill him. However, Zhou Xingdou also satisfied Tang Go-san, pinching the sound into a line and transmitting it to the ears of the four peak experts. Xiaoro was also stunned, but this silly rabbit looked extremely moved. No, I won't leave. I can't leave brother Go-san alone. Tang Go-san actually felt a little desperate in his heart. The severe pain made him wake up. At this moment, his unique internal skills and techniques were worthless in front of these four peak experts. However, they did not expect that the expressions of the four peak warriors in the martial palace changed at this time. Only the white-haired man who had just shot a beam of light from his fingertips pointed his finger again. In an instant, a beam of light shot out, instantly penetrating Tang Go-san's arm that had been broken by Tang Rishan. Same recipe, same taste. Tang Go-san's arm exploded instantly, and the blast of air caused his body to roll on the ground, and his whole body was covered in blood, cement, and soil. Xiaoru's face was wet with tears. The embarrassed figure in front of her at this moment overlapped with the high-spirited little figure 5 years ago who said she would protect herself for the rest of her life. Endless grief and despair enveloped Xiaoru's fragile heart. She didn't want anything to happen to her brother Go-san. If someone was going to die, the only one who would die would be herself. But at this time, the strong men from the martial palace began to retreat in large numbers, and the white-haired peak master ordered. Leave 5 people to catch them, and the others will follow me to help the Pope. Seeing the strong men of the martial palace dispersing like a tide, both Xiaoru and Tang Go-san were stunned. Seeing that there were only 5 weak and weak 71 level strong men left, Tang Go-san felt a burst of ecstasy in his heart, and his blue eyes lit up. There is really no end to the road. This rekindled the confidence of Tang Go-san, who was originally a little desperate. Even though he lost one hand and one foot, he still endured the severe pain and stood up. A giant hammer appeared on the ground in his hand. I don't know if it was fate or a mastermind behind the scenes, but Tang Go-san's figure looked very similar to Tang Rishan at this moment. What people fear most is hope and despair, because generally speaking, hope and despair will only drive people into a deeper abyss. The 5 perfectly arranged animal rings on Tang Go-san's body shined brightly on the incomplete body. The internal energy and mental skills in his dantian were pushed to the extreme by him, and above his head, a weak version of the silver blue grass emperor flashed a deep blue light. At this moment, Tang Go-san burst out with the most powerful strength, raised the giant hammer with one hand, and rushed towards the 5 martial arts masters. The hammer fell, sending up thick dust and smoke. And Xiaoro looked at Tang Go-san's heroic figure and listened to the sound of bombardment in the heavy smoke, and her heart was filled with thousands of waves. But within a moment, Tang Go-san's figure flew out from the dust and smoke, and landed at Xiaoru's feet. That handsome face was now bruised and swollen, like a pig's head. There was not a single piece of good flesh on his body, and his clothes were ragged and covered in blood. At this time, a boot hit Tang Go-san's face, and Xiaoro discovered that the shoe on Tang Go-san's only leg had been knocked off. The figures of the 5 martial arts masters also walked out of the dust and smoke. One of the men looked at the pig-headed Tang Go-san with disdain and said, "You idiot, I thought he was so awesome that I almost fired my real body, but I didn't expect it was a silver gun candle head." Zhou Xingdou was also a little surprised and raised his eyebrows. He really didn't expect Tang Go-san to be so weak. He asked Wu Dian to keep the 5 weakest people. He originally thought that Tang Go-san, a son of the plain, could not only defeat them but he could also compete with them. But he didn't expect that the battle would end as soon as it started, without any ability to fight back. Zhou Xingdou also had a headache under this situation, so he had to pinch the sound into a string and transmit the words with bewitching meaning to Xiaoru's ears. Sacrifice. Only then did Xiaoro come back to her senses from Tang Go-san's tragic situation, and these 2 words instantly reminded her. Yes, she can still sacrifice. A monster that has been transformed for 100,000 years can sacrifice itself to others. The power contained in it is enough to break through all constraints. It can also allow the sacrificed person to obtain a beast ring belonging to the monster, and the level will skyrocket. Tango San is now at level 60 and needs the 6th beast ring. If he sacrifices it, it will not only allow Tango San to break through, but also restore his broken body. At this moment, Tango San struggled to hold up his broken body and stood in front of Xiaoro. The gurgling blood had soaked the ground, but at this moment he had forgotten the pain. Because his love for Xiaoro is real and profound, not false. The hidden weapon in his hand was only enough to kill one person, not all 5. So he hasn't used it yet. Because he wants to find a chance to use hidden weapons to attract the attention of these people when Xiaoro can escape. At this time, this place is like an independent bloody space, and everything has been pressed on the pause button. How could Xiaoro watch her brother Go-san die? Her eyes turned red at this moment, and she looked at Tango-san leaving a drop of blood and tears. Nothing is impossible. This so-called stillness is only for the weak. It is useless to me. Everything passed by the bloody light seemed to be frozen by black ice, and even time was frozen. The purpose is to make the 5 people on the opposite side relax their vigilance and prepare for the next wave. Tango-san quickly turned his head, only to see Xiaoro floating in midair, her whole body radiating light. He actually hid his clumsiness just now, otherwise even if he couldn't defeat the 5 people, he wouldn't be so miserable. Looking at the people from the martial palace approaching, Tango-san smiled at the corner of his mouth, but his pig-headed face didn't look good when he smiled. Tango-san said to Xiaoro gently in a very low voice. No, do not want. Tango-san did not look at Xiaoro, who was already in tears. Instead, he raised the giant hammer again and charged in towards the 5 people who looked at him with disdain. Whether it was the strong man from the martial palace who wanted to escape, or Tango-san, whose face looked like a pig's head and was in great pain, they were all frozen in place. And he knew that Wu Dian would not kill him directly, but would only imprison him. After all, Tango-san would be more useful if he were alive. Looking at the shocked Xiaoro, Zhou Xingdou flicked the dust on his purple robe and said playfully, "Brother, live on my behalf." Suddenly, the gentle pink light around Xiaoro turned extremely red, and the blood light shone in all directions. It was so fast that even the powerful warriors from the martial arts palace who had reacted had no time to escape. Now is the time of harvest, how could he miss this most interesting moment? Tango-san, who was about to use a hidden weapon, screamed inwardly, why didn't he understand what Xiaoru was going to do? Brother Go-san, Xiaoro doesn't want you to die. Only the last words were left, ringing in Xiaoru's ears. Now let's go. If he is caught, there might be a turning point. Brother Go-san, goodbye, I really hope to be with you. Xiaoro looked desolate, and her spirit body instantly floated to Tango-san's side. She straightened her tattered clothes and messy hair, and said emotionally. Xiaoru's body at this moment has slowly become crystal clear in the blood light, even the clothes are no exception, just like a soul, but the whole body shows a faint red color. This is not all his guess. Just from the fact that the peak expert who was able to kill him instantly only lost one of his arms and legs, it can be seen that Wu Dian will not kill him immediately. His liver and gallbladder were splitting in pain, but it had no effect. It was not only Zhou Xingdou's temptation, but also Xiaoru's own wishes, which he could not stop. Xiaoru's soft voice echoed between heaven and earth. Xiaoru's desolate expression was instantly replaced by shock. Looking at the extremely handsome young man wearing a luxurious purple robe, she said in disbelief. Xiaoro, listen to me. I will charge again. I am sure to hold them back. You have to take advantage of this moment to escape quickly. But Xiaoro is different. She is the incarnation of a 100,000-year-old monster, and the temptation of the 100,000-year-old beast ring has established a situation where she will die if caught. But before Xiaoro could finish speaking, a sudden figure appeared in this absolutely still blood-colored space. How is it possible? The figure that appeared in the bloody space was naturally Zhou Xingdou, who had been waiting for a long time. He spent a lot of time on this big scene. At this moment, except her, no one can move here, and no one can feel her or notice her. This method is indeed extraordinary, it can be said to be the law of the martial arts world. Even the Eastern Pope who converted to the primary system was almost immobilized just now. But it's a pity that Zhou Xingdou's sealed power far exceeds the upper limit of this world. In the world of martial arts, he has truly transcended the three realms and not the five elements. To me, this so-called law of the world is like a child playing with a wooden figure, saying 1, 2, 3, don't move. It's extremely ridiculous. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou looked at Xiaoru's figure. It was true that it was not as plump as Alan's, but the slender and perfect legs tightly wrapped in white silk made Zhou Xingdou very interested. Xiaoru was completely unprepared for this unexpected situation, but at this moment she had no time to think about why Zhou Xingdou was able to break in and not be affected. Now that the arrow is on the string and has to be fired, the top priority is to complete the sacrifice and save her lover. Xiaoru's cultivation energy and blood all exploded at this moment, and a blood-red flame burst out from the dark red spirit body, and this blood-red flame contained almost everything about her. Zhou Xingdou raised his eyebrows at Xiaoru's decisiveness. He originally thought that this silly rabbit would keep talking to him for a while, but he didn't expect that this time he would stop being stupid and choose to complete the sacrifice quickly. But to Zhou Xingdou, none of this mattered. If he made her sacrifice to Tango-san after he took action, he would be embarrassed. Everything in this world should belong to him, Zhou Xingdou. Thinking of this, Xingdou's mouth curled up and he made strange handprints in his hands. After 3 lives, he has mastered magic far beyond what others imagined, not to mention that in his last life, in order to help Lin Fan, the son of destiny, he even practiced evil arts. The reason why it is not displayed on the system is because those techniques are not popular, or they are not practiced deeply, so there is no need to record them. For this situation, Zhou Xingdou happened to have a technique that could be used. The evil cultivators of the Yuan dynasty often sacrificed mortals in exchange for power, and some evil cultivators who exploited evil created a technique called Soul Seal that could be used to steal others. The function of this technique is also very simple. It is to modify the recipient of the sacrifice and turn the results of others' hard work into one's own. In fact, this technique is not very clever, and the failure rate is even very high, but for such low-level planes, it is almost the same as a divine technique with a 100% success rate. I saw a dark seal in Zhou Xingdou's hand condensed suddenly, causing ripples in the blood-colored space where time stood still. But at this moment, Xiaoru didn't feel anything unusual. A line of tears flowed from the eyes of Brother Go-san who was looking at her. The blood inflammation on her body became stronger at this moment, and her spirit body became void. Brother Go-san, you must live. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire bloody space began to shake, turning into a blood-red halo of light that shrank rapidly around Tango-san. As the bloody space faded, the things affected by the stillness began to recover, and Tango-san's eyes also resumed trembling at this moment. Xiaoru. By the time Tango-san reacted, Zhou Xingdou was already surrounded by a red beast ring and was looking at him teasingly. The blood flame that rushed towards Tango-san, filled with Xiaoru's love, tenderness and everything, suddenly turned and rushed into Zhou Xingdou's body. So he refined the blood flames into a soul that would never be separated from him, fighting for him and guarding him forever. Tango-san was almost crazy. His lover burned everything, but was eventually absorbed by others. If he hadn't been vomiting blood, this blow would make him vomit blood in anger. The moment the spirit appeared, Tango paused with 3 movements and shouted emotionally. "Ah, I'm going to kill you." The person who spoke was none other than Zhou Xingdou, who was holding a dark and strange talisman in his hand. However, although he said touching words, the talisman in his hand was activated without hesitation in an instant. Zhou Xingdou glanced at the 5 people and ignored them. After all, he was very dissatisfied with their performance just now. If he was not a murderer, the 5 of them would be the first to be killed at this moment. "Greetings, my lord." Zhou Xingdou looked at Tango-san who was jumping hard on one leg and rushing towards him. He felt that this scene was a bit funny and he snapped his fingers a little. Yes, the spirit body next to Zhou Xingdou was Xiaoru who disappeared after the sacrifice. The power of the so-called 100,000-year-old beast ring has no attraction for Zhou Xingdou. It is naturally impossible for him to refine it for his own use and pollute his treasure body. The moment the talisman was activated, all the power in the world was attracted by the talisman in Zhou Xingdou's hand. In an instant, the red beast ring surrounding his body flashed, and a translucent spirit body condensed next to Zhou Xingdou. No, this is the skill I gained from being sacrificed. I named her Rugu Yuan. Do you think it sounds good? Looking at Xiaoru wrapped in flames, Tango-san felt pain like heart tearing in his chest. All this happened so fast, and when Tang Go-san was still immersed in the grief of Xiaoru's sacrifice, Zhou Xingdou transformed Xiaoru's sacrifice. It's so touching that I can't put it down. At this time, the 5 martial arts masters also turned around, looked at Zhou Xingdou's peerless figure, knelt down and said respectfully. After Xiaoru left her last gentle words, the spirit body slowly dissipated, leaving only a ball of blood flames rushing towards Tang Go-san with the last love and tenderness. After Zhou Xingdou admired Xiaoru's soul for a while, he looked at Tang Go-san, who was paused by the appearance of the soul, and joked in words that Tang Go-san could understand. The blood-red aperture formed by the blood-colored space also set Zhou Xingdou as its target and shrank towards Zhou Xingdou. You, who are you and what did you do to Xiaoru? Xiaoru's soul is the same as her spirit body when she was sacrificed. The only difference is that her smart eyes have become dull and lifeless at this moment. Of course, fighting for Zhou Xingdou and protecting it are just metaphors. This soul is not that powerful, but under Zhou Xingdou's refinement, it has a power comparable to the peak. Tang Go-san's face, which was swollen into a pig's head, showed an indescribable expression, and he shouted tremblingly at Zhou Xingdou. The heartache at this moment exceeded the sum of all physical pain, and a line of blood and tears flowed from the blue gem-like pupils. It's very simple. It just changes the target of the sacrifice, so that her original sacrifice to you becomes a sacrifice to me. But at this moment, a playful sound of tisk-tisk tutting sounded in Tang Go-san's ears. Zhou Xingdou looked at Tang Go-san's crazy expression and couldn't help but laugh twice. It was so interesting to tease the innocent Tang Go-san. But he still spoke out with great mercy. Tang Go-san's eyes trembled, and scarlet bloodshot eyes instantly filled them. An extremely heartbreaking feeling filled his body, making his scalp numb, and he roared towards Zhou Xingdou. Goodbye, brother Go-san. Tang Go-san died, this son of the plane in the martial arts world. The divine king who controls the martial arts world in the future. Now, with a face full of pain and unwillingness, he fell next to his father who was killed by him. The same one-legged and one-legged body. It's just that Tang Rishan died in the hands of his son, and Tang Go-san died in the hands of the woman he loved most. Until his death, he didn't know who the person was who took away Xiaoru's sacrifice and killed him. When Tang Go-san was about to die, he still couldn't believe it when he looked at Xiaoru, who had empty eyes and stepped on his heart mercilessly, using the heels of his high heels to penetrate his heart. I will never die with my eyes in peace. Zhou Xingdou just looked at all this indifferently. The children of the plane in the martial spirit world were indeed not as difficult to kill as imagined. Just like a plaything in the palm of your hand, you can play with it at will. It was rare for him to show mercy. He couldn't bear to see Tang Go-san tortured by grief and anger, so he asked Xiaoru's soul to quickly end Tang Go-san's pain. It is also an act of kindness. The figure of the female pope also walked out of the darkness. Looking at the bodies of the dead Tang Rishan and his son, she could not help but feel a bit of pity. Looking at the initiator of all this, she still mustered up the courage to say, "You are a pure evil." Zhou Xingdou smiled slightly when he heard this, turned to look at the female pope's magnificent face, and asked lightly, "Evil? If you saw a child playing with ants on the roadside, would you say he is a pure evil person?" This is how Zhou Xingdou feels. When he reaches a certain level and comes to this low-level plane, the so-called sentient beings here are like ants on the roadside. Unless there is something that really attracts Zhou Xingdou, he will not feel any pity for crushing an ant to death or torturing an ant. He will only feel funny watching the ants being tricked. Because when your life is completely sublimated, you control too much power beyond the world, and you can do whatever you want, only pure sages can treat everyone equally. The female pope was speechless for a moment. After switching to the primary system, she understood that Zhou Xingdou's life essence was fundamentally different from the humans in this world. And she is not qualified to say that Zhou Xing fights evil. As the Pope of Martial Palace, she has many lives in her hands. Tang Go-san's death did not have an earth-shaking impact on the world. The sun still rose and shined brightly, and the world was still in a stable state. He was just like a dead mortal among the vast number of living beings, unable to detect even a hint of vision. Zhou Xingdou also felt bored and boring. I have done so much in the world of martial arts, but in fact it is just to avoid what I will face when I return. The world of martial arts can't improve him. Even if he refines all the creatures in the world, it can't improve his cultivation level at all. Now that Alan has killed Tang Go-san, it is difficult for him to be interested in other things in the world of martial arts. Beauty. I already have too many. Even if I include all the women named in Wuhun continent, I can only gain some weak benefits from being included in the list of beautiful women in the world. What he should be worried about most now should be what happens when he returns. Facing the extremely terrifying Tianjizi, relying on his own strength to compete is basically a fantasy. Even though there are still 2 Holy Realm war slaves in his system warehouse that have not been extracted, but even the 2 high-level supremes led by Chen Nong and Xingyu Commander are immobilized, these Holy Realm war slaves cannot play any role. Pope Dong frowned slightly against Zhou Xingdou, with a worried expression on his face. He thought it was his words that made Zhou Xingdou unhappy. After struggling for a while, she waved her hands to the 5 martial arts masters who were dumbfounded and did not dare to move, signaling them to leave. The 5 people suddenly felt like they had been granted amnesty. After all, they had witnessed Zhou Xingdou's power and ferocity. Every minute and every second during this period was a great torment. Now that the Pope asked them to leave, none of them dared to stay any longer, but they were still cautious and did not dare to make any noise, and rushed towards the outskirts of the forest silently and quickly. After the 5 people left, only the souls of Pope Dong, Zhou Xingdou, and Xiaoro were left here. Of course, there are also the corpses of Tang Rishan and Tang Go-san, but they can no longer sense anything, have returned to endless chaos, and cannot be resurrected. How could Zhou Xingdou not notice the departure of the 5 martial arts masters, but he was too lazy to pay attention to it. He just looked at Tang Go-san's corpse and thought about how to break the situation. At this time, there was a burst of warmth behind him, which made Zhou Xingdou's mind flutter slightly. He saw Pope Dong hugging Zhou Xingdou from behind, and whispered in his ear with his red lips. I know you have something on your mind. Although I don't know what could make you so powerful, I know it's useless to just think about it. It's better to take the current path first. Pope Dong knew that he could no longer live without this somewhat evil man. From the moment he initiated himself, he had been left with an indelible mark by this man. Whether that emotion is love or the desire for power, it doesn't matter anymore. Because there was no room for anyone else in her heart, only Zhou Xingdou could occupy it. Listening to Pope Dong's soft words in his ear, Zhou Xingdou smiled faintly, but the depression in his heart did dissipate a lot. Yes, it's useless to think about those things. You can only take every step at the moment. Maybe you will find a way to break the situation inadvertently. However, this also changed Zhou Xingdou's perception of the Eastern Pope. This woman seemed a little different. Zhou Xingdou also pulled Pope Dong from behind to his arms. The long flowing lavender hair caressed Zhou Xingdou's face, and a faint fragrance spread among the hair. Very beautiful. More beautiful than then. This may be the charm of a woman. She doesn't even need to become more beautiful. She only needs to send a gentle comfort at the right time to make men irresistible. There was no need to say anything at this time. Looking at the red lips, Zhou Xingdou kissed her. At this moment, Pope Dong was no longer Zhou Xingdou's plaything, but his own woman. Xiaoru's soul watched all this silently, without any fluctuation in her empty eyes. At this moment, she is no different from a puppet, just an empty soul shell. Unless Zhou Xingdou drives it, she does not even have the most basic spiritual intelligence. However, she still has hope of resurrection. As long as Zhou Xingdou is willing, she can regain her intelligence and body at any time. It's just that Zhou Xingdou doesn't have time to do this now, but it would be too cruel for Xiaoro to see Tang Go-san's death, which is why Zhou Xingdou didn't call out Alan. There are some things that you can just stick to, and you don't have to go to that extreme. And towards women, especially beautiful women, Zhou Xingdou is usually very compassionate. Unless they are women who threaten him or have hatred, he will basically not torture or kill them. After all, the rooms in Penalty Thunder Palace are enough. The sun and the moon rotate, and the stars move. In the martial palace, Zhou Xingdou was sitting on the Pope's throne, supreme majesty emanating from his body. At this time, 10 days had passed since he killed Tang Go-san in Wuhun Forest. For Zhou Xingdou, these 10 days could only be described as the blink of an eye, but for the entire martial arts world, it was an earth-shaking change. Under the guidance of Zhou Xingdou, the Eastern Pope completely controlled the power of the Tongmei realm, and used a crushing force to force the royal families of the 2 great emperor countries to surrender. Most of the sects also chose to surrender completely after witnessing the astonishing and desperate power of the Eastern Pope. Those who did not surrender were gathered together by the Eastern Pope in the name of negotiation. After Zhou Xingdou recruited Xiaoro and upgraded to advanced bewitchment skills, they completely surrendered. Even Luli sect and Suntian sect were no exception. They all surrendered to Wudian, which also saved them from the tragedy of annihilation. It's not that Zhou Xingdou is very kind, it's just that no matter how small a fly is, it's still flesh. Although the system never proactively reminds him, he can't forget that he has a mission to transmigrate the heavens. Being able to survive the forces that were supposed to destroy the family can be regarded as a change to the plot. At this time, there was a clear sound of high heels hitting the floor, and a blonde girl with a sharp breath walked into the empty hall. She was wearing a strapless hollow long dress with gold ornaments piled on it. The style was gorgeous, *XY and elegant. Her long pale golden hair was casually scattered on her snow-white shoulders, and her skin reflected a crystal-clear luster. And that delicate face has sharp edges and corners, and a pair of narrow golden phoenix eyes with respect. The most striking thing is the golden six-wing mark in her heart, which gives her a majestic divinity. She walked towards the throne with elegant steps, her high heels like combat boots stopped at this moment, her slender jade legs bent down, and she knelt on one knee in front of Zhou Xingdou and said respectfully, "Your Majesty, the Monster Academy and the others have escaped into the Spirit Forest. Do you want to take action against them?" Zhou Xingdou raised his eyes slightly, as if he had just woken up from a nap. There was still a hint of laziness in his brows, but the indelible and supreme power still suppressed the so-called divinity of the blonde girl, unable to lift his head. This girl is also the only daughter of the last pope, the granddaughter of the so-called extremely powerful person in the martial palace who was slapped to death by Zhou Xingdou. Dry blade snow. Interestingly, after Zhou Xingdou beat her grandfather to death and shattered the so-called inheritance of the gods, she was the first to surrender. Tolerant, decisive, a dangerous woman who puts interests first. It's a pity that she met Zhou Xingdou, a man who she could only endure for the rest of her life. So Zhou Xingdou was not worried at all. For the sake of Pope Dong, he did not seduce her. Instead, he entrusted her with the important task of directly passing on the so-called god's throne to her, making her the first god in Wuhan continent. Bye. Zhou Xingdou rested his elbow on the throne, supported his face, and said lazily and calmly, "Don't act rashly. There are a few people I can still use, and I will take action myself." Looking at Zhou Xingdou's stunning face, Qian Runshui was slightly startled, and then a blush rose on his snow-white face. But after hearing Zhou Xingdou's words, Qian Runshui was startled and said in a panic, "Why don't you personally take action against this group of people? I can catch them on your behalf as long as they are useful to you." She knew Zhou Xingdou's strength. Even if she became a god, she would not be able to fight back against the Eastern Pope who was initiated by Zhou Xingdou. Compared with Zhou Xingdou, the fluorescence of wrought grass compares with the sun and moon shining on the heaven and earth. There is no way to compare. My words will not be repeated a second time. Zhou Xingdou's tone was low. If he directly solved the last variable of the Monster Academy people now, he might be judged by the system to have returned. In his view, now is not the time to return. Qian Runshui suddenly trembled, lowered his head and said that he did not dare to say anything else. She also longs to have the power of Pope Dong, so she often pleases Zhou Xingdou, but she has never been able to figure out Zhou Xingdou's temper, and Zhou Xingdou has always been unmoved by her. This made Qian Runshui doubt her exquisite appearance. Could it be that she was really not as good as the Eastern Pope, or even that piece of grass and rabbit? Zhou Xingdou glanced at Qian Runshui lightly, wondering how he didn't know this woman's little thoughts. It's just that he is not in a hurry now, because even if he includes Qian Runshui, it doesn't mean much now, and with Dong Pope, a Yin and Xiao Ru accompanying him, Zhou Xingdou is not lonely. Moreover, the rewards from Wanji Quanfanglu can only be said to be better than nothing. They are not as powerful as Zhou Xingdou imagined. The skills are already a rare reward. For example, Alan and Xiaoro were included, both of which had strength attributes that were useless to Zhou Xingdou, so they were converted into skill points by him to upgrade his skill, Bewitch. However, the bewitching skill is indeed surprisingly useful. Nowadays, advanced bewitching can greatly affect the minds of others. Basically, a few words can make people extremely convincing. But when we return to the early Yuan, this skill may not be as useful as it was in the world of martial arts. After all, the Chuyuan realm is much more powerful than the martial soul world. According to Zhou Xingdou's estimation, this bewitchment can only affect the holy realm once, but it will have no effect beyond that. While Zhou Xingdou was resting, Alan's plump blue figure appeared outside the hall. And beside her, stood a slender pink figure. It was Xiaoro who became Zhou Xingdou's soul that day. It's just that Xiaoro has now gotten rid of her soul body, and was resurrected by Zhou Xingdou using spiritual power to reshape her body. Her memory was also slightly modified by Zhou Xingdou, and she was enlightened by Alan, who was also a 100,000-year-old monster. Naturally, she was obediently included in the Book of Fragrances of the 10,000 Worlds by Zhou Xingdou. It can only be said that these 200,000-year-old monsters have a close relationship. Even if they cannot become mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, they eventually become sisters. However, the two of them were not as restrained as Gan Runshui. They did not kneel down under the throne and walk directly to the high throne. Zhou Xingdou didn't mind this, but looked at the two of them and smiled slightly. After all, as his own woman, how could he not have some privileges and differences? But Qian Runshui, who was kneeling down, frowned slightly and didn't know what to think about. Xiaoro jumped directly into Zhou Xingdou's arms, put her hands around Zhou Xingdou's neck, and sat in Zhou Xingdou's arms, with two perfect and exquisite jade legs wrapped in white silk swinging happily in the air. Alan also smiled fondly when he saw this, then held on to the armrest of the throne, leaned slightly towards Zhou Xingdou, his posture outlined a perfect arc, his red lips were close to Zhou Xingdou's ear, and he whispered softly. Your Majesty, the Dai family and the Zhu family of the royal family have agreed to send Zhu Yuyun. Tianai Academy is also on its way to send the 7 members of the Tianai girl group Bing Shuier. The Tang family of the Rishan sect heard about His Majesty's recent actions, and Tang Rishan's sister Tang Yuexuan also volunteered to come to serve His Majesty. These people are already on their way and are expected to arrive at the Martial Palace tomorrow. Quote. Zhou Xingdou put his arm around Xiaoru's slender waist and did not blame her for such a reckless move. After all, this silly rabbit was tricked by him, and now he can only be nice to her and take good care of her as compensation. But after hearing Alan's words, Zhou Xingdou also smiled, but then asked. Where's the Pope? Alan stood up slowly, stretched out a pair of delicate palms and put them on Zhou Xingdou's shoulders. While rubbing Zhou Xingdou's shoulders, he said. The news just came from the Eastern Pope that she has captured Boss Xi alive and is now on her way back to the Martial Palace. She probably won't arrive until tomorrow. While Zhou Xingdou was enjoying Alan's massage, he pinched Xiaoru's face and nodded with satisfaction. Now that the Martial Palace has been conquered, it is naturally impossible to go out and search for those stunning beauties on your own. Zhou Xingdou has not been idle in the past 10 days. He wrote down all the stunning beauties that he thought could be rated on the Wanji Quanfang record and asked Wu Dian to find them. Moreover, I have never included Qian Runshui, and I am also a person who wants to gather the stunning women who can be included, and then include them together in the Wanji Quanfanglu. Because during this period, he gained a new understanding of the record of all worlds of beauty. The record of all worlds of beauty does not include one stunning beauty at a time. As long as conditions permit, there is no limit to the number included at one time. And the most important thing is that the rewards obtained by the stunning women included together can be stacked to make the rewards even richer. What Zhou Xingdou did was to use quantitative changes to cause qualitative changes. In this way, he might be able to obtain some unexpected things, which would be better than just some junk attributes. At the same time, in a remote valley in the Wuhun forest, everyone from the Monster Academy looked ugly and sat on the ground in disgrace. No one expected that Wu Dian would annex the entire continent so quickly. Even the royal families of the 2 great emperor countries and the Rishan sect, who had a blood feud with Wu Dian, chose to surrender. Their little Monster Academy also suffered a blow. The dean and other teachers could not escape. Only teacher Hualong, Yu Datan, and the rest Dai White Tiger, Ning Rongrong and others escaped. Ning Rongrong's originally smart eyes now became extremely dim. He did not expect that his father would directly surrender to the evil Wudian. This made her faith collapse, and she did not say a few words along the way. Teacher Hualong also looked gloomy. In order for them to escape, the dean and other teachers were all captured by Wu Dian, and their lives and deaths were unknown. This made her unable to come back to her senses even after running all the way. The useless Yu Dagong was even more trembling. He could escape because of the full protection of the dean and the fire dragon. Otherwise, with his strength that is not even as good as the students, how could he escape? Zhu Yuju is as cold as ever, but now she is far away from her fiancé Dai White Tiger, and even if she comes even a little bit close, she will show disgust. Because she was the first one to discover the raid on Wudian, she wanted to quickly tell her fiancé who was reminiscing with Ma Hongju, but she didn't expect that after she hurriedly opened the door to the room, she saw a scene that made her sick for the rest of her life. She also suddenly understood why her shitty fiancé had never touched her in 5 years. She thought he had lost his temper, but she didn't expect that he had changed his sexual orientation. Dai White Tiger also looked at Zhou Yuzhu and hesitated to speak, but looked at Ma Hongju, who was crying because he didn't know whether the dean, who was like a teacher and a father, was alive or dead, and finally made his choice. He no longer cared about the world's eyes. His burly arms held Ma Hongju's plump body in his arms, constantly comforting her softly. After all, now that the empire is gone, there is no throne left, not to mention the current situation. I and others may die one day, so there is nothing to worry about. Fire Dragon's mind was already a mess, and he had no time to care about White Tiger and Ma Hongju's affairs. Yu Dagong noticed the situation of Dai White Tiger and Ma Hongju. Seeing the two intimate people, he shuddered all over, and then comforted everyone. Don't worry, everyone, this valley is extremely hidden, and there are sufficient food and water sources to support us for a period of time. After listening to Yu Datan's words, Ning Rongrong sneered and said, "What's the use of just eating and waiting to die? Even my father surrendered, who else can compete with the martial palace now?" Now, under the influence of Zhou Xing's fight against evil, Wuhun continent has no original anti-military coalition at all, and has unified Wuhun continent with almost overwhelming force. Ning Rongrong was almost in despair. Now she was already thinking about whether to return to the Luli sect. After all, she didn't need to escape at all. As long as she went back, she would still be the apple of the Luli sect's eye. Yu Dagong looked firm and said impatiently, "There are also my disciple Go San, the youngest titled Tang Rishan, and thousands of people who are oppressed by the martial palace." In his heart, his disciple Tang Go San will be able to turn the tide and overthrow Wu Dian's evil rule. Yu Datan's words immediately made everyone's eyes brighten. Tang Go San's twin martial souls were extremely talented, and the hidden weapons they developed were as if they were made from heaven. In addition, his father is the youngest person to be titled, and with the help of the king of alien beasts, the background of the Rishan sect may not be hopeless. But at this moment, the fire dragon showed a complicated look on his face, sighed and said slowly, "I didn't plan to say it originally, but the current situation is a dead end, and there is no point in hiding it from everyone. When I was clearing the way for you, I saw 2 corpses in the middle of Wuhun forest." An ominous premonition suddenly arose in Yu Datan's heart, and he quickly asked, "Who is it?" The fire dragon couldn't bear to close his eyes and said tremblingly, "Tang Rishan and Tang Go San." The fire dragon's words were like a bolt from the blue, making everyone who had just ignited some confidence feel like they were falling into an ice cellar. Yu Dagong's legs went weak and he sat down on the ground, his face full of unbelievable horror. Ning Rongrong walked directly to the exit of the valley. She no longer had any confidence in resisting the martial palace, so she might as well return to the Luli sect and become her eldest lady. Zhou Yuzhu also had a sad face, looking at Dai White Tiger who hugged Ma Hongju tightly, feeling a sense of desolation. The world is so vast that now there is no place or person that belongs to her. "Impossible, impossible, my disciple is invincible. You must have seen it wrong." Yu Datan kept repeating the impossible. How could Tang Go San die? How could he die? That was proof of his ability to promote his theory and teaching in the future. How could he die so easily? Yu Datan's eyes slowly became firm and he said stubbornly, "Yes, it must be the fire dragon. You must have seen it wrong. You must have seen it wrong." But just when Hualong wanted to explain and persuade Yu Datan, Ning Rongrong, who had left the valley, stepped back with a face full of shock. Then a clear and delicate sound sounded. "Godmother is right, Tang Go San is indeed dead, and she died in my hands." Ning Rongrong looked at the slender figure in front of him and kept retreating with an ugly expression. Because she had just stepped out of the valley and discovered that the people outside had been surrounded by people from the martial palace, and the person who led the strong men from the martial palace to surround the valley was her friend whom she had not seen for 5 years. Xiaoro. And Xiaoru's words also shocked everyone present. It is simply impossible for Xiaoro to kill Tang Go San. The fire dragon reacted and looked at the somewhat unfamiliar goddaughter Xiaoro. He had no time to care about how she found this place and said quickly, "Xiaoro, What nonsense are you talking about? Tango-san is your. Xiaoro walked into the valley on her crystal-clear high heels, clasped her waist with her hands and retorted angrily. That disgusting piece of trash tricked me into offering sacrifices, and if I didn't kill him, I'd kill someone else. At this moment, in Zhou Xingdou's revised memory for her, Tango-san deliberately tricked Xiaoro into sacrificing himself when he was missing a soul ring at level 60, so that he could break the bondage and leapfrog the level to obtain the 100,000-year beast ring. Zhou Xingdou, on the other hand, saw through Tango-san's conspiracy, allowed himself to see Tango-san's true face, and spent a huge price to resurrect his benefactor. Yu Datan was almost crazy, and the stimulation over the past few days had brought him to the point of collapse. Now that Tango-san's death was confirmed again, he collapsed instantly, rushed towards Xiaoro with red eyes, and murmured. How could you kill Go-san? How could you do this? Yu Dagong, you are such a coward and you still want to hurt my goddaughter. The fire dragon couldn't stand Yu Datan's madness anymore, so he drew out his pair of explosive round jade legs like whips, and hit Yu Datan's face directly, sending him flying several meters. The kick of the whip knocked Yu Datan awake, his madness subsided, and he shed tears of regret while lying on the ground. Looking at the tearful Yu Datan, Huolong also felt pain in his heart. How could she be willing to hit Yu Datan in the past? But there were too many things to worry about today. She already had a hot temper, and when she saw Yu Dagong wanted to attack her goddaughter, she couldn't hold back her emotions. But she didn't care about Yu Datan now. She looked at Xiaoro and asked hurriedly. Xiaoro, tell your godmother, you just said that Tango-san was tricking you, is that true? Xiaoro rushed into the arms of the fire dragon, hugged the tight willow waist, and said with tears in her eyes. It's the real godmother. I had already sacrificed my life for Tango-san. Thanks to my benefactor's rescue, I was able to be reborn. Dai White Tiger, who was originally comforting Ma Hongju, couldn't help but refute. Impossible. Go-san is the most pure and pure person I have ever seen. How could he do such a thing? Xiaoru's tears wet the fire dragon's clothes, and she burst into tears and said. You don't know at all that brother Go-san has been seized by evil spirits from outside the world and is dead a long time ago. Uncle Tang Rishan was also killed by Tango-san with a hidden weapon when he questioned Tango-san. I witnessed it with my own eyes at the time. Seeing Xiaoru's pitiful look, Huolong's eyes flashed with emotion, and his maternal love overflowed for a moment. He hugged Xiaoro and kept comforting him. Kill well, Xiaoro, don't be sad, your godmother will be here from now on, and she will love you. Only Ning Rongrong remained awake and immediately spoke. Don't believe her, everyone. She has led the people from the martial palace to surround this place. I'm afraid she has already taken refuge in the martial palace. She saw with her own eyes that when the people in the martial palace outside respected Xiaoro, Xiaoro was like their leader, not daring to go beyond them. What were surrounded? Dai White Tiger suddenly felt frightened, and his arms around Ma Hongju tightened unconsciously. Ma Hongju's fat face turned red and she couldn't breathe. Huolong also looked shocked, loosened his hands that were comforting Xiaoro, and said in disbelief. Xiaoro, you. Xiaoro did not refute Ning Rongrong's words, and admitted frankly. Godmother, I did take refuge in Wudian, but Wudian is no longer the same, and the person who resurrected me is also the current lord of Wudian. Moreover, the people outside are not here to surround you, and I am worried about you coming out on my own, so you sent so many people to protect me. Quote. Huolong looked complicated for a moment, not knowing how to clarify this matter. In this life, because of Zhou Xingdou's intervention, Huolong's family was not wiped out by Wudian. In fact, Huolong and Wudian did not have much hatred, they were just coerced by the people around them. But even so, she still couldn't accept that her goddaughter had become a member of the martial palace, and the dean and others still didn't know whether they were alive or dead. But at this time, Dai White Tiger didn't care at all and roared. You took refuge in the martial palace, you deserve to die. As soon as he finished speaking, Dai White Tiger let go of Ma Hongju, who was almost suffocating, and shot towards Xiaoro without reservation. In terms of hatred, no one here can compare with him. After all, the original stable throne was lost due to the abolition of the imperial system by Wudian. This made all his efforts for the throne in vain. The promise of promulgating a decree and immediately making Hongju the queen was completely ruined. How could he not hate this? The originally swaying fire dragon suddenly came to his senses at the moment when Dai White Tiger took action. His face became firm, and his even jade legs instantly shot out towards Dai White Tiger. After all, Dai White Tiger cannot compare with the fire dragon. Even if the fire dragon is not as big as him, its real level is no joke. That kick was almost as devastating as Dai White Tiger, and it flew away. The fire dragon's willow eyebrows were slightly condensed, and those heroic eyes said firmly, "Xiaoro is my goddaughter, I trust her." Yu Dagong also got up from the ground at this moment. Looking at the fire dragon that he was once so familiar with, he felt a little strange. And she dared to hit herself now, so she couldn't help but ask the fire dragon. "Fire dragon, do you want to collude with Wu Dian?" Being questioned face to face by his lover, the fire dragon's eyes burned. "Yu Dadan, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person." Thinking that he had desperately rescued Yu Dadan, and even sacrificed a lot for him and Tang Go-san, but now he only got this attitude, how could the grumpy fire dragon not be angry? At this time, Zhou Yuju, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. "I also believe in Xiaoro." As he spoke, Zhou Yuju walked towards the fire dragon and stood on Xiaoru's side, showing his support. Dai White Tiger, who was blasted away by the fire dragon, finally stood up. When he heard Zhou Yuju's words, his eyes widened and he looked at Zhou Yuju doubtfully. "Yuju, why are you?" After all, Zhou Yuju is Dai White Tiger's fiancé. In Dai White Tiger's eyes, even if the secret between him and Ma Hongju is revealed, Zhou Yuju can only stand on his side by virtue of his status as his fiancé. It was okay if Dai White Tiger didn't ask. After asking, Zhou Yuju could no longer hold back the anger in his heart. "Shut up, you bitch with the skills of Long Yang, go with your fat pig." This matter was exposed directly, and both Hualong, Xiaoro, and Ningrongrong set their sights on Dai White Tiger and Ma Hongju. After all, although the two of them behaved intimately just now, everyone in panic did not think about it at all. Now that Zhou Yuju directly exposed it, how could people not be shocked? It's really disgusting. Amon. Ning Rongrong looked at the extremely fat Ma Hongju and thought of some bad gardens, and almost retched. Fire Dragon also looked at the two of them with a look of disbelief. The amount of information today was a bit large, which actually gave her a headache. Ma Hongju was already on the verge of collapse, and now she was pointed at her nose and scolded by Zhou Yuju. How could she hold back? She jumped up from the ground in an instant, and while her fat body was trembling, she pointed at Zhou Yuju's nose and said angrily, "Boss Hu and I are in true love, and you, Zhou Yuju, are the mistress who broke into our lives halfway. What qualifications do you have to criticize us?" He also said that I'm a fat pig. Boss Tiger just returned to Monster Academy yesterday, and he just lay on top of me and refused to leave. And I've been with you for 5 years, even if I don't want to touch you, you are worse than a fat pig like me. The more Ma Hongju talked, the more excited she became, and she revealed everything without hiding it. After this revelation, everyone even forgot about Xiaoru's defection to Wudian. They just looked at Ma Hongju in shock, digesting the huge information in his words. Zhou Yuju's face became colder and colder. This humiliation made her chest heave with rage, and she even had murderous intent towards Ma Hongju in her eyes. Those exquisite hands with 10 fingers have been stretched into claw-like shapes, and waves of faint purple energy surround the 10 fingers, as if they are about to attack Ma Hongju in the next second. Dai White Tiger also keenly noticed Zhou Yuju's movements. His burly body stood directly in front of Ma Hongju, and his tiger eyes flashed coldly. "Yuju, if you dare to attack him, I will kill you." Now that he had issued a decree to Ma Hongju and promised to give him a successor, he could no longer fulfill his promise. He was already extremely guilty of Ma Hongju, so how could he tolerate Zhou Yuju taking action against him now? So what is the difference between him and those who abandoned their wives and children? But just as the valley was in chaos, a magnetic voice with a slight smile came from the sky. "To be honest, before I came to this world, I didn't expect you guys to be so interesting." A sound was like a drum in the evening and a bell in the morning, swaying in the valley, penetrating everyone's eardrums, making everyone's heads buzz, and they looked towards the sky unconsciously. Only then did they realize that there was a figure looking at them from above. This figure was dressed in a splendid and luxurious purple robe, with a slender figure but not thin. His whole body exuded a sense of nobility that surpassed all living beings, making people involuntarily feel ashamed of themselves. The most attractive thing is that Function's impossibly handsome face, with sharp edges and corners, and his skin is as fair as a woman's and as clear as glass. Those silver-white eyes full of purple energy make it impossible to see any emotion. The vertical lines of purple and silver intertwined between the eyebrows are extremely mysterious, as if they contain untouchable terrifying power, which makes people dare not look directly. He was like a heavenly being or a banished immortal who fell from the sky to the mortal world. He was standing there alone and could not be ignored. Even if he puts aside his temperament that cannot be ignored, he is so handsome that it cannot be described in words. Just standing there touches the hearts of those present. All the women in the valley showed a little bit of infatuation at this moment. Huolong involuntarily let go of his arms around Xiaoro, and the rippling spring water that had never appeared flashed in his heroic eyes. Yu Dagong was extremely jealous, because the fire dragon had never shown such a look even to him. Zhu Yuju also loosened his hands, and the purple energy dissipated. Looking at the figure in the sky, a faint red glow appeared on the iceberg-like face. Ning Rongrong's legs went weak, and she sat on the ground with her legs touching her knees. As a face-controlling person, she completely forgot about Ao Dacheng, and even felt her mouth dry for a while. Even as men, Dai White Tiger and Ma Hongzhu were inevitably slightly distracted. Only Xiaoro waved to the sky with a happy face. "Your Majesty, why are you here?" Xiaoru's words immediately made everyone wake up. Huolong and Zhu Yuju immediately realized their gaffe and showed shameful expressions. Only Ning Rongrong was still looking straight at that peerless figure, with a look of infatuation on his face that he couldn't help himself from. The figure above the sky is naturally Zhou Xingdou. Originally, he had not planned to deal with these final variables so early. But Xiaoro, this silly rabbit, wanted to make herself happy, so she secretly came to persuade Monster Academy to surrender. But if this stupid rabbit doesn't change his stupidity, how could he not know that she mobilized Zhou Xingdou, a strong man in the martial arts palace? However, Zhou Xingdou thought about it and concluded that keeping these people would not be of much use. Moreover, Pope Dong also escorted Bo Saishi back, and the other stunning ladies were also sent to the martial palace. Now there are only a few left in the valley. He didn't stop Xiaoro, but followed him to the valley here and watched the show in the sky. However, if he hadn't come here today, Zhou Xingdou would not have known that there was such a secret between Dai White Tiger and Ma Hongzhu. And looking at Huolong's pair of explosive, even thighs and Zhu Yuju's explosive figure, Zhou Xingdou could only say that it was indeed a good start. It's just that Ning Rongrong disappointed Zhou Xingdou because she and Lu Yanren were the same type of women, too young. Yu Dadan looked at the peerless Zhou Xingdou, feeling extremely jealous, but he pretended to be neither humble nor overbearing, and shouted as if he had a pearl of wisdom in his hand. "Are you the lord who has become famous in Wudian recently?" Zhou Xingdou slowly fell from the sky, glanced at Yu Dadan, yawned lazily and said, "You just need a woman to protect you, you take advantage of your ex's feelings, you're indecisive, you're only level 30, you plagiarize martial arts theories, and you're a coward who still has the nerve to live in this world." These days in the world of martial arts did make Zhou Xingdou feel a little relaxed, or rather indulgent. His murderous intentions were restrained a lot, and his desire for fun became a little bigger. Otherwise, if it had been in the past, Zhou Xingdou would have returned such rubbish. I'm afraid Yu Dagong would have died before he finished speaking. These remarks made Yu Dadan, who was holding Zhurju, speechless for a moment, and his complexion seemed to change from green to red to purple, which was extremely exciting. The most heart-wrenching thing was that Zhou Xingdou's words made everyone present nodded in agreement, making them involuntarily convincing. Even the fire dragon frowned slightly and looked at Yu Dadan, with a bit of disdain in his eyes, and some doubted his own vision. How could he fall in love with such a useless person? The senior bewitcher was so unreasonable. In addition, what Zhou Xingdou said was true. No one doubted it at all, and even the person involved could not refute it. Yu Dadan felt that the world was spinning. Looking at the contemptuous eyes and mocking expressions of everyone, his blood surged up for a moment, and he spat out a mouthful of old blood in anger. Zhou Xingdou raised his eyebrows. He had been displeased with the useless person for a long time. How could such a person deserve to have a beauty like Fire Dragon? But just when Zhou Xingdou was about to irritate Yu Dadan again, the long silent system voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Warning, warning, an existence that is unmatched by the host is about to come to the world of martial arts. It's over, it's over. Warning, 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 an invincible existence of the host is about to come to the world of martial arts. Warning, 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 there is a time flow rate set by Chuyuan Tiandao to break away from the system. Warning, 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 the system setting time and space nodes are affected, and the host will not be able to return for the time being. 3 piercing system alarms in a row shocked Zhou Xingdou's heart. Seeing the word, warning, in red, his desire for fun instantly disappeared. Is an invincible existence coming soon? The first Yuan Tiandao breaks away from the flow of time. Regression is temporarily unavailable. Every piece of news is extremely bad news that Zhou Xingdou does not want to see. Now that they appeared together, I am still in this world of martial arts, I am afraid I will be in real trouble. At this time, Zhou Xingdou had no time to think about anything else and quickly said to the system. Hurry up and unlock my cultivation seal. Ding, unlock the host's cultivation seal immediately, but you need to be reminded that this coming existence is invincible even if the host undoes the seal, and it is useless for the host to keep the holy realm or slaves that have not been extracted. Zhou Xingdou suddenly felt like his chains were breaking, and the huge power he once had returned instantly. And Xiaorou and others watched Zhou Xingdou soar to beyond the world, with unimaginable terrifying power, and they all collapsed to the ground in shock. This is the absolute fear that life has for higher life, making them unable to even drive a little bit of power. If Zhou Xingdou hadn't deliberately controlled it, just his breath could have shaken the entire sky into nothingness. Zhou Xingdou's face darkened after hearing what the system said. He had no intention of caring about the recovered cultivation, Xiaorou and others, and cursed at the system. You bitch, are you specifically trying to trick me? Ding, the system has been wronged. This matter was caused by a system error, but the system cannot help the host get through the difficulty. It will compensate the host afterwards, but the host is still asked to get through this disaster on his own. Zhou Xingdou almost made the system angry to death. He ignored the mistake and didn't help him get through the difficulties. He had to make amends after he got through the difficulties himself. Even he could not help but greet the system 1,000 times. But through the system's warning, he could almost guess who the descendant was. Ding, congratulations to the host for guessing correctly, it is indeed the Tianjizi, but... Just before the system finished speaking, the entire valley began to tremble violently, or in other words, the entire martial soul world was shaking. The sky spins and the earth spins, the sun and the moon turn upside down. A majestic heavenly voice rang out, penetrating every inch of Wuhun continent. Zhou Xingdou, you can't escape. The supreme Dao sound shook the whole world. Countless creatures were annihilated under the Dao sound. Countless spaces collapsed like spider webs under the Dao sound. The continent tilted and seemed to collapse. In an instant, a pair of big hands covering the sky emerged from the sky, and the 10 fingers like jade pillars tearing the sky apart in an instant. A ray of light and shadow emerged from the void of the outer realm, and the light and shadow were bathed in the fairy light like a waterfall. Those pair of Bagua pupils were full of heavenly power, looking down like a giant looking down at ants, the sea-like Taoist rhyme pouring into the world of martial arts, causing endless creatures to kneel down and worship in this sunken sky. Zhou Xingdou's expression was also a bit cold. He never thought that Tianjizi could break through time and space and come to this world of martial arts to pursue him. The world of Wuhun has become somewhat unstable due to the recovery of its own power. Now that Tianjizi has torn the world's fetal membranes, it has reached a precarious stage. I have no time to talk to you anymore. I have a magic weapon that can take people into another space for shelter. If you don't want to die, don't resist. Zhou Xingdou looked at the frightened girls and said with the last trace of kindness. Faced with Zhou Xingdou's terrifying power, coupled with the majestic existence in the world and the threat of the collapse of heaven and earth, neither Fire Dragon, Zhu Yuju, nor Ning Rongrong could not help but believe in Zhou Xingdou. No one would want to die if they could live. Zhou Xingdou saw several people nodding, and with a wave of his hand, Xiaorou and Huolong were instantly included in the Wanji Quanfang record. Even though they were thousands of miles apart, Pope Dong and Alan were pulled in an instant and disappeared into the shattering world of martial arts. And Tian Jizi, who was above the world, also instantly noticed Zhou Xingdou's position. He opened his giant palms and pressed down on the Wuhun continent. The world was shaken and screamed, and the laws collapsed and were destroyed. Zhou Xingdou looked at the heaven-like supreme palm print, with a rare anger in his eyes. A pair of jet-black wings sprouted from his back, and with a movement of the wings, they penetrated through the cracks in the martial spirit world. There is nothing outside the world, there is only nothingness, and chaos that makes Zhou Xingdou's body feel resistance even to the limit of his body. When looking at the terrifying fairy shadow that towered over the world, Zhou Xingdou deeply felt the irreconcilable gap at this moment. Seeing Zhou Xingdou escape from the martial soul world, Tianjizi also stopped exerting power on the martial soul world, and there was a hint of surprise in those unpredictable Bagua pupils. I thought you would let the world stop me for you, but I never thought you would show up and be exposed in front of me for these unrelated creatures. The corners of Zhou Xingdou's eyes twitched. If Tianjizi tried to stop him, he would naturally not be able to leave the world of martial arts. Judging from his intention now, he might be using these endless creatures to force him to appear in chaos. But regarding Tianjizi's guess, Zhou Xingdou could only say that he guessed wrong. There was no way he could expose himself to those lowly ants. Zhou Xingdou, who stepped into the chaos, seemed to have some confidence. Looking at Tianjizi's majestic figure, there was not a trace of fear, but only boundless anger. In his past life, no one except Lin Fan had ever made him angry to such an extent. This day the machine bullied him too much. Zhou Xingdou, who had always played tricks on others, felt like he was being played by others. At this moment, in those silver-white eyes, the purple energy surged like angry waves, the energy and blood all over his body burst out like a dragon, and the thunder source emitted thunder filled with endless anger. Zhou Xingdou's eyebrows were raised, his voice was extremely cold, as deep as the abyss. Tianjizi, you really think I am afraid of you? The boundless fairy shadow of Tianjizi sneered. You fled in the early Yuan dynasty. What can you do in this unknown chaotic ups and downs? Zhou Xingdou's power may be in the holy realm, but in the eyes of a being like Tianjizi, he does not pose the slightest threat, and is even a bit ridiculous. Despite this, Tianjizi still did not take action directly, and the supreme Taoist voice contained an exhortation. Zhou Xingdou, let's capture you without mercy. Everything you do means nothing to me. I don't want to hurt you. If you surrender without mercy, you can still maintain your demeanor as the young emperor of the Zhou family. Zhou Xingdou was furious when he heard this, and his fist suddenly clenched. A power that was impossible to possess in the realm of the divine king swayed from his body around the outside world, shocking the chaos hunter. A mighty sound that suppressed the world, like rumbling thunder, resounded through the chaos from Zhou Xingdou's mouth. Tianjizi, do you really think that I am someone you can bully at will? Tianjizi's unpredictable Bagua pupils vibrated at this moment. That power was definitely not Zhou Xingdou's own. Because of its boundless power, even though he existed like this, he felt a little palpitated. At this moment, in the endless darkness of nothingness and chaos, dense starlight lit up, and the power of stars came from nowhere in the chaotic world, one after another, reflected on Zhou Xingdou's body. Tianjizi understood in an instant that it was not the power of ordinary stars, but the power of the stars in the sky. But what Tianjizi was worried about at this moment was not himself, but Zhou Xingdou, who was reflected by the stars in the sky. His boundless immortal shadow actually trembled at this moment, and his voice, which had always been extremely calm, became a little anxious at this moment. Zhou Xingdou, you are crazy, you may die, stop it. Zhou Xingdou was also frowning at this moment, and the stimulation of the boundless majestic power made his body feel incomparable pain. That was a power that he could not contain. It belonged to his grandfather Zhou Wuji and his father Zhou Azure Emperor, the untouchable power that could suppress the heavens. It is also his final first-layer trump card. It was after returning to the Zhou family and meeting his grandfather Zhou Wuji that he buried the original power of fighting to the death. The reason why he has never used it is because his body is simply not strong enough to withstand the terrifying power that overwhelms the heaven. It's almost a trump card that costs 1,000 to the enemy and 800 to one's own losses. Once it breaks out, even if he doesn't die, he will be disabled. But now Zhou Xingdou has no scruples. Tianjizi has bullied him too much. If he is not made to pay the price today, Zhou Xingdou will not be able to calm down. Even if he escapes again, he will still be enveloped by his inner demons. And even if this power is not enough to make Tianjizi die, I will bite off a piece of his flesh. Zhou Xingdou's whole body was enveloped by the mighty power of the stars in the sky. His eyes were filled with light, and Guo's powerful purple lines were covered on his glass-like skin. Zhou Xingdou endured the severe pain, his mouth burst with light, and he shouted to Tianjizi almost like a roar. The heavenly power of the Zhou family cannot be touched, and the sons of the Zhou family cannot be bullied. Tian Jizhi looked at Zhou Xingdou, who was clinging to the extremely ancient lines and reflected by the stars in the sky. For a moment, a drop of cold sweat flowed out from the forehead of the majestic immortal figure. Crazy you Zhou family are all crazy. He obviously just wanted to banish him for a while, and he didn't even want to hurt Zhou Xingdou, but at this moment, Zhou Xingdou was fighting for his life like a madman. At this moment, a hint of grievance arose in Tianjizhi's heart. Is it so easy for him to do it for me, Chuyuan? But now that the matter has come to this, Tianjizhi can only change his mind. Buzz. A huge hum echoed in the void, the immortal light intertwined in Tianjizhi's palm, and the huge palm was lifted up instantly. In an instant, billions of Taoisms roared together in the chaos, and the huge palm carried indelible ultimate power, pushing towards Zhou Xingdou, who was still receiving the reflection. The ultimate power transcends all laws and achieves the supreme existence. Here is Tianjizhi, who spans endless years and kills countless powerful enemies that hinder the evolution of destiny. But now, that huge palm containing the ultimate power was stopped in front of a divine king who was even worse than an ant in front of him. Click. The sound of shattering resounded throughout the world, and that huge palm carrying terrifying power was like fragile jade touching gold and iron, and it was instantly covered with dense cracks. At this moment, time seemed to stand still, and everything was frozen in place. Boom! Then there was a roar, and the huge palm was completely shattered. The immortal light was wiped out by the endless starlight, and the ultimate power dissipated, revealing Zhou Xingdou's figure. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou's silver-white eyes had turned into a crystal black, and countless bright stars flashed across his eyes at high speed. In the vertical lines between the eyebrows, endless terrifying heavenly punishment surges, and the ancient lines on the whole body are as gorgeous as the stars. The Thunder Emperor armor of the punishing heaven was also infiltrated by the power of the stars in the sky, filled with the surging thunder sea of ultimate destruction, and the starlight containing ancient power filled the purple clouds, pushing this heaven and earth spiritual object to the extreme. 108 purple stars were rotating around Zhou Xingdou like a formation. Zhou Xingdou stepped on the stars, and the dazzling light bloomed in this endless chaos. Zhou Xingdou ignored Tian Jizhi and looked at his own body. His eyes were extremely bright and contained Zhou Yu, flowing with extreme indifference. Is this the pleasure that power brings? The pain had long since disappeared, replaced by endless power surging within the body. This feeling is so good that it almost makes Zhou Xingdou a little obsessed, because this is a kind of power that can affect everything with just one move. Tianjizhi's face, which had not changed color when his big palm was shattered, suddenly changed color after seeing Zhou Xingdou's current figure clearly. The arm that was blasted into powder instantly recovered as the fairy light swirled around it, and it seemed that it had not received much damage. But his shock could not be cut off by the recovered arm. This power, how dare Zhou Wuji let you use it? Tianjizhi seemed to recognize the power of Zhou Xingdou. A huge drop of golden cold sweat dripped from the immortal shadow into endless chaos, stirring up endless life and death. But soon Tianjizhi was no longer surprised. Because he understood that Zhou Xingdou, who had used this power, was no longer someone he could underestimate, but he still couldn't help but cursed angrily. A bunch of crazy lunatics who defy heaven, you should never have been allowed to take over the primary realm in the first place. Oh. Zhou Xingdou, who experienced this fascinating power, was also attracted by Tian Jizhi's words. Shouldn't you be allowed to take over the Chuyuan realm? Is it possible that the Zhou family is not a native creature of the Chuyuan dynasty? But before Zhou Xingdou could think about it, Tianjizhi's motionless immortal shadow suddenly swayed at this moment, carrying hundreds of millions of Dao Yun and raising his palm to attack him again. The power of this palm is far greater than that of Kai Kai. The majestic fairy shadow disturbs the void and makes waves in the boundless chaos. If this palm were used in the Chuyuan realm, it could sink several states and wipe out countless monks and souls, but in this chaos, it can only make waves. Even though Zhou Xingdou is now powerful, he still has to treat it seriously. The pure jade palms instantly condensed into a fist, and the 108 purple stars around him bloomed with light that shone hundreds of millions of miles away. The power of all the stars in the sky gathered in his fist. Zhou Xingdou felt his divine fist sink, and then he mobilized his whole body's great strength. The heavenly punishment in his fist flickered, and the wind of the fist tore through all obstacles and blasted towards Tianjizhi. When the fist was punched, the fist wind was born from nothingness and blew wildly. The extremely terrifying power fluctuations in the fist were like the turbulent waves of the angry sea. The fairy light that the machine scattered like a waterfall that day was actually blown back at this moment. And this kind of power occurred between the Sumeru mustard seeds. When the two collided, there seemed to be some peace outside the area, and all the power became silent. Boom! But in the next breath, a terrifying roar erupted between Zhou Xingdou and Tian Jizi. The immortal light and the mighty power of the stars refused to give in to each other at this moment. A dazzling light that broke through the 9 days illuminated the dark outer land like night, and Tianjizi's stalwart figure flew out in an instant. Tianjizi was forcefully pushed backwards by the power of Zhaozheng, and was directly rushed hundreds of millions of miles away. After the remaining power dissipated, Zhou Xingdou's condition was not very good either. Several shocking cracks appeared on his jade-like fists. Drops of purple blood containing terrifying vitality dripped from the fist that blasted the sky machine. Zhou Xingdou looked at his bleeding fist, suppressed the power that was in his body, took a breath of fresh air, and his expression flickered. He hadn't bled for a long time, and he was even surprised when his blood turned purple. But he didn't expect Tianjizi to reach such an extent. Even if Tianjizi was blown away by this punch, Zhou Xingdou understood that it was not enough to destroy a supreme being. The shocking cracks on his fist showed that Zhou Xingdou's body was simply unable to control and release this powerful force. If Tianjizi can't be killed in a short time, I'm afraid his body will disintegrate without Tianjizi taking action. The next moment, Tianjizi's figure that was blown away had returned to this place, but the fairy light on his body was already a little dim. There was still a hint of scarlet at the corner of his mouth, probably from being injured by that punch. Tianjizi also instantly noticed the cracks in Zhou Xingdou's fist, and a glimmer of light suddenly flashed in his unpredictable Bagua pupils. Zhou Xingdou, if you don't let go of this power that doesn't belong to you, you may really die today. Tian Jizi is also a little afraid of Zhou Xingdou. After all, with this power in this state, he may not be sure to win it. If Zhou Xingdou's real body dies, it will not be good for him, but it will be a huge trouble. Thinking of this, Jizi continued to persuade in a persuasive way. Even if I banish you, it will only take 100 years at most. I swear to the great Tao that I will bring you back to the first Yuan in 100 years. Why risk your life for a mere 100 years? Tianjizi looked at Zhou Xingdou sincerely. There was no need to doubt the constraints of the great Tao oath. As long as Tianjizi swore an oath, he must abide by it. But from Tianjizi's point of view, Zhou Xingdou had no reason not to agree. For a monk, 100 years is just a retreat, and it is not even enough for a being like Tianjizi to sleep. But wait 100 years later, both me and the Tianji ancient pavilion will do our best to help you win the heart of heaven and become the great emperor. I have to say that the conditions proposed by Tianjizi are very exciting, and even the heirs of other supreme powers will probably agree. But Zhou Xingdou answered him not with words, but with another domineering fist. Tianjizi's face suddenly darkened. He didn't expect Zhou Xingdou to reject such conditions, so he had to use his fairy light to block the punch. Just when Tianjizi tried his best to block the punch, Zhou Xingdou's cold and indifferent voice sounded in the endless void. Tianjizi, would you believe the great Tao oath made by a man who is determined to die? How could Zhou Xingdou be such a fool, because others gave up the power to compete with just a few words? What's more, when Chuyuan intercepted his starry sky chariot, Tian Jizi had already revealed his determination to die. Would such a person care about his oath? Zhou Xingdou's dazzling eyes were filled with endless stars, and he punched out again in an instant, saying in a deep voice. Don't say it's 100 years, even if it's a minute or a second, don't think about it if it's not what I want. At the moment of speaking, Zhou Xingdou and Tian Jizi kept fighting each other, and their figures had long been far away from the world of martial arts. The two powerful forces were constantly fighting here, disturbing the world in the past, and countless creatures died under the lingering power of the two. The immortal light on Tianjizi's body has been flickering under the constant bombardment. His big palms that suppressed countless enemies have collapsed and restored countless times under Zhou Xingdou's attacks. Zhou Xingdou was not much better, his whole body was covered with countless cracks. It's just that after the terrifying power was poured out for an unknown amount of time, it still seemed to have no end, neither increasing nor decreasing, and remaining the same forever. The meridians and dantian in his body were even more dilapidated. Once this powerful power receded, Zhou Xingdou's body would probably collapse in an instant. But there was no trace of worry or fear in Zhou Xingdou's eyes. He just stared at Tianjizi with fighting intent sweeping across Taishu 30,000 miles. Even Tianjizi was a little afraid of Zhou Xingdou's crazy and reckless attack. Madman you Zhou family members are all FC King madmen. Throughout the years, there have been very few people who could force Tianjizi to use foul language. Needless to say, Zhou Xingdou intimidated him to various extents. It's just that he still doesn't understand that he has a perfect layout that prevents the Zhou family and Zan Heavenly Dao sect from interfering. He also isolated Zhou Xingdou and faced a junior with the power of supreme existence, but it was not as devastating as imagined. Not only did Zhou Xingdou escape once, but now Zhou Xingdou was in crisis, beating him so hard that he couldn't even lift his head. Countless purple energy erupted from the cracks all over Zhou Xingdou's body, which was his blood energy. Now his body could no longer lock this energy in blood. The ancient patterns clinging to his body are now showing signs of retreating, which shows that Zhou Xingdou's body is about to reach its limit, and he will not be able to bear the great power in a short time. But when Tianjizi discovered this situation, he was not very happy, but instead panicked and fearful. It's hard to imagine that someone with Tianjizi's strength and determination to risk his life would show such an expression. You can't hold on any longer. Zhou Xingdou originally thought that Tianjizi was going to taunt him, so when he clenched his fists again, he became anxious when he heard Tianjizi's voice, so anxious that he no longer called himself, I. Quickly dissipate the power. If you dissipate this power now, I still have time to save your life. If your body is completely unable to bear it, even God will not be able to save your life. Tianjizi's anxious look was not fake, he really wanted Zhou Xingdou to be exiled, and he really wanted to die. But to say that he had the intention to kill Zhou Xingdou would be an injustice to him. It's okay to exile Zhou Xingdou, but at worst, Zhou Wuji will kill himself and destroy the Tianji ancient pavilion. After all, Zhou Xingdou is not dead, and will automatically return to the Chuyuan realm 100 years later. The Chuyuan realm will not be in chaos. But if he kills Zhou Xingdou, the consequences will not be something he can bear. Otherwise, why did he try to persuade Zhou Xingdou everywhere, and when Zhou Xingdou didn't burst out this power, he didn't really take action. Otherwise, just when fighting Zhou Xingdou now, any amount of this power can destroy a divine king and the entire martial soul world. But Zhou Xingdou no longer cares whether Tianjizi's words are true or false, or whether he has murderous intentions towards him. Because those insults are real and not false. Not that anything can be indifferent as long as it does not endanger life. There is no way he can dissipate this power at this moment. Now he has only one thought, die. He must also take Tianjizi to support him. For a moment, the 108 purple stars surrounding Zhou Xingdou shone with faint blood light. Zhou Xingdou took one step forward, and in an instant the chaos in this area shook violently, and the energy and blood erupted from his body, filling the area in an instant. The power of the stars in the sky was reflected again at this moment, rushing crazily into Zhou Xingdou's body that was already on the verge of being broken. Seeing this situation, Tianjizi also knew that Zhou Xingdou might not listen to him, and his anxious face suddenly turned cold. Since you are determined to die, then I will help you. After saying that, Tianjizi no longer held back, and the flickering fairy light condensed again, far more powerful and brilliant than ever before. In the chaos, there is a vast expanse, and the starlight and the vast fairy light reflected in the heavens spread over countless distances, illuminating all living beings in all realms. When Zhou Xingdou closed his eyes, the whole space was stunned. He does not have the divine ability to use this kind of power, or in other words, everything he has learned about this power is meaningless. The battle with Tianjizi can only be fought head-on, only head-on. In an instant, Zhou Xingdou opened his bright star eyes. At this moment, he was more determined and passionate than ever. Although he is not a one-man force, since his rebirth, no one can compete with him, and he has never had such a smooth attack. The desire for martial arts in his heart was awakened at this moment, and the starlight shining on all the world suddenly shrank. The fist that was on the verge of breaking could be clenched hard again, shaking the chaotic space with mournful screams. Zhou Xingdou looked at Tianjizi shrouded in the mighty fairy light, and let out a long and joyful roar. His body, soul, blood, cultivation, and all his strength were exerted on the fist. At this moment, he burned everything, defeated the shadows left by the two deaths in his heart, and the fear of death dissipated. The greed for beauty, the fear of the unknown, anger, worry, and all kinds of emotions were also swept away by him at this moment. Now there are only two words in his mind: punch. The mighty power of the stars in the sky combined with this ultimate fist intention formed an endless and domineering fist seal of destruction. Hundreds of worlds centered on him were trembling at this moment. All worlds were shaken for a moment. Countless creatures in the world and strong men in the outside world were attracted by this exquisite and terrifying power, and were shocked by this peerless punch that stirred up hundreds of worlds. Die! The sound of the Dharma resounded loudly. Zhou Xingdou shouted loudly, raised his arms to the sky, and 108 stars suddenly exploded, and he punched out. At this moment, all tangible and intangible objects were exploded by powerful force. Rumble. The void explodes and the sea of chaos boils. And Tianjizi, who faced this ultimate punch, suddenly felt his hair standing on end. The mighty immortal light was dimmed by this shocking punch at this moment. Danger. This is a life-threatening danger. It was a strange feeling that he had never experienced in hundreds of millions of years. Madman, madman. Tianjizi kept yelling and scolding, and the fairy palm that had condensed his lifelong cultivation bloomed with the boundless light of the lotus and rolled out. At this moment, he did not dare to hold back at all. Buzz. The fist seal and the fairy light are surging and fighting, the two great forces are constantly fighting, the void is shattered, and hundreds of worlds are being shifted by an unknown amount under the power of this wave. Purple blood and golden blood were splashed in the endless void, and the remaining power was gone. Tianjizi's majestic fairy shadow was already in disrepair. The immortal light that was originally all over his body was wiped out by Zhou Xingdou, the tattered arms of the immortal robe were shattered, and only a torso was left on the upper body. The shocking injuries on the torso were flowing with precious blood that could drive Supreme crazy. Crazy crazy Z. Tianjizi's Bagua pupils had long lost their former brightness, and were even a little gloomy. He kept mumbling, the golden blood in his mouth kept flowing out, and he kept breathing. As for Zhou Xingdou, who was standing on the other side of Tianjizi, half of his body was broken, and the remaining body was even more cracked. It even makes people feel that a gust of wind can blow away other almost shattered bodies. Zhou Xingdou's pair of dazzling star eyes were already slightly drooped with some weakness, the death energy condensed in his body, and his consciousness was a little chaotic. Upon seeing this, Tianjizi vomited out a large mouthful of golden blood and burst out into a smile. You think you can harm me just by dying? I can use your body to create a fake you, and the Zhou family won't be able to discover it in a short time. This round I won after all. Although his injuries were serious, they were still much lighter than Zhou Xingdou's. Zhou Xingdou was alive today only because of that great power. If it weren't for that mighty force that refused to retreat, Zhou Xingdou's body would have been shattered into powder during the previous attack. Zhou Xingdou's breath was dying, and a smile bloomed at the corner of his mouth, but the movement of his mouth also sprinkled crystal powder on his face. At this moment, he was powerless, and all the blows he tried failed to kill Tianjizi. He was indeed defeated in this round, but he would never let Tianjizi succeed. I will engrave it on all the heavens with the blood of the Zhou family. Zhou Xingdou is dead. Whoever kills me is Chuyuan Tianjizi. The boundless sound of Dharma sweeps across the heavens, and these words turn into mottled ancient characters, which will be engraved on the long river of time and last forever. The ancestral land of the Zhou family, in the immeasurable and indelible Zhui Emperor Tower. The sea of stars is surging, the realms are throbbing, and the endless void is mourning. Zhou Wuji's majestic figure that overshadowed the heavens appeared in the center of the universe. Billions of celestial lights circulated around him, and the great Tao all around him roared in unison, shocking the world to shake and causing endless birth and death. Zhou Wuji's expression remained motionless, but his majestic and indifferent powerful voice resounded. I didn't expect that the person it invited to stop me would be you. In an instant, the void outside the Zhou family was torn open, and a desperate and extreme aura surged out of the void. A figure filled with darkness stepped out from it, and billions of demonic lights bloomed, overwhelming the world with sorrow. The magic light dissipated, and a cold and stern man with a handsome face and an arrogant temperament appeared. He was wearing a ferocious black armor, and his eyes were like black holes that swallowed everything up. His whole body was full of chilling intent, and millions of demonic lights were rendering it. All laws, auras, spaces, and even Tao wherever he passed seemed to be cut off and turned into nothingness. With his white hair dancing wildly, the man seemed to have heard Zhou Wuji's words. He looked at the large array of countless ancient stars above the Zhou family, and a voice that did not fit his face and was extremely vicissitudes of life sounded. Don't you invite me to come in and sit down. Please. Zhou Wuji's majestic sound resounded throughout the heaven and earth, and a passage condensed with ancient runes suddenly appeared in the Zhou family's formation, which seemed to have the power to reach up to the 9 heavens and down to the 9 underworlds. The rune passage is like a huge beast from ancient times, opening its bloody mouth to swallow the sky and the earth, inviting you to enter the urn. If it were an ordinary person, facing such a posture, I am afraid they would not dare to step into this unknown passage. But this white-haired handsome man showed no fear, and even showed a bit of dissatisfaction, and the demonic shadow flashed into the rune passage. In the universe in the Zhui Emperor Tower, a demonic shadow flashed. Countless galaxies were destroyed in this instant, and half of the endless universe was rendered by magic light and despair, turning into chaos. But as the master of this universe, Zhou Wuji did not rise. Instead, he slowly shook his head and said with a faint smile, "You're still so irritable." After speaking, Zhou Wuji moved his fingers slightly, and the countless destroyed galaxies instantly recovered, and a jade tea seat suddenly appeared in the center of the universe. Zhou Wuji smiled and said sideways, "Juishan, please." The man known as Zhu Tian gave Zhou Wuji a cold look, and in the end did not say much else and slowly took his seat. Zhou Wuji didn't say anything else, and sat quietly opposite Zhu Tian. He gently lifted his fingertips, and an immeasurable galaxy in the universe turned into tea and rushed into the teacups in front of the two of them. Juishan drank the water of the galaxy in front of him in one gulp. After all, he was as calm as Zhou Wuji and was the first to speak. "Do you know what price it paid to stop you?" Zhou Wuji looked indifferent and took a sip from the cup of Xinghe before he replied calmly. "The price for asking you to move me is not small." Juishan looked at Zhou Wuji's indifferent expression, and his pair of black hole-like pupils burst out with supreme magic light. "You are really big-hearted, or should I say you are heartless, you don't even care about your own grandson's life." Zhou Wuji slowly put down the teacup, and raised his eyes slightly. Endless great Tao runes were flowing in his eyes, still very calm. "Everything has its own destiny. Even if you don't come, I won't take action." After hearing this, Juishan's originally restrained aura surged again. Behind the ferocious black armor, the scarlet cloak automatically made a crackling sound without wind. Boom! Juishan slapped the jade platform with a palm, and the jade platform, which looked like a fairy, fell apart and exploded. The galaxy that had just been restored by Zhou Wuji was destroyed again, and the demonic power rushed across the universe, making the entire universe tremble. "He has already died once. Do you, a grandfather, want him to die again?" Juishan's voice was extremely cold and stern, filled with endless anger. With one word, the world collapsed, and billions of mournful cries resounded in the universe. Zhou Wuji was already calm and composed, and the demonic power roared, but it was difficult to shake him in the slightest. "Don't you also accept the price of others and contribute to its scheme against my grandson?" Speaking of this week, Wuji smiled slightly and spoke again with a hint of joking. "By the way, does it know that you are Xingdou's grandfather? It actually asked you to stop me." Juishan's expression paused for a moment, then he suppressed his anger and snorted coldly. "HMPH, if it weren't for your so-called plan, I would have crushed this reptile to death." Zhou Wuji slowly shook his head and said calmly, "It was never a threat. Whether killing it was always a thought. What matters is whether Xingdou can fully awaken." Juishan's face was still cold. Looking at Zhou Wuji's face, he said in a deep voice, "So you gave him that power and you just watched him being plotted against. If I don't come today, will you still let Ershao bully my grandson?" Zhou Wuji glanced at Zhu Tian indifferently and said indifferently, "I said, I won't take action whether you come or not." Unexpectedly, Zhu Tian was not angry, but instead frowned, looked at Zhou Wuji and said in a low voice, "Has that thing in the ancestral land dragged you to this point?" Zhou Wuji did not refute, he sighed quietly and said helplessly, "I blame myself. I consumed too much at that time and let it take the opportunity to let out a little bit of energy." The billions of demonic lights on Zhu Tian's body immediately dissipated, his aura became restrained again, and the collapsed world returned to calm. After being silent for a while, he stopped asking other questions and instead began to answer Zhou Wuji's initial question. "You sacrificed your own great unity, but it took the opportunity to intercept some of it. It also exchanged your great unity and some treasures for me to stop you for a while." Zhou Wuji burst into laughter. "So it's because of that, but it thinks highly of you and actually asked you to stop me." Zhu felt insulted and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Shut up, you don't want the unity anymore. Zhou Wuji slowly shook his head, smiled calmly and said. No need, I fixed a new one. Having said that, Zhou Wuji stood up and stood in the center of the universe with his hands behind his back. For a moment, terrifying Taoism surged around him, the great Tao of the heavens surrounded him, and the long river of time emerged under his feet. Seeing this scene, Zhu eyebrows trembled, but he seemed to be used to it, and soon relaxed, snorting dissatisfiedly. Huh, what a perverted family. But at this moment, the universe suddenly stopped, and everything was frozen for a while. Only the two people in Zui Taihuang Tower were not affected. Zhu raised his eyebrows slightly and said with some surprise. But I didn't expect that the thing you found for Xingdou was capable of stopping two realms of time and space. Zhou Wuji shook his head slightly and said dissatisfied. It's just a false flow rate. It's useless for people like you and me who have independent time. The dark pupils like a black hole in the sky penetrated everything, looking into the distance, and said in a worried voice. Tianjizi has its help. In the early Yuan dynasty, it was almost equivalent to the existence of the rebellious innate. I'm afraid Tianjizi won't be able to hold it down for long. Moreover, the time-space node retains the original element, and Tianjizi can find the weak realm. Quote. Zhou Wuji glanced at Zhu slightly. What are you still doing here? Do you really want to work for it? Zhu was confused by Zhou Wuji's words and said angrily. Didn't you tell me not to interfere with Xingdou's affairs? Zhou Wuji suddenly felt a bit rogue and said. That's what the timeline said. What does it have to do with now? After speaking, Zhu glanced at him and continued. Or do you want me to sacrifice the newly established unity again? Zhu fists were clenching at this moment. If he couldn't defeat Zhou Wuji, he really wanted to smash that shameless old face with one fist. Being my in-law with you is really bad luck for 8 lifetimes. After saying that, Zhu demonic shadow disappeared instantly, but before Zhou Wuji could leave, it reappeared and asked with a frown. You really don't want that part of the unity. Zhou Wuji waved his hand impatiently. Old things are not as good as new things. Just keep that thing for yourself and use it for whatever you want to do. An evil smile appeared at the corner of Zhu lips, and he joked. Very good, the news that the heavenly sovereign suppressed Zhou Wuji and brought down his unification has been substantiated in the future. Before he finished speaking, Zhu demonic shadow dissipated again, leaving no trace. Zhou Wuji shook his head helplessly, looked at the place where Zhu disappeared and said meaningfully. It should be enough, there is still time. But then the pair of great Tao true eyes looked at the feet, their eyes penetrated countless obstacles and looked directly at the immeasurable giant thing under the ancestral land, and the voice became extremely cold. You'd better be honest. I don't miss you as much as the Emperor does. Don't force me to completely destroy you. In the lonely endless chaos, a long roar shook the world. With the blood of the Zui family of the Zhou family, I inscribe this in the great Tao of the heavens and in the long river of time. Zhou Xingdou is dead, whoever kills me is the heavenly Jizi of the first Yuan dynasty. Tianjizi's expression changed drastically, because once these words were engraved, the situation would break through imagination, and everyone in the world would know that he killed Zhou Xingdou. It was also because he was careless and forgot that the great power of Zhou Xingdou's current blessing has undoubtedly been engraved in the heavens. At this time, there was no room for him to hesitate for a moment. No matter what the cost, he must block this mantra and never let it be engraved in the heavens. But at this moment, before Tianjizi could take action, the mantra suddenly paused and exploded in an instant, and the power of the mantra dissipated into annihilation. Zhou Xingdou's bright starry eyes slowly turned gray, and his cracked face was slightly bitter. It seems that destiny is not with me after all. But at this moment, a sound that was cold enough to freeze time and space suddenly resounded through the chaos. You brat, who allowed you to die? Buzz buzz buzz. There was a horrifying buzz, and the void actually emitted sorrow. A series of terrifying demonic lights that cut off everything penetrated the void and illuminated the chaos here. Above the long river of time, a ferocious demonic shadow stood, causing the calm river of time to stir up huge waves at this moment. Zhou Xingdou lowered his eyebrows slightly, looking at the demonic shadow tearing the world apart. He felt a sense of closeness in his heart, but he didn't understand who it was. It's a pity that the great power that blessed him has begun to dissipate. His consciousness is already shaky, and he may no longer be able to see that face. Tianjizi's pupils shrank sharply, and when he saw the figure standing on the long river of time, he couldn't hide his horror. Heavenly Sovereign, shouldn't you be? The demonic shadow descended, revealing the handsome face of the 3,000 snow-haired men, as well as the ferocious black armor. Now that he has seen his grandson's miserable state with his own eyes, Zhu Tian's black hole-like pupils trembled slightly. At this moment, the magic light that crowned all the heavens began to stir, and the terrifying power of despair made Tianjizi unable to move. Countless great Dao screamed and cried blood for the heavenly sovereign. There seemed to be tears welling up in Zhuishan's eyes. Looking at Zhou Xingdou's body that had lost half of his body and was constantly collapsing, he said in a trembling voice. Zhou Wuji, you are so cruel. At this moment, even if he was absolutely heavenly sovereign, he did not dare to neglect. Billions of demonic lights around him rushed toward Zhou Xingdou like black streaks, wrapping the dilapidated body, and the true meaning of endlessly cutting off everything surged in the sea of chaos. After doing all this, Zhuishan turned to look at Tianjizi, who was suppressed by his own power, and the killing intent in his eyes turned into reality. With a gentle wave of Zhuishan's palm, a shocking black wound suddenly appeared on the chest of Tianjizi's immortal body. It was the power of despair that came from hell. No matter how powerful Tianjizi's fairy light was or how strong his body was, it could not be stopped. The heartbreaking pain came from the wound. Even for a person like Tianjizi, it was a bit unbearable to endure such pain. His clothes were wet with cold sweat in an instant. Zhuishan came to Tianjizi in an instant. The ferocious armor was filled with demonic power. His words made Tianjizi feel like he had fallen into hell. I want you to pay back 100-fold for my grandson's suffering. Tianjizi suddenly felt the suppression dissipate, but the heartbreaking pain still made him groan, and then he asked with fear and trembling. Are you the father of Zhu Sword Immortal? But at this moment, a palm as white as jade like Zhou Xingdou hugged Tianjizi's head. At this moment, Tianjizi's so-called majestic figure was like a chicken in front of this truly powerful figure. He couldn't muster any fighting spirit, and couldn't even mobilize a single bit of strength. The heaven-reaching cultivation that has disrupted all realms seems to be nothing in front of this truly strong man, no different from a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Zhuishan's face was extremely cold, or it could be said to be ferocious. If it were in the past, Tianjizi would not even be qualified to talk to him. But today Zhuishan answered Tianjizi mercifully, but the anger in his words made Tianjizi shudder. I am not only the father of Zhu Zhanxian, but also the grandfather of Zhou Xingdou, and the ancestor of that bitch behind you. Heavenly Sovereign, the most powerful demon among all the heavens, is actually the father of Chuyuan Zhu Sword Immortal and Zhou Xingdou's grandfather. Only then did Tianjizi understand that the exquisite layout set up by himself and the being behind him had been a sad joke from the beginning. Bang! Just when Tianjizi was shocked, a ferocious mouth with needle-like fangs poked out from Zhuishan's ferocious armor, and bit Tianjizi's right leg, causing him to feel severe pain immediately. But before Tianjizi could cry out in pain, in an instant, several ferocious beast mouths protruded from the armor again and bit him everywhere on his body. Click click click. His immortal body, which has been tempered for thousands of times, is like paper under the needles and fangs of the mouths of these ferocious beasts. He could clearly feel the fangs like rows of steel needles grinding his flesh and bones into fine pieces. That kind of pain seemed to be intensified hundreds of millions of times, ignoring his state of mind that he had cultivated for hundreds of millions of years, reaching straight to the depths of his true spirit, making him unbearable. You're like a dog, I'm going to make you suffer a lot. Zhu Tian's eyes flashed, and the palm clasped on Tianjizi's head emitted a demonic power that terrified chaos. Billions of ferocious demon souls penetrated Tianjizi's heavenly spirit and rushed into his sacred and inviolable consciousness, ocean. Tianjizi's pair of Bagua pupils collapsed at this moment, and his immortal face was instantly distorted to the point that he couldn't bear to look directly at it. The pitiful screams resounded throughout the world, and everyone who heard it trembled in their hearts. The billions of demonic souls poured into Tianjizi's body, like dense ants, eating at his soul and polluting his sea of consciousness. After doing all this, Zhuishan let go of Tianjizi's head and allowed him to twist his body in the chaos while screaming in agony. Zhou Xingdou slowly regained consciousness at this moment, only feeling a numbness in his dilapidated body, and Daluo's hopeless decline in life continued to rise at this time. It is difficult for him to analyze what kind of power it is. It is obviously a violent, terrifying, dark, and despair-filled power, but it nourishes him like the vitality of boundless creation. But in an instant, Zhou Xingdou heard screams one after another, and the billions of demonic lights on his body dissipated at this moment, revealing his flawless treasure body. On the treasure body, the shocking cracks have disappeared, and the lost half of the body has recovered as before. The rays of Dharma light are like practicing, the body is like glass, the inner part is pure, and it seems to be more powerful than before. Zhou Xingdou's eyelashes trembled slightly, and he opened his silver-white eyes filled with purple energy and confusion, and an extremely handsome face appeared in front of his eyes. Chuyuan looked at the awakened Zhou Xingdou, with an indescribable look of endearment on his face. "My dear grandson, did Grandpa make too much noise and woke you up?" Zhou Xingdou frowned slightly. If he didn't feel a sense of closeness to Chuyuan, Zhou Xingdou would have suspected that he was here to take advantage of him. But he was so unfamiliar with the word grandpa, so unfamiliar that he had never heard of it even in his previous life. After all, he had never even seen his mother, and he had never even heard that he had a grandpa. Zhou Xingdou shook his head, his newly recovered consciousness was still in a daze, and he felt a little unreal, but the screams of Tianjizi in his ears were deafening, not like a dream. Looking at the man in front of him who was wearing ferocious armor, with an aura as deep as the abyss, and whose age was not much different from his own, Zhou Xingdou said with some disbelief. "Are you really my grandpa?" When Chuyuan heard this, Qingjun's face darkened with joy. "That old guy Zhou Wuji never mentioned me to you." Zhou Xingdou shook his head, full of curiosity about Chuyuan, who claimed to be his grandfather. "No, I just found out that my mother is the sword immortal." Chuyuan's eyes trembled slightly when he heard the words, and a sense of vicissitudes of life rose in his eyes, as if he was recalling thousands of memories in an instant. He slowly raised his hand and rubbed Zhou Xingdou's face tenderly and distressingly. "The immortal veins in your body come from me. This is a bloodline that cannot be cut off." Zhou Xingdou felt the big warm hand, but he didn't feel the slightest resistance in his heart. Instead, he instinctively leaned toward the palm. Seeing this, Zhu Tian smiled with relief. His face was so gentle and full of energy that it was hard to believe that this was the heavenly sovereign, the No. One demon king who made countless beings in the world fear, palpitate, and despair. It was difficult for Zhou Xingdou to explain his actions, but at this moment he only felt warm and at ease. Even the man in front of him with his demonic aura and terrifying and desperate power seems to be just a haven to protect him from wind and rain. At this moment, he no longer had any doubts. His blood and heart told him that this man must be his grandfather. Boom! At this moment, Tianjizi finally couldn't bear the torture, and the remaining immortal body exploded at this moment, causing a shower of golden blood and countless vitality falling into the void. If a drop of his blood falls into the world around him, it will be a disaster. Zhou Xingdou looked at the golden rain of blood and recovered from the warmth, only to realize that Tianjizi, who had been bothering him for several days and burned everything without killing him, had died at this time. There is no need to elaborate on the power of Tianjizi. No one knows his difficulty and extreme oppression better than Zhou Xingdou. He is the only person he has ever met in this life who pushed him into a desperate situation and almost lost his life. Zhou Xingdou turned to look at Chuyuan and asked with some surprise. "He was killed by you?" Although he didn't know what happened when he was asleep, he could tell from Tianjizi's shrill scream when he woke up that Tianjizi must have suffered unimaginable torture. Otherwise, how could a billion-year-old peerless man scream so crazily due to ordinary pain and torture? Neither this golden rain of blood nor the roar of Tianjizi's explosion made Chuyuan's expression ripple. He wrote as lightly as if an ant had died. It was his own death, but it would not be a death. Zhou Xingdou's pupils trembled slightly. He looked at the blood rain in the sky and the scattered flesh and blood and frowned. "Aren't these people dead?" Chuyuan explained very patiently. "He is a symbiotic spirit in the early Yuan realm. Unless he punishes Tianru Dao, he will eventually be resurrected." However, as if he was afraid that his grandson would think he was incompetent, Chuyuan added. "Of course, it's not difficult for your grandpa and me to let him die completely, but it's also good to keep him for you to practice in the future." Zhou Xingdou's silvery white eyes filled with purple energy were now filled with curiosity and looked at Chuyuan again. He didn't know how powerful his grandfather was, but just these few words let Zhou Xingdou know that even if he had increased his power, facing his grandfather, he would probably be like a frog in a well looking at the sky and the moon. Just relying on the fact that Chuyuan appeared, walked on the long river of time, and still stood in the long river of time without being wasted away by the years, it has proven that he is powerful. As for leaving Tianjizi to practice, Zhou Xingdou's mouth twitched. Such a powerful Tianjizi seemed to be nothing worth mentioning in the eyes of his grandfather. It means that Tianjizi is a toy. Although you can't play with it now, you can play with it when you grow up. But as Zhou Xingdou's mouth twitched, a crystal-clear light appeared in Juishan's hand. This light group exuded the energy of the universe, encompassing everything immeasurable, and seemed to contain the entire world, which immediately attracted Zhou Xingdou's attention. Juishan looked at Zhou Xingdou and smiled fondly. I see that you like this world very much, so Grandpa will give it to you as a meeting gift. Martial Spirit World. Zhou Xingdou's pupils shrank, and he immediately understood that the light group was his transmigrated martial soul world. Holding the world in his hands and refining it into a fist-sized ball of light, Zhou Xingdou couldn't even think of such a method. If he had known that no matter how weak the world was, it would still be a complete world. It would be easy to destroy the Wuhun continent, but it would be almost impossible for Zhou Xingdou to destroy the Wuhun world. Not to mention holding the refining of a world in his hands. Even Zhou Xingdou, who has great power, would never be able to do it. Seeing Zhou Xingdou's shocked look, Zhu Tian felt relieved, but his face just imitated Zhou Wuji's indifferent smile, a bit like Versailles. No need to be surprised, this is not difficult. After saying that, Juishan's palm moved slightly, and the light ball rushed directly into Zhou Xingdou's eyebrows and entered Zhou Xingdou's sea of consciousness. Almost instantly, the calm Wanji Quanfanglu became agitated, like a person who has been hungry for 1,000,000 years and sees delicious food, emitting a strong greed. This light group turned into a bright light, and after circling for several times in Zhou Xingdou's sea of consciousness, it merged into the restless world of flowers as expected. The Wanji Quanfang record suddenly glowed with pink light, and let out a joyful and charming sound. An extremely strong force exploded on it. The book flipped crazily, and one after another stunning figures were recorded in it. When Zhou Xingdou came back to his senses, he found that his grandfather who was standing in front of him had disappeared. Zhou Xingdou's impression of him was a little blurry at this moment, and he couldn't even remember the extremely handsome face that made him so close. Just when Zhou Xingdou was confused, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Ding, the host has perfectly completed his journey to the world of martial arts. Are you willing to return? Zhou Xingdou was not in a hurry, but looked around, looking for his grandfather, but still found nothing. Even the rain of blood from Tianjizi disappeared. This piece of nothingness is really just endless nothingness now. Zhou Xingdou was a little confused and dazed. If it weren't for the fact that there was an extra world in the record of all worlds, he would even think that everything was his own hallucination. Zhou Xingdou also understood that since his grandfather disappeared, he would not be found. He no longer hesitated and issued an order to the system. Come back. Blink. Zhou Xingdou returned to the place of absolute nothingness where he made the choice to transmigrate, and the system's sounds continued to sound at this moment. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission of transmigrate the heavens. Ding, the host has refined the entire martial soul world and exceeded the task, and the system will also issue rewards in excess. Ding, the completion rating of this mission is Transcendence. Ding, congratulations on getting the reward. The rewards are as follows. Dragon Elephant Holy Medicine 200, True Dragon Strengthening Pill 10, Luck Exploration Card 3, Chi Clearance Card 1. Ding, congratulations to the host for gaining luck value, 50,000. True Dragon Body Forging Pill, the system is specially formulated for the True Dragon Body Building method. Take 1 pill to directly cultivate the Sky Python body, 10 pills to cultivate the Divine Dragon body, 100 pills to cultivate the Holy Dragon body, and 10,000 pills to cultivate the True Dragon body. Zhou Xingdou looked at the reward and frowned slightly. These rewards cannot be said to be bad, but they can only be said to be better than nothing and pitifully small. In addition to the Dragon Elephant Sacred Medicine being of some use to himself, the True Dragon Strengthening Pill is basically prepared for his subordinates. Moreover, this is the reward for overfulfilling the task in the world of refining martial arts. If it had not been overfulfilled, I am afraid that the reward would be just as the system said, and not worth mentioning. However, 50,000 luck value is not bad for Zhou Xingdou. After all, his original luck value of more than 50,000 was almost the same when he captured the master of Wanji Quanfanglu. Now this fortune value has just made up for the loss of luck value, and I have also made some profit. After the system finished speaking, the charming voice recorded by the crowds from all over the world immediately sounded. Congratulations to the owner for successfully including Zhu Yuju, Hualong, Ningrong, Zhu Yuyun, Bo Saishi, Bing Shuier etc. The rewards are super stacked. Congratulations to the owner for obtaining additional skills: weak point breaking perfect level, bewitching perfect level, and concealment perfect level. Congratulations to the master for obtaining additional attributes: cultivation speed increased by 1.5 times, understanding increased by 0.5 times, and energy increased by twice. Weak point attack perfect level, you can quickly find the opponent's weaknesses and attack them violently, causing double the power. Concealment perfect level, perfectly hide the body, breath and everything, even if you act close to you, it is difficult to detect even half of it. Bewitching perfect level, no need to say more, I will teach you how to make the fairy willingly spend 1.8 million divine resources for me in 3 sentences. Note: perfect level skills are only useful for creatures with 5 stars and below, and skills for creatures beyond 5 stars will be invalid. The world of martial arts has been refined by Quanfanglu and has become an affiliated world of Wanji Quanfanglu. The host can enter at any time and anywhere. I have to say that Wanji Quanfanglu is much more sincere than the rewards from the system. Although the 2 newly added perfect level skills look a bit unfair, like bewitchment, with the addition of bewitchment that has also been upgraded to the perfect level, the 3 perfect level skills are also a big gain for Zhou Xingdou. The skill levels of Wanji Quanfanglu are divided into elementary, intermediate, advanced, ultimate, perfect and perfect. If a high-level player wants to upgrade to the ultimate level, it is basically no longer possible to convert skill points into 1 or 2 rewards. The skill points required to upgrade to the perfect level can be said to be massive, not to mention the final perfect level. I am afraid that if Zhou Xingdou had not directly obtained the Wuhun world and integrated into the 10,000 realms Quanfanglu, and obtained extremely generous rewards, Zhou Xingdou would not be able to possess perfect skills in a short time. What's more, there are also attributes that increase the speed of practice, understanding, and energy. It can only be said that this time Wanji Quanfanglu is much more than what the system gives. What's more important is that the world of Wuhun has directly become his own. As long as he needs to enter, he can enter at any time and anywhere through the Wanji Quanfanglu. How happy it is! The world is your back garden, and not a single bit of arrogance can be achieved. After sorting out the rewards from Wanji Quanfanglu, Zhou Xingdou opened his system panel for the first time in a long time. Name: Zhou Xingdou, odd number. Talent: punishing heaven Dao body, absolute immortal vein not awakened, innate sword heart. Realm: early stage of sainthood. Cumulative luck value: 129,498, 72,498. Gongfa Baoshu. Zui Taihuang Sutra Part 1 Basic Accomplishment Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Power Introduction, Lady Baoshu Introduction, Luoxia Sword Code Introduction. Rare items and magical weapons. Punishing Thunder Emperor Armor, Wonderful Items of Heaven and Earth, Prison Suppressing Sword Peak, Supreme Weapon, Qingxin Palace Magic Weapon. People of Luck. Yunjin Ji, Yuji, Du Buhui. The number of transmigrate of the heavens. 0. Those who kill the people with destiny have a chance to obtain the number of transmigrate of the heavens. Heavens transmigrate the world. None. System Warehouse. Throne of the Thunder Emperor, Supreme Artifact, Divine Phoenix Elixir 1, Great Movement Sigil 100, Luck Explorer Card 13, Innate Luck Stripping Card 3, Luck Clearing Card 1, Enlightenment Bodhi Seed 10, Dragon Elephant Holy Medicine 210, Qingyan Jing, Xiao Zhuan Feng. Now his system panel can be said to be extremely messy, but there is nothing he can do about it. There are too many things in his hands that he has never used. However, the moment he turned on the system, he realized that his realm had crossed from the early stage of Divine King to the early stage of Saint. This was undoubtedly news that even Zhou Xingdou himself was a little confused about, and he didn't even feel it at all. After carefully examining his body, Zhou Xingdou suddenly realized it. It turned out that he had crossed the threshold of sainthood and became a veritable saint. This is not to be blamed on Zhou Xingdou. After using that great power, he felt and used the even more extraordinary, astonishing and infatuating power of the stars in the sky. Now there is still some inner strength to return to normalcy from the strength that stirred nothingness and shocked all worlds. Even though he broke through to the holy realm, he was still too weak compared to that power, and he didn't even notice it for a while. Moreover, since he has never been within the heaven and earth, he cannot sense the surge of power in the heaven and earth, so naturally he cannot notice much difference. Just breaking through the holy realm did not bring much joy to Zhou Xingdou. For him, breaking through the holy realm was not a big deal. After all, with the foundation of the great sage in the previous life, this is not something worth being happy about. Zhou Xingdou also quietly sensed the giant elephant particles in his body, and then realized that the 150 million giant elephant particles had doubled at this moment, opening up to a total of 300 million. If all 210 dragon elephant holy medicines in the system warehouse are absorbed, Zhou Xingdou will have completed most of his 840 million elephant particles. Zhou Xingdou finally showed some joy, but when he looked at the panel again, he realized that there was an additional word, excellent immortal vein, in the talent column. This was not the first time Zhou Xingdou had heard this word. Both Tianjizi and Grandpa had said it before, but they never expected that Zhuexian vein would appear in the system now. The three words, not awakened, before and after it made Zhou Xingdou a little confused. If you haven't awakened, what's the use of showing it off? I still have Zhui blood, how can I not know? The system didn't display it before because neither the host nor the system could revive it. But that's not the case now. The host's immortal veins have been activated, but they haven't awakened yet. The system promptly released the answer, which immediately reminded Zhou Xingdou of his grandfather. He was probably the one who activated his immortal veins. However, Zhou Xingdou also understood the meaning of the system from between the lines of the system. Is there any way you can help me wake up? The system immediately replied. 100,000 luck points, guaranteed to successfully awaken the host. Zhou Xingdou raised his eyebrows, 100,000 luck. His current accumulated luck value is only 120,000. How long will it take to collect 100,000 luck points? Moreover, the 7-star treasure 10,000 worlds Qun Feng Lu only costs 30,000 luck points to capture and recognize its master, while the awakening of the immortal veins costs 100,000 luck points. Zhou Xingdou doubted whether the system was bluffing him and trying to deceive his luck. Being suspected by Zhou Xingdou, the system immediately shouted that he was wronged. The system was wronged. The previous owner of Wanji Quanfanglu was directly killed by the host. It only cost so little luck to become an ownerless thing. Moreover, the Zhu Xian vein is different from treasures. Its awakening is really difficult. It depends on a predestined method and cannot be awakened by brute force. If the host repairs the system again, it may be able to reduce the consumption of luck points, but now the system of 100,000 luck points is really not profitable at all, so it needs to be added in. Zhou Xingdou could tell that the system he was suspicious of was very excited. He had explained so much in order not to be suspected by himself, so he probably wasn't deceiving himself. However, when the system said that repairing the system again would reduce the consumption of luck points, Zhou Xingdou suddenly became excited and asked, "What will it take to fix the system again?" The host needs to reach 300,000 cumulative luck points first, and we will talk about the rest later. After hearing this, Zhou Xingdou ignored the system and said that he had accumulated 300,000 luck points. He would talk about other things later. It was better not to talk about it at all. Looking at his current luck value of more than 70,000, Zhou Xingdou feels that a luck value of 100,000 is more realistic. After sorting out what he had obtained, Zhou Xingdou took out all the dragon elephant holy medicines in the system warehouse and threw them all into the Dantian, the hell furnace where the divine elephant's prison suppressing power is the most powerful refining method. In an instant, the sound of crackling bones, vibrating particles, and the sound of rolling blood and energy all sounded together. In just a moment, Zhou Xingdou, dressed in giant elephant particles, had reached the number of 510 million. The power of 5 dragons and 1,000 dragons, although it is not a qualitative change, has allowed Zhou Xingdou to quadruple his strength from before transmigration to now. Even though he has entered the holy realm, this brute force is still incredibly strong, enough to allow Zhou Xingdou to overtake countless saints with his strength. One giant elephant particle, 10,000 kilograms of force, 510 million giant elephant particles. Zhou Xingdou was too lazy to calculate how many kilograms it was. In addition to his other bonuses except for the giant elephant particles, Zhou Xingdou is not worth the power of 5 dragons and 1,000 dragons, and may be close to the power of 6 dragons with a flick of his arms. Not to mention the physical strength that increases along with the strength, and the qualitative change in the saint realm that transforms Zhou Xingdou's divine power into holy power. Zhou Xingdou now feels that if he lets himself before the transmigrate martial soul world fight with his current self. I'm afraid that my previous self couldn't hold 10 breaths, so I had to use ZZ. After refining the dragon elephant holy medicine, the system also reminded. Ding, the host's time in the land of absolute nothingness is about to end, please be prepared to return to the original source. A burst of white light flashed, and when Zhou Xingdou opened his eyes, he was right on top of the giant chariot in the starry sky. The moment Zhou Xingdou opened his eyes, Chen Nong and Commander Xingyu, who had been frozen, resumed their movements, and the 9 Taishu ancient dragons also began to shake their sky-covering bodies. But the majestic light and shadow that originally blocked the way has now disappeared. Chen Nong and Xingyu were also keenly aware that they had been missing for a while, and their expressions began to look ugly. If Zhou Xingdou hadn't been by their side now, they would have gone crazy in an instant. Then there was surprise at the growth of Zhou Xingdou's cultivation. Based on the time of Chuyuan, the two of them did not stay still for too long. In such a short period of time, Zhou Xingdou's cultivation level has gone from the early stage of Divine King to a whole great realm, and he has broken through the Saint realm to the Holy realm. If Zhou Xingdou's original aura was not correct, both of them felt that someone had secretly replaced Zhou Xingdou. But even so, Chen Nong's face was extremely ugly, because it also meant that he and Commander Xingyu had missed too many things. Chen Nong immediately knelt down to Zhou Xingdou on the giant chariot. Chen Nong is incompetent and failed to protect the young master. Please punish him. Starlight trembled on the starry surface of Commander Xingyu. He knelt down on one knee and a low and ethereal voice sounded. Did Tianjizi do anything to the young master? Zhou Xingdou looked at the two of them and didn't bother to explain so much. He waved his hands and said, "Get up, you don't need to ask any more questions. Facing such an existence, it's a credit to you not to run away." He is now too aware of the power of Tianjizi, and also understands how much courage it took for Chen Nong and Commander Xingyu to stop him, almost the determination to die. So it was naturally impossible for Zhou Xingdou to blame them for this. Of course, it would be impossible for Zhou Xingdou to tell his subordinates about such humiliating things as being chased by Tianjizi and forced to death, as it would only increase his worries. Chen Nong and Commander Xingyu looked at each other with a bitter look. It was their first time traveling with Zhou Xingdou and they encountered such a thing. It would be impossible for them to say that they were not ashamed. But Zhou Xingdou didn't want to mention this matter now, so they had no choice but to give it up. They just calculated in their hearts how many living beings there were in the Tianji ancient pavilion. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou also looked towards the direction where Tianjizi had been. There was a bit of coldness in his silver-white eyes filled with purple energy. Zhou Xingdou also still remembers his grandfather's words that Tianjizi was the symbiotic spirit of the early Yuan, and he did not really die at that time. Tianjizi has already been put on the death list in his heart. This guy is a threat to him after all. Moreover, he must avenge today's revenge with his own hands. He would not be able to express the aggrieved feelings in his heart if Tianjizi was to cramp up and peel off his skin, or to refining his soul. Rumble. At this moment, a black thundercloud condensed in the sky. Thunder light flashed continuously in it. The thunder sea surged endlessly. The brilliant power of heaven pressed down from above, and the target was none other than Zhou Xingdou. Zhou Xingdou's face did not stir up much trouble. He broke through the holy realm in chaos. Chaos and disorder were naturally without the baptism of thunder tribulation. Now that he has returned to the Chuyuan realm, even if he is in the void, with Zhou Xingdou's amazing talent and strength, the thunder tribulation he faces will be countless times more powerful than usual. Even though he is in the void now, thunder tribulation can still find him, allowing him to complete the thunder tribulation of the saint who has never been saved. Chen Nong and Xingyu immediately retreated to the surrounding areas. After all, with their strength, if Thunder Tribulation recognized them as co-transcending Tribulation members, then Thunder Tribulation would no longer be just a saint's calamity. There was a constant roar in the calamity cloud. Chen Nong frowned slightly and said incredulously to Commander Xingyu beside him. Young Master is obviously just breaking the Holy Tribulation, so why is the power of this sea of thunder far greater than the Holy Thunder Tribulation? In the rolling clouds of calamity, scattered thunder and lightning stretched out from time to time. Wherever the thunder and lightning passed, they left burning in black fragments in the void. The power of it is even far greater than that of the Holy Thunder Tribulation that Yuji crossed to the Holy Thunder Tribulation. Even the arc spilled by Zhou Xingdou's Holy Thunder Tribulation can seriously injure a saint with one blow. Even Chen Nong was a little worried. He shook the hoe in his hand, thinking that if Zhou Xingdou couldn't bear it, he would immediately take action to disperse the calamity cloud. This move is not because Chen Nong underestimates Zhou Xingdou. After all, he has never seen Zhou Xingdou's noble realm resist the power of Thunder Tribulation, so he naturally has to be wary. But Zhou Xingdou was as calm as if the calamity clouds did not exist in the sky, and seemed to be thinking about other matters in his mind. Rumble. The robbery cloud seemed to be angry because of Zhou Xingdou's ignorance, and let out a roar that shook thousands of miles. The shocking thunder power immediately pressed into Zhou Xingdou, covering Zhou Xingdou in the starry sky chariot, as if to intimidate Zhou Xingdou. Zhou Xingdou glanced at the sky impatiently. If he had not absorbed the thunder source that day, he would not be afraid of the thunder tribulation, but he would be a little concerned about it. But since absorbing the heaven punishment thunder source, coupled with his heaven punishment Dao body and thunder emperor treasure technique, there are very few thunders in the world that can cause damage to them. Even if it is a punishment from heaven, it is only a great supplement to Zhou Xingdou. Noisy. Zhou Xingdou swung his arms, and the terrifying huge force splashed like water in the void, and the jade-like slender fingers pointed at the calamity cloud. The 10 fingers were slightly bent, as if holding the void, and the 510 million giant elephant particles around him boiled instantly, and the power of almost 6 dragons exploded instantly, and the blood was overwhelming. I saw Zhou Xingdou's bent fingers swaying downwards, and the angry Jia Yun was caught in the cloud body, suddenly falling from the sky, and a thunder sea composed of millions of thunder exploded instantly. Just when the sea of tribulation clouds and thunder, which contained terrifying power, was pulled within easy reach, Zhou Xingdou suddenly stretched out his head and opened his mouth to reveal his white teeth. The tooth treasure shines brightly, and with Zhou Xingdou's current physique, it is almost equivalent to a magic weapon, and is indestructible. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Xingdou made a move that no one could have imagined, that is, he bit into the thunderous calamity cloud. Chicken flavor, crunchy. One can imagine the anger of Jia Yun. In an instant, thousands of thunderbolts far exceeding the holy thunder tribulation burst out from Jia Yun and hit Zhou Xingdou's body almost instantly. But when thousands of thunderbolts hit Zhou Xingdou's body, the punishing Thunder Emperor armor let out a cry of joy. The thunderbolt, which was so terrifying that it shattered the void and made the Holy Spirit tremble, struck the punishing Thunder Emperor armor like a mud cow plunging into the sea. It could not withstand the slightest movement and was completely absorbed by the punishing Thunder Emperor armor. Zhou Xingdou also moved at this moment, biting Jia Yun's mouth and sucking hard. An extremely powerful suction force was set off, as unstoppable as a black hole. The terrifying calamity cloud that once hung high above and covered nearly 10,000 miles was now powerless to resist. The astonishing suction force rolled his huge body into a silver and black thin line, and was sucked into Zhou Xingdou's belly. Chen Nong was stunned by this series of movements within 10 breaths. He didn't know whether to put down or hold the hoe in his hand. Who would have thought that Zhou Xingdou would be in trouble for someone else's transcending tribulation? If he had known this was the case, he would have been worried about nothing more than the thunder tribulation. Zhou Xingdou inhaled the thunder tribulation into his belly, and a feeling of fullness and tingling came from his belly. His giant elephant particles also grew crazily due to the thunder tribulation digested in his belly. According to Zhou Xingdou's calculation, his giant elephant particles could increase to 30 million after digestion. It has to be said that thunder tribulation played a great role in developing the giant elephant particles. If it weren't for the dragon elephant holy medicine, the best way for Zhou Xingdou to practice the divine elephant's prison suppressing power would be to eat other people's thunder tribulation everywhere. Chen Nong recovered from his surprise and returned to the giant chariot in the starry sky. After all, even the tribulation cloud was gone, so was Zhou Xingdou's thunder tribulation. But Chen Nong looked at Zhou Xingdou with a strange look and asked curiously, "Young master, how does it taste?" Hearing this, Commander Xingyu also looked at Zhou Xingdou. The light on the star surface shone slightly, seeming to be very interested in this question. After all, everyone has passed through the thunder tribulation. Chen Nong and Xingyu led the thunder tribulation they have seen, and there are many who are more terrifying than Zhou Xingdou's thunder tribulation. But it is really rare to eat thunder tribulation, and even Jia Yun ate it wholeheartedly. This is really the first time I have seen it. Zhou Xingdou raised his eyebrows and said, "It's not that great. It tastes similar to dried noodles cooked with whitewater peppercorns, but it tastes good and makes you feel comfortable in your stomach." Zhou Xingdou is not going to lie about this. Thunder Tribulation and Jia Yun do not taste very good, and they themselves cannot have any taste. They are just a little numb. However, when Zhou Xingdou said that the taste was good, Chen Nong seemed to be a little moved, and he couldn't help turning his head to look at Commander Xingyu beside him. "Lao Yu, does anyone in your Xingyu want to have a transcending tribulation recently?" Xingyu led a cold light on the star surface. Roll. Seeing this, Chen Nong could only shrug helplessly, then looked at Zhou Xingdou and asked respectfully, "Young master, shall we go to Yin Yang Grotto Heaven next? Or should we change direction and go to Tai Dao Domain?" Tai Dao Domain is the Dao Domain where Tianji Ancient Pavilion is located. It goes without saying what Chen Nong meant by his words. Zhou Xingdou glanced at Chen Nong indifferently, but after all, Chen Nong didn't know what happened when he was frozen. He didn't blame him, but said a little indifferently, "Are you sure you can defeat Tianjizi?" Chen Nong was slightly startled, but he was not afraid. "Of course we can't defeat him, but Emperor Qin is not afraid of him." Just as Chen Nong finished speaking, a figure appeared in the void, and billions of divine lights illuminated the entire void. The rime of the Tao filled the area like a sea and even broke through the void. Zhou Xingdou looked at that figure without any surprise or fear. Because the person who came was none other than Qin Ming, whom the world calls Emperor Fudo Ming. But at this moment, his star robe was stained with blood, and his weathered eyes were now full of murderous intent. The murderous aura broke through the heaven and earth as if it were materialized, and the pressed void trembled. The most conspicuous thing is that he is holding a bloody human head in his left hand. The residual energy emanating from the head can even make Supreme marvel. It's just that the head doesn't seem to be dead, and its mouth is still trembling to say something. Qin Ming looked at Zhou Xingdou with his vicissitudes of life, and after sizing him up, his murderous intent gradually dissipated, but he said in a slightly self-blaming tone, "It seems I'm still late." After saying that, Qin Ming appeared on the giant chariot in the starry sky instantly, and a strong smell of blood suddenly filled the giant chariot. Even Zhou Xingdou couldn't help but frown. How many people have been killed, and there is so much blood? Zhou Xingdou understood that with Qin Ming's current level of cultivation, ordinary blood on his body would be annihilated by the divine light in an instant, leaving no smell of blood. Only the essence and blood of the strong can leave rich blood on Qin Ming's terrifying body without being washed away by the divine light shining all over him. Qin Ming breathed a long sigh of relief and said slowly, "There are countless people who were dragged into an alien world that was transformed into a formation. I defeated the creatures and strong men in this world before I escaped from it." As soon as these words came out, both Zhou Xingdou and Chen Nong felt a chill in their hearts and looked at Qin Ming in surprise. Even on the star surface of Xingyu Commandery, it was flickering continuously. Destroy a whole world of living beings. What a quantity this is, no one dares to think about it. Qin Ming said there are countless, but I'm afraid it's really countless. Even Zhou Xingdou couldn't imagine what it was like, with blood flowing everywhere, creatures hanging upside down, and mountains of flesh and blood. I'm afraid it's not an adjective, but a fact. Chen Nong swallowed and looked at Qin Ming with strong respect and a little fear in his eyes. Killing a world of creatures is easy to say, but carrying the blood of a world of karma is something that even the creator cannot bear, yet Qin Ming described it so lightly. And the world that can drag Qin Ming into it without collapsing is probably at least a great world, and there are probably countless strong people in it. What's more, Qin Ming was able to escape intact even though he used the boundary to form an array. This gave Chen Nong, an old servant of the Zhou family, a new understanding of Qin Ming's strength. Zhou Xingdou frowned, and then looked at the head in Qin Ming's hand. "This is. The world lord from another world was the one who dragged me into the world and fought with me for several rounds with the power of one world. In the end, due to the annihilation of all living things and my strength weakened, he asked me to destroy the body and leave a head." Quote. As he spoke, Qin Ming raised the bloody head. In the bloody eyes of the head, blood flowed down like tears. Just by looking at it, one could feel the sadness and desolation of the head. Qin Ming glanced at the head coldly before continuing. "He made a deal with Tianjizi and helped Tianjizi hold me down. He just misjudged my strength. He not only harmed the creatures in his own world, but also harmed all his relatives and friends. Zhou Xingdou naturally would not pity this realm master who helped the tyrants to do evil and held Qin Ming back to harm him. However, he was still a little confused as to why Tianjizi had to exile him, and then asked, "Does he know why Tianjizi did what he did?" Qin Ming shook his head. "He had a tough mouth and always said he didn't know, so I took the head with me and kept practicing the soul to see if he could reveal any secrets." After saying that, Qin Ming put down the hand that lifted the head, but did not let go of the head, because once he let go, the world lord with only the head could escape in an instant. Zhou Xingdou raised his eyebrows and said a little strangely, "Is it possible that he really doesn't know?" It's not that Zhou Xingdou doesn't trust Qin Ming, it's just that Zhou Xingdou feels that if this world leader is just doing business with Tianjizi, Tianjizi will naturally not be able to tell him some secrets. After all, if you take money from people to help them eliminate disasters, why should you ask why? What's more, with the power of Tianjizi, there is no need to reveal the old bottom for a transaction. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming's vicissitudes of eyes froze for a moment, and the head in his hand was annihilated under a burst of divine light, but Zhou Xingdou still noticed a slight look of relief on the head. After the realm lord's head was annihilated, Qin Ming smiled helplessly. "On the contrary, I was eager for the moment and was blinded by the killing and anxiety." For such a simple matter, Zhou Xingdou wouldn't need to remind him if it was normal. However, because he was concerned about Zhou Xingdou and was burdened with a world of blood sinners, it was inevitable that there would be some misjudgment. Qin Ming also felt a little embarrassed, so he changed the topic for a moment and asked Zhou Xingdou. Master Juishan took action. Zhou Xingdou immediately understood that Qin Ming should be talking about his grandfather, nodded slightly and said, "Yes, if Grandpa hadn't taken action, I would have died in the hands of Tianjizi at this moment." After that, Zhou Xingdou tried his best to recall the memory of his grandfather who was almost blurry. When Zhou Xingdou was in a state of confusion, he heard Tianjizi calling his grandfather Zhu Heavenly Sovereign, so he realized that the Lord Zhu Tian that Qin Ming was talking about was his grandfather. It's just that his grandfather doesn't seem to want him to remember him clearly, and deliberately makes his memory blurred. This really makes Zhou Xingdou not sure why. Seeing Zhou Xingdou nodding, Qin Ming's weathered eyes seemed to have a sense of respect for Lord Juishan in his mouth. Master Juishan takes action, Tianjizi may not be able to complete the threat. Zhou Xingdou looked a little complicated and said, "Tianjizi is indeed dead, but Grandpa said that Tianjizi is a symbiotic spirit in the Yuan realm. If Tianjizi cannot be completely destroyed without punishing Tianyuan Dao, he will be resurrected sooner or later." Zhou Xingdou is still a little afraid of Tianjizi. After all, Tianjizi is the only person in this life who has forced him to almost die. Moreover, he is still an immortal symbiotic spirit, which is a threat that he cannot ignore now. Qin Ming's divine light swept the star robe, dispersing the smell of blood on his body, washing the blood stains on the star robe, and then said strangely, "Did Master Juishan keep Tianjizi as your whetstone? Otherwise, with his character and strength, there would never be any chance for Tianjizi to be resurrected, and there would never be any way to send Tianjizi to destruction because he is a symbiotic spirit." Quote. Indeed. After saying that, Zhou Xingdou glanced at Qin Ming curiously. It seemed that everyone except himself knew his grandfather well. Even Chen Nong and Xingyu on the side nodded involuntarily after hearing Qin Ming's words, as if they knew the strength of the heavenly sovereign very well. This made Zhou Xingdou sigh. How many secrets does the Zhou family hide from themselves? Upon hearing this, Qin Ming's eyes flickered, as if he was struggling with something. He was silent for a while before speaking. "If you are worried about Tianjizi, I can accompany you to the Tianji Ancient Pavilion. After destroying the Tianji Ancient Pavilion, see if you can find the so-called symbiotic spirit and find a way to seal it." Unexpectedly, Zhou Xingdou shook his head and rejected Qin Ming. "No need. Since it is a whetstone left for me, I should sharpen the knife instead of letting you smash it, Uncle Qin." Speaking of this, Zhou Xingdou's silver eyes flashed with a cold light, and his voice became cold and stern. "What's more, if I don't avenge this revenge with my own hands, I'm afraid I won't feel at ease." For Zhou Xingdou, Tianjizi is the first mountain he wants to smash. Since Lin Fan's death, he has been too comfortable, too relaxed, and arrogant. Even if you have some goals, after all, there is no powerful enemy that may threaten you at any time, which makes you feel more urgent. What's more, when he touched the Zontian Jizi, the mighty power of the stars in the sky exploded. That powerful power fascinated Zhou Xingdou today. He needs an enemy as powerful as Tianjizi to force himself to improve his strength and control that power. Otherwise, with his temperament, he would be among women again within a few days. Zhou Xingdou's words also made Qinming relieved. He didn't want to disrupt the plans of the old family leader Zhou and Master Juishan, but if Zhou Xingdou really needed his help, Qinming would not refuse. But Zhou Xingdou was able to refuse his help and chose to let Tianjizi become the driving force for his practice, and later take revenge with his own hands. This also made Qinming smile with some relief, and patted Zhou Xingdou on the shoulder. Very good, you have the courage of a noble son of the Zhou family. Zhou Xingdou raised his eyebrows. Qinming had always regarded him as a child, but he still felt warm in his heart and said, Uncle Qin, you'd better take care of the passage first. After this battle, Tianjizi also needs time to resurrect. I'm afraid he won't appear again in a short period of time. There is no need to worry about me. At the same time, a small crack opened in a hidden space in Taishidao domain. A pair of dark and dirty claws took out from it and carefully tore open the small crack. In an instant, 4 ferocious figures emerged from the cracks in the space. The moment he stepped into the Taoist realm of Taishi, these 4 figures, who were as ferocious as devils and made people frightened from the bottom of their hearts, turned into ordinary monks as their whole bodies stirred. The 4 people transformed by this ferocious figure were tall, thin, short, and fat, but they were all surprisingly ugly, but there was no flaw in them. Even if Zhou Xingdou walked in front of them, it would be difficult to distinguish them. Real appearance. A thin, somewhat hunched, ugly young man with a height of only 1.5 meters took a deep breath of the air in the Chuyuan realm and said with a fascinated look on his face, I really didn't expect that we would actually enter this primary realm. Fortunately, the strong man guarding the passage happened to be away, otherwise I might have been killed by him as soon as I stepped near the passage. Next to the thin young man who spoke, there was an ugly middle-aged man as tall and fat as a mountain of flesh. The thin young man jumped on the shoulders of the middle-aged man in Roshan, as broad as a pig's back, and let out a harsh laugh. It's also our good luck. We have been paying attention to the situation of the passage, otherwise we would not be able to enter silently. At this time, one of the 4 people, a bald man with a strong build and a nose as big as a cow, glared at the 2 of them and said, You two, don't be too showy and try to restrain your habits. This is not a realm of chaos. Our identities may be discovered by powerful powers at any time in the world. The thin young man gave a sharp laugh, but seemed to be a little afraid of the bald man. He coughed twice, cleared his throat, and said in a slightly normal tone, Don't worry, Mr. Evil General. Hong Shan and I are just not used to entering another world for a while, but we will never be exposed because of this. The bald man known as the Evil General nodded, then looked at the last haggard old man here, and said with great respect, Wang Zun, according to the guidance of Tianyan, the prison-suppressing sword peak is now in the void of Taishidao domain. Should we go directly to snatch it? The haggard old man shook his head and said hoarsely, Don't be reckless. Now it's better to contact the hidden people of our lineage who are lurking in the Chuyuan realm. First, find out who is the current holder of the prison-suppressing sword peak before making a decision. As he spoke, the old man known as Wang Zun opened his cloudy eyes, and an evil light flashed in those eyes. But Zhou Xingdou didn't know that someone was already eyeing his prison-suppressing sword peak. Qinming frowned, and his aged eyes suddenly looked behind the giant chariot. But not long after, he looked at Zhou Xingdou with his brows relaxed and half smiling, and said meaningfully, I really need to go back, otherwise you may be under a lot of pressure. Zhou Xingdou was a little confused about Qinming's words. After all, he didn't have a god's perspective, and he wasn't just calculating. He just thought it was Qinming making fun of him and shrugged helplessly. Qinming also disappeared in an instant. His departure made the surrounding void that was solidified by his powerful momentum suddenly loosen up. Zhou Xingdou also stood there in silence. Qinming's visit was not of great significance, but it did make him feel at ease. At least his uncle Qin was safe and sound. He was not injured by the means arranged by Tianjizi. He just committed some killings. As for his grandfather Zhou Wuji, Zhou Xingdou was not worried at all. If Zhou Wuji was so easy to deal with, the Zhou family would have been destroyed countless times. Zhou Xingdou even felt that Tianjizi had no means to hold back his grandfather. Maybe everything he encountered was seen by Zhou Wuji and he was taking advantage of it. Zhou Xingdou frowned at this bold idea. He knew that his grandfather would not harm him, but he still felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. He is obviously in the Zhou family and is the current young master of the Zhou family, but the Zhou family seems to be covered with a layer of fog in front of him, making it difficult for him to see clearly. Chen Nong looked at Zhou Xingdou, who was frowning, and asked tentatively. "Young master, where should we go next?" After all, Zhou Xingdou had just said that he would not go to the Tianji ancient pavilion, so staying in the void was no longer an option. Chen Nong is also afraid of being attacked by a being like Tianjizi again. After all, Qinming has left. If he really wants to meet a strong man who surpasses him and Xingyu again, there is really no way. That's why he couldn't help but think about Zhou Xingdou. Zhou Xingdou's chaotic thoughts were also broken by Chen Nong's words, and the countless thoughts in his mind could only be turned into a sigh at this moment. However, Chen Nong's words reminded him that now he really does not have the strength to take revenge on Tianjizi himself. But Du Buhui, who provided his position to Tianjizi and wanted to put himself to death, how could Zhou Xingdou just let it go? Thinking of Zhou Xingdou's eyes flashing with a cold light, being plotted by Du Buhui, a despicable ant that he didn't like, this made him feel a little angry. Turn the giant chariot around and return to the holy land of the universe. Zhou Xingdou looked cold and gave Chen Nong an order. As soon as he finished speaking, the 9 Taishu ancient dragons that covered the sky and the sun shook their dragon bodies and rolled up the turbulence of the void, causing the starry sky giant chariot to suddenly change direction and move forward at a high speed towards the road it came from. Holy land of the universe. After just experiencing the shock of Zhou Xingdou, all the monks were basically discussing the strength of Zhou Xingdou, the respected son of the Zhou family, to defeat their holy son with 3 moves, and the starry sky chariot that drove 9 Taishu ancient dragons straight into the core of the immortal mountain. The power to dare to stop. Only Du Buhui, who was in the holy son's hall, had a softened expression. He was obviously embarrassed, but there was even a slight smile on his lips. Because in his eyes, whether Zhou Xingdou is dead or alive at this moment is already unknown, but what is certain is that Zhou Xingdou can no longer pose a threat to him. From now on, no one in the Taishi Dao domain can threaten him. He can refine the true spirit of Wantian Zhou with peace of mind and completely replace the holy son of the universe. Buzz. A buzz that resounded throughout the world once again rang through the holy land of the universe, once again alarming Du Buhui, who was secretly happy, causing his complexion to change suddenly, and a drop of cold sweat instantly flowed from his forehead. This buzz was the same as the buzz that Zhou Xingdou's giant chariot broke through the void not long ago, but it lacked the dragon's roar that shook the world. But the people of Wanyu Holy Land once again saw the unparalleled starry sky giant chariot, and the figure of 8 giant dragons covering the heaven and earth. For the people of Wanyu Holy Land, it was only an hour or two since Zhou Xingdou left, and they couldn't help but wonder why Zhou Zunzi came to Wanyu Holy Land again. Wan Zhong, the great elder of Wanyu Holy Land, looked at the starry sky giant chariot that was attacking again. His eyebrows were extremely solemn. Because the starry sky giant chariot that came this time did not have the gentleness of that day. The 9 Taishu ancient dragons no longer roared to remind them of the arrival, but 18 dragon eyes as huge as stars stared at the holy land of the universe with great power. Chen Nong, who was driving the 18 Taishu ancient dragons, no longer had the same ordinary feeling as before. With the ultimate heavenly venerable power, he pressed from the giant chariot in the starry sky in all directions, causing the heaven and earth to change color in silence. The shabby hoe in Chen Nong's hand, like an old farmer's, now has thousands of laws surging, divine light shining in all directions, and an extremely sharp chill emanating from the hoe. Wanyu Holy Land looked at the disciple with the hoe in Chen Nong's hand. At this moment, he involuntarily covered his eyes with blood gushing out and let out a scream. The screams one after another were like a strange piece of music celebrating the arrival of Zhou Xingdou, which also made those with low strength in the holy land of the universe quickly lower their heads, not daring to look directly at the majestic giant chariot approaching the starry sky. Chen Nong also noticed Wan Yang's gaze. Those once calm and unruffled eyes were now simple and hidden, with endless murderous intent surging in them, looking at Wan Zhong. Thousands of miles apart, Wan Zhong suddenly felt a pain in his heart, and a wave of heat surged up from his chest. His standing figure suddenly fell back as if hit by a giant hammer. Puff! Wan Yang's face darkened, a mouthful of old blood sprayed out, and his breath suddenly became sluggish. The great elder of the universal holy land, who had taken half a step to supreme, was seriously injured at this moment. You dare to invade our holy place in the world. For a time, the chi machines of dozens of great saints soared into the sky in the holy land of the universe, forming countless light pillars that stirred up the sky. For a time, there was no cloud in the sky. Almost at the same time, a voice of law rang out in the holy land of the universe, suppressing the dozens of great sage breaths, and scolded. Shut up, go back here. The person who spoke out was Wan Zhong, who was seriously injured by Chen Nong's look. At this moment, Wan Yang's face was livid, with anger in his eyes. He reluctantly propped up his body and ascended to the holy land of the universe, suppressing all doubts and turmoil. The holy land of Wanyu Holy Land is too young to understand the gold content of the giant chariot. Wan Zhong looked at the mighty starry sky chariot and said with respect but not politely. Zunzi Zhou, what's wrong? Our holy land, Wanyu, believes that we have not done anything rude just now. Clay figures all have a certain amount of anger, not to mention Wan Zhong, who is the great elder of the immortal force. But Wan Yang's so-called anger didn't matter at all in Chen Nong's eyes, but he didn't target Wan Zhong again, but Fa Yin said coldly. Open the formation with 3 breaths, otherwise it will destroy your universe formation. Chen Nong's Dharma voice did not deliberately restrain itself, but directly resounded throughout the holy land of the universe, blasting into the ears of every disciple and elder, and immediately set off a sea of anger in the holy land of the universe. Open the formation, otherwise your world formation base will be destroyed. Such tough words with orders and threats are almost the same as declaring war on the holy land of world. Wan Yang's face turned dark. This was different from the last time he visited. He almost rubbed Wanyu Holy Land's face on the ground. How could he agree? He was not only representing himself at this moment, but also representing the dignity of Wanyu Holy Land. If he is so afraid that he starts a formation because of this, then he will be despised by everyone in the Holy Land, and his position as the Great Elder will be over. Wan Zhong raised his hands towards the starry sky chariot and said coldly. If Zhou Zunzi is here to visit, Wanyu Holy Land welcomes you. But if you have such an attitude, please forgive Zhou Zunzi. Wanyu Holy Land will not entertain you. Please go back. After all, behind Chen Nong was Zhou Xingdou, the young master of the Zhou family. No matter how angry Wan Zhong was and no matter how rude Chen Nong's words were, his words could not be too disrespectful. At this moment, Chen Nong's cold face would reveal a smile, but that smile made Wan Yang's heart tremble, and even a hint of death arose in his heart. I saw Chen Nong directly stretching out 3 fingers, with the runes clinging to the fingertips, and slowly lowered 1 finger, making a sound like falling into an ice cave. 3. Wan Yang's expression remained unchanged. He knew that Chen Nong didn't take him seriously at all. After all, he was a high-level supreme who was only half a step away from entering the venerable realm world, and he had only not completely opened the supreme portal, a supreme that is stronger than the great sage. But he didn't say much anymore. His status as the great elder of the holy land of the universe prevented him from retreating. Buzz! The huge formation covering the holy land of heaven and earth was suddenly in motion at this moment. Formation lines were splashed between the sky and the earth, connecting heaven and earth like ropes from bottom to top. The huge power made holy land of heaven and earth become a world of its own. The dozens of great holy energy that had been suppressed by Wanzhong rose into the sky again at this moment and merged into the formation, forming a line of holy light that surrounded the holy land of the world. Chen Nong's face was expressionless. Even if the immortal level protective formation was in operation, he was not moved at all. He just raised 2 fingers and lowered 1 again. 2. Just like Wan Yang's reasons, as a servant of the Zhou family, Chen Nong couldn't give in even a little bit. What's more, he didn't protect Zhou Xingdou in front of Tianjizi, which already made him ashamed. Now if he gives in here again, he can still be considered alive. It's over. Moreover, how could he, Chen Nong, be afraid of a bunch of trash that even the supreme realm wouldn't dare to enter? 1. As Chen Nong lowered his last finger, the hoe he was carrying on his other hand moved slightly, and for a moment a shrill scream erupted in the void, and countless spaces exploded. Wan Zhong intercepted the power of the formation, and the aura of light around him continued to soar. He raised his palms high, and millions of lights condensed in his palms, and the intention to die appeared in his eyes. But at this critical moment, on the fairy mountain at the core of the universal holy land, a graceful phoenix sound rang out from the fairy mountain. Open the formation. The endless majestic energy was suppressed at this moment, and the movement of the universe formation stopped instantly. Wan Zhong felt his ascending breath stagnate, and the power of the formation was instantly withdrawn from his body. The millions of lights in his hand turned into little bits of light like dust, and merged into the formation again. However, Chen Nong's murderous intent was not suppressed. Wan Yang's face turned pale. Looking at the unavoidable murderous intent, he let out a sad cry. Holy Mother, I was wrong. Boom. Wan Zhong felt a chill on his neck, the sound of howling wind came to his ears, and the scene in front of him moved quickly. It wasn't until a familiar figure without a head was smashed into pulp by power in front of his eyes that he realized that he had been beheaded. The great elder of Wanyu Holy Land was beheaded by others in Wanyu Holy Land. His body was smashed into pulp, and turned into a rain of blood and sprinkled on the faces of the disciples of Wanyu Holy Land. How could this scene not make Wanyu Holy Land angry? For a moment, the crowd was furious. Every disciple of Wanyu Holy Land was filled with grief and anger over Wan Yang's death. But before they could scream, the formation guarding them opened up in an instant, and 108 ancient stars suddenly appeared on the entire Holy Land of the universe, and the extremely powerful power of the stars pressed down like a sea. Boom boom boom. Countless fairy palaces and pavilions collapsed under the power of this star. Under the Holy Realm and even in the Holy Realm, except for the core fairy mountain of the Universal Holy Land, tens of thousands of monks in the Universal Holy Land were suppressed by the power of the stars, and they knelt on the ground involuntarily. Tens of thousands of monks, including some of the most saintly saints, could not even open their mouths and speak at this moment. It was as if the pause button had been pressed and they had no choice but to kneel down and worship. And at this moment, the huge starry sky chariot that was as stable as a mountain outside the Holy Land of the Universe slowly drove into the Holy Land of the Universe, pulled hard by the 9 Taishu ancient dragons. The airwaves raised by the 9 Taishu ancient dragons blew open the collapsed fairy palace pavilions, allowing countless kneeling figures to emerge. With tens of thousands of monks kneeling in obeisance, it seemed as if the people in the giant chariot in the starry sky were the masters of the Holy Land of the Universe. Du Buvui was currently in the Holy Sun's Hall, and his body could not help but feel a little chilly and trembling slightly. His clothes were wet with cold sweat at this moment. Even now, he couldn't believe that Zhou Xingdou actually appeared again. He had seen the oldest existence in the early Yuan with his own eyes, and his power could no longer be described in words. It's like the way of heaven is standing in front of you, not being picky and controlling everything. In Du Buvui's eyes, it was impossible for Zhou Xingdou to stop a being as terrifying as Tianjizi who had planned it for a long time. He also didn't understand why the Holy Mother of Heaven and Earth actually stopped Wan Zhong from operating the formation, and directly opened the formation to let Zhou Xingdou, the unkind person who came there, enter the Holy Land of Heaven and Earth. But now he has no time to question the Holy Mother of the Universe, because the terrifying ancient dragon slowly driving towards the fairy mountain and the extremely noble starry sky giant chariot broke his illusions and thoughts, pressing straight towards the Holy Child Palace. Zhou Xingdou is sitting in a huge palace-like chariot. The 4 sides of the throne, which are made up of gorgeous thunder patterns and starlight, are crystal-clear prisms, projecting the scene outside the giant chariot around Zhou Xingdou. The prism exudes the laws of space, connecting the chariot windows on both sides of the giant chariot. As long as Zhou Xingdou is willing, he can directly attack the outside of the giant chariot through the prism, but enemies on the outside cannot attack Zhou Xingdou through the chariot windows. Even Zhou Xingdou couldn't help but sigh at Tai Qiandan's weapon refining ability. He also felt a little regretful about killing Tai Qiandan that day. If he had known better, he would have planted the seal of the slave of all transformations on him. But now that Tai Qiandan's dead soul has been destroyed, there is no use in regretting it. Zhou Xingdou also stared at the Holy Child Temple on the Earth Immortal Mountain. He had not originally created such a momentum. From the beginning to the end, he only targeted Du Buhui. However, Chen Nong was a little too eager to make up for his mistakes. These Zhou family servants looked gentle, but only to Zhou Xingdou. Whether it is Chen Nong, Commander Xingyu, or Wei Luosheng and others, they all came out of the mountains of corpses and seas of blood in the outside world, and their ruthlessness and indifference are far beyond ordinary people. If Zhou Xingdou hadn't been concerned about Wan Tianzhou and the Holy Land of the Universe and suppressed their murderous tendencies, I'm afraid Chen Nong and Xingyu would have gone on a killing spree in the Holy Land of the Universe. After all, the Holy Land of Wanyu in the Taishi Dao domain is different from Tianjizi. They know it too well, and it is impossible for such a situation to happen again. Zhou Xingdou looked at the Holy Sun Hall. Feng Shen's handsome face froze slightly, and slowly stood up from the throne. Du Buhui watched the giant chariot stop so close, and felt his throat tighten. He swallowed, tried his best to support his trembling body, and stared at the door of the starry sky chariot. Today's Du Buhui has long lost the demeanor of a holy son. Now he is like a lost dog. Obviously no one is chasing him, but he is in a panic. At this time, Zhou Xingdou's figure walked out of the giant chariot in the starry sky, his indifferent face slightly raised, and his silver-white eyes full of purple energy, looking down at the trembling Du Buhui, as if looking at an ant. Angry. Seeing Du Buhui in such a posture, Zhou Xingdou felt that he was angry at such a despicable person and somewhat lost his mood. But that didn't mean he would let Du Buhui go. At the same time, at the top of the immortal mountain of the universe, Our Lady of the Universe was leaning on the magnificent throne, with a pair of snow-white plump jade legs shrouded in fairy light, her legs crossed lazily. Her pair of phoenix eyes, which were as narrow as spring pools, now caused some waves of doubt. She was also full of curiosity about Zhou Xingdou's return in a short period of time, and she was slightly excited, thinking that Zhou Xingdou had thought of a way to save Wan Tianzhou. This was also the reason why she seized Wan Yang's authority over the battle formation at that time, opened the formation, and allowed the giant chariot in the starry sky where Zhou Xingdou lived to drive straight in. As for the life and death of Wan Yang's holy land of heaven and earth, she doesn't care. The rumors from the outside are indeed true. She does regard the holy land of heaven and earth as private property. She fights for power and profit not only because of Wan Tianzhou, but also for herself. Of course, she didn't lie to Zhou Xingdou. She also cared about her son, otherwise she wouldn't have gone out of the country alone, just to ask for help from the Zhou family and fight for the illusory glimmer of hope for Wan Tianzhou. So she didn't care what happened to the holy land of Wanyu. As long as her son could come back, she could bear it even if all the disciples of the holy land of Wanyu were dead and the emperor's ancestor was punished and imprisoned in Tianyuan. So at this moment, she not only opened the formation for Zhou Xingdou, but also isolated the immortal mountain behind, so that the ancestors of the holy land of the universe could not detect everything in the outside world and interfered with Zhou Xingdou. The Virgin Mother of the universe's phoenix eyes twinkled and she whispered to herself. Zhou Xingdou, I hope you won't disappoint me. A disappointed woman is terrible. Du Buhui was frightened in body and soul at this moment. The figure of Zhou Xingdou walking out of the giant chariot broke his last illusion. This fear was not only due to Zhou Xingdou defeating him easily, but also the fear of Zhou Xingdou's strength, but also the fear after the incident was revealed. The combination of fear and fear made Du Buhui's scalp numb, his liver and gallbladder bursting, stomach acid surging, his heart beating violently, and even his breathing became rapid. How could you be still alive? Zhou Xingdou looked at Du Buhui indifferently, and his bright voice sounded like the power of God throughout the holy land of the universe. It seems that it was you who revealed my whereabouts to Tianjizi. Zhou Xingdou's words immediately shocked the tens of thousands of monks who were suppressed by Xingyu in the holy land of Wanyu. Combined with Du Buhui's words, basically anyone who is not too stupid will understand what happened to Zhou Xingdou after he left the holy land of Wanyu, and his whereabouts were leaked by their holy son. This undoubtedly made most of the monks, angered towards Zhou Xingdou, disappear, because if this is really the case, then they are really not unjust in the holy land of Wanyu. Zhou Xingdou spit out the words Tianjizi, which became the last straw for Du Buhui, making him look terrified and angry. So what if it's me? When fear reaches its limit, it will turn into anger. Anger can make people lose their minds. Du Buhui clenched his fists and stared at Zhou Xingdou with his deep pupils, almost roaring. You forced me to do it. I obviously want to shake hands with you and make peace with you, even surrender to you, but you still refuse to let me go. Only if you die can I live. Facing Du Buhui's roar, Zhou Xingdou showed no emotion on his face and just said lightly. You are just a humble reptile that has taken over Wan Tianzhou's body. Your value is based on Wan Tianzhou's identity and talent. Is such a useless creature worthy of shaking hands with me and making peace? Is it worthy of surrendering to me? Zhou Xingdou's words contain a hint of bewitchment. Although the bewitchment has reached a perfect level, in the Chuyuan world with strict rules and solid rules, it is still unable to be as perverted as in the martial soul world. What's more, the person who acted was the son of destiny who was given the gift of destiny. The effect was indeed not too great, and the bewitchment had a bonus on women and a detraction on men. The effect on Du Buhui was indeed not great. But for Du Buhui, who was now so frightened and angry that he almost lost his mind, it was still extremely useful. Despicable, what a despicable person, we are all human beings. How come you, the venerable sons and saints, can be so high above others, but I, Du Buhui, have to be enslaved by others, be bullied by others, and die with hatred. The word, despicable, naturally touched Du Buhui's back, and with the effect of bewitchment, he directly and frankly admitted his identity. And Du Buhui's next speech was even more explosive. Even if I take away 10,000 days, you are not wrong at all. The world of this world forces the humble into slavery, the good into prostitution, the superiors bully the inferiors, the strong bully the weak prey on the weak, and leave no room for survival for the weak like us. If it weren't for you strong men who forced me to death, how could I have taken away Wan Tianri? All of this is the fault of you being strong and unkind, and it's all the fault of this world. What's more, Wan Tianzhou is a dying person. I took his body so that his soul can continue to this day. If you don't thank me, forget it and still harm me. If you don't die, who will die? Du Buhui's series of wonderful speeches stunned countless people in the holy land of the universe, and those words about the weak and the strong were directly ignored by them. But the words, seize the body for 10,000 days, are deeply imprinted in my mind. If Xingyu hadn't suppressed it, I'm afraid it would have caused countless uproar. The system's voice also sounded in Zhou Xingdou's ears. Ding, congratulations to the host for allowing tens of thousands of monks in the holy land of the world to doubt the identity of Du Buhui, the son of destiny, and deprive him of his qi. 2000. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Enlightenment Bodhiseed 10. Ding, congratulations to the host for gaining luck value. 2000. Zhou Xingdou didn't expect that just a few words would deprive Du Buhui of 2000 qi. And looking at the system prompts that the people in Wanyu Holy Land were just suspicious of Du Buhui, Zhou Xingdou knew that he still had room for manipulation. Zhou Xingdou smiled at the thought of this, and looked at Du Buhui, who was losing his mind, and said jokingly, "Oh, isn't Du Yu also at fault? Isn't she also born rich, and is now the divine maiden of Baihua Valley?" The word Du Yu made Du Buhui's eyes tremble, and he quickly retorted, "No, she is different from you. She saved me from the eldest lady, gave me a servant to comfort and encourage me, and told others not to hurt me." Zhou Xingdou still stirred up Du Buhui's mind and said calmly, "You, a despicable person like you, wouldn't you have fallen in love with the divine maiden of Baihua Valley? Are you worthy of an ugly house slave like you?" When his thoughts were exposed, Du Buhui immediately said angrily, "Shut up, this holy son is no longer the Du Buhui before, but the holy son of the holy land of the universe. I am worthy of her." Zhou Xingdou sneered. Then Du Yu only likes Wan Tianzhou, not the lowly and ugly soul hidden in Wan Tianzhou's body. This sentence was like a sharp blade, piercing into Du Buhui's heart, adding fuel to his already frightened and angry mood. You think you are worthy of Du Yu just because you took Wan Tianzhou's body, but what are you if you lose the body? Even if Du Yu marries you in the future, he will be sleeping with Wan Tianzhou's body, not your Du Buhui's. Quote, your efforts are just to continue the family lineage for Wan Tianzhou, and Du Buhui is already extinct. Speaking of this week, Xingdou burst into laughter. What he said was not a lie in the first place. He was also sincerely mocking this type of destiny-stealing son. Using someone else's body, everything they do will eventually belong to someone else. They may even forget their real names in the future and completely identify themselves as the original owner. At that time, even if the soul is not the original owner, it has been assimilated in a sense, and the former self is considered completely dead. And Du Buhui had completely fallen into madness, holding his head and shouting, "Ah, shut up, shut up." After that, his eyes were no longer deep, but only filled with endless madness. His body seemed to be in the realm of a saint, and his aura became chaotic. The moves of the world and day scripture were used by him in a messy manner, without any power. But even so, Du Buhui still rushed towards Zhou Xingdou without any hesitation. Because at this moment, he only had one thought in his mind, and that was to shut up Zhou Xingdou. Zhou Xingdou also suppressed the smile at the corner of his mouth at this time, and looked at Du Buhui, who was rushing toward him, with a pair of silvery white eyes full of purple energy. His purpose today is not only to make Du Buhui die, but also to make Wan Tianzhou live. We must find out the person behind this destined son. When Zhou Xing fought against the Divine King, he was able to defeat Du Buhui in 3 moves. Now that he has crossed the Saint Mortal heavenly barrier and his body's strength has nearly doubled, Du Buhui no longer poses any threat to him. Even if Zhou Xingdou stood still and allowed him to attack at will, Du Buhui couldn't even shake his body even for a short period of time. What's more, Du Buhui has gone crazy now, and Wan Tianzhou's strength cannot be fully exerted in his hands. Even if he was extremely crazy and rushed towards him with a ferocious look, it meant nothing except being ridiculous in Zhou Xingdou's eyes. But Zhou Xingdou was not the one who stood and was beaten. Looking at the oncoming Du Buhui, he raised his palms slightly and restrained all his strength. He only used 40% of the 6 dragons in his body, but the color of the world changed. With one step forward, Zhou Xingdou's figure appeared in front of Du Buhui in an instant. With a move of his palm, his blood energy turned into a giant dragon that covered the sky and covered the sun, causing the space to tremble. Du Buhui's figure was suddenly struck down by Zhou Xingdou's palm, and his muscles and bones made countless cracking sounds, and instantly hit the ground, raising countless flying dust. Too weak. Zhou Xingdou shook his head. Even if he only used 40% of his brute strength, Du Buhui couldn't even parry now. Fighting against such an enemy made it difficult for him to have the slightest interest. Every time he took action, it was an insult to himself. Du Buhui was directly embedded in the immortal mountain at this moment. The tyrannical saint's body was now bleeding out countless blood, and pain surged into his heart like a tide, which suddenly made his mind clearer. Thinking of his crazy words and actions just now, Du Buhui suddenly felt frightened, even more frightened than the pain coming from his body. Because he personally admitted in front of tens of thousands of monks in this holy land of the world that he was not Wan Tianzhou, but Du Buhui who had taken away Wan Tianzhou. But it was too late for him to wake up now, because most of the people in the holy land of the universe were already staring at him viciously, even if they were suppressed by Xingyu and knelt on the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completely exposing Du Buhui's identity and depriving him of his qi, 4000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, one of the ancient 9-character secrets, the Bingzi secret. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining luck value, 4000. The sound of the system kept ringing. Zhou Xingdou's expression remained unchanged, but he was surprised in his heart. This moment directly deprived Du Buhui of 4000 qi points. This was something he didn't expect at all. Adding the previous 2000 qi numbers and the previous 3000 qi numbers, Du Buhui's 12,000 qi numbers were reduced to 9,000 in a short period of time. But Zhou Xingdou didn't know that his murderous words and Du Buhui's irrational words made Du Buhui completely unwilling to hide his identity anymore and determined to be himself. But this is indeed a good thing for Zhou Xingdou. After all, ignoring the strong kill card requires 50,000 luck points. Although Zhou Xingdou wants to use it, it is naturally better to save 50,000 luck points. After all, his absolute immortal vein requires a full 100,000 luck points to awaken. If he can save these 50,000 luck points, it will also reduce the pressure on him to collect luck points. Thinking of this, Xingdou smiled again at the corner of his mouth, slowly falling from the air, and came to Du Buhui, who was bleeding profusely. Du Buhui, I will give you a chance to hand over Wan Tianzhou's soul to me. I can let you live today. Zhou Xingdou looked down at Du Buhui, who was in a pool of blood, and said as if he was sincerely advising. When Du Buhui heard this, his eyes trembled, and he felt a little moved by Zhou Xingdou's words. After all, in his eyes, Zhou Xingdou could kill him easily, and he no longer needed to prove whether he dared to kill him or not. When Zhou Xingdou saw that Du Buhui was a little moved, he immediately seduced him step by step. As long as you give Wan Tianzhou's soul to me, I can make the decision to give it to you. For Zhou Xingdou, he was still afraid that Du Buhui would be forced into a hurry and completely destroy Wan Tianzhou's soul, so he had been extremely gentle to Du Buhui until he came to Wanyu Holy Land. Otherwise, with his character, Du Buhui would not survive more than 3 breaths, and there would be no time to talk nonsense with him. It is easy to kill Du without regret, but difficult to save Wan Tianri. Otherwise, why would I need to take action on my own? How could the Holy Mother of Heaven be so powerful and show no regrets to Fa Du? She would need to seek help from the Zhou family and help herself at the cost of her body. Think about it, this is actually no loss for you. When the time comes, you can use Du Buhui's name openly and let the Taishi Taoist monks remember it. You don't need to borrow other people's names, and you don't have to worry anymore. Risk of being discovered. And I can guarantee that with Wan Tianzhou's character I will never retaliate against you. I can also make the decision for Wanyu Holy Land so that they won't cause trouble for you, and you will be free from now on. And with your strength as a prodigy saint, even joining Baihua Valley is a piece of cake, and you can get the moon first if you are close to the water. Quote. Zhou Xingdou's voice was like a magical sound, constantly echoing in Du Buhui's ears, stirring his heart like feathers, making him feel itchy and unbearable, and he even forgot about his hatred against Zhou Xingdou. As Zhou Xingdou was bewitching him, Du Buhui became more and more tempted. According to Zhou Xingdou's words, he really had nothing to lose and could still obtain such a precious body. Although he had lost his identity as the Holy Son of the Holy Land of the Universe, he would not have to go back all day long. Fearful. Moreover, he also knew the character of Wan Tianzhou very well. It was indeed as Zhou Xingdou said. Not only would he not cause trouble for him, he might even take good care of him in the future. As long as you want to join Baihua Valley, I can even directly ask Baihua Valley to make you a divine child, enjoy the resources of Baihua Valley, and let the owner of Baihua Valley personally match you with Nada Yu. You should understand that I have this ability. After saying this, Zhou Xingdou almost wanted to laugh, but in the end he held it back and looked at the confused Du Buhui in a pool of blood with utmost sincerity. Du Buhui actually nodded in agreement at this time. After all, Zhou Xingdou did have this ability. Even though Baihua Valley was a major affiliated force of Yin-Yang Grotto Heaven, it was impossible to refute Zhou Xingdou's face, and it was even too late to flatter him. Zhou Xingdou's eyes flashed, and he smiled at Du Buhui's nod of approval. Based on this alone, he could be sure that this Destiny's Son would cost him his life today. Just when Zhou Xingdou was about to add the last fire to Du Buhui, a brilliant voice sounded like a roar from the sky, resounding in the Holy Land of the Universe. Zhou Zunzi is so good at killing my great elder of the Universal Holy Land, but he is still trying so hard to bewitch my son. Don't think that everyone in our Universal Holy Land is incapable of success. This loud roar does not make people feel deafening, but makes people feel clear-headed and warm. Not only that, the 108 stars composed of stars in the sky were disrupted by this roar. Zhou Xingdou's face turned cold again, looking at the brilliant figure that suddenly appeared. A deep voice sounded. Holy Lord of the Universe, it is indeed you. A brilliant figure shines brightly in the sky, and the light dissipates to reveal the angular and sharp middle-aged face, wearing a snow-white gold-patterned robe similar to that of Our Lady of the Universe, but this robe is more noble. The aura around him is so powerful that it seems to encompass the entire world. Just wherever he stands, he has the aura of a superior person who is not angry and has authority, which makes people feel fearful. Du Buhui's mind, which had been bewitched by Zhou Xingdou, suddenly sobered up amid this loud shout. His eyes widened, and he looked even more frightened when he looked at Zhou Xingdou. The horror of Zhou Xing's strength is far less intimidating than his method of controlling the mind. At this moment, in Du Buhui's eyes, Zhou Xingdou's figure overlapped with that of the devil, and was even more ferocious than the devil. Even if the bewitchment was completely eliminated, Du Buhui felt infinite regret as to why he provoked such a terrifying existence. I am not on the same level as him at all, and are just a plaything in the palm of my hand. If the Holy Lord Wanyu had not appeared in time, I would have been eaten up by Zhou Xingdou. Holy Lord Wanyu glanced at Du Buhui with his dagger-like eyes, then looked at Zhou Xingdou again. Zunzi Zhou, you've gone too far. It's not enough to bewitch my son. You're also going too far to deceive me by slandering him in front of tens of thousands of monks in the Holy Land of the Universe. The appearance of Holy Lord Wanyu made Du Buhui sober up. It would be impossible to say that Zhou Xingdou was not unhappy at all. After all, the opportunity to save Wan Tianzhou's soul was right in front of him, but now it was all in vain. This made Zhou Xingdou's eyes well up with purple energy, and his supreme temperament could not help but reveal. Holy Lord Wanyu, if you were the one before, you wouldn't have dared to talk to me like this. Zhou Zunzi made a strong statement. Is there anything disrespectful on my part? Holy Lord Wanyu spoke indifferently, and his power reached its peak, causing the wind of void to roar from the sky and earth, pressing towards Zhou Xingdou. Zhou Xingdou's black hair was blown freely, but he still stood still. A mighty force of heaven poured out from the lines between his eyebrows, like a sharp blade that opened up the world, cutting through the wind of the void. Angry. Unnecessary. Because a hoarse and low ethereal voice has already sounded behind Holy Lord Wanyu. How dare you stand so high in front of the esteemed son of the Zhou family? In an instant, the sky and the earth were shocked. The sun and the moon were on the same day, and countless stars lit up in the clear sky. The light of thousands of stars turned into star pillars and echoed with the 108 ancient stars transformed by Xingyu. Commander Xingyu didn't know when he had appeared behind the glorious figure of the Holy Lord of the Universe, holding up a blade of the galaxy. When the ancient stars echoed, the star surface and the blade of the galaxy burst out with power that shook the world. Cut it off with one knife. The void screamed, the space cracked, and countless ripples splashed on the formation of the Holy Land of the Universe. For a moment, the sky shook and the earth shook. The sun was bright and the moon was bright and dark, as if the heaven and earth were collapsing. Holy Lord Wanyu didn't notice anyone appearing behind him, and Commander Xingyu's movements were too fast. He never thought that someone would attack him so quickly. His attention was also attracted by Chen Nong on the giant chariot. He didn't even detect the existence of Commander Xingyu from beginning to end. This sword also sealed the Holy Lord of the Universe and moved his position. Even if he reacted now, it was already too late to dodge. The sword cut through the world, tearing apart the noble snow-white golden robe. Precious blood flew across the heaven and earth, and the glorious aura was cut through by the power of the stars. Boom! Holy Lord Wanyu shone with light and fell like a meteor, landing in front of Zhou Xingdou. Fortunately, the fairy mountain at the core of the Holy Land of the Universe has been sacrificed countless times by the Holy Land of the Universe over countless years. Its strength is unbelievable. If the power of the Holy Lord of the Universe smashing down at this moment were in the outside world, it would probably shatter the mountains of thousands of miles. But on this fairy mountain, it only made holes of several feet and cracked some lines, but it did not cause the fairy mountain to collapse. Chen Nong jumped down from the giant chariot in the starry sky, waved away the remaining majestic energy waves that were rushing towards Zhou Xingdou, and stood in front of Zhou Xingdou. He looked at the place where the dust started and sneered. It's really funny that a lord of creation dares to act arrogantly to the young master in front of you. When saying this, Chen Nong forgot that he was not as good as creation lord. He had not even stepped into Tao Venerable, only half a step into Tao Venerable. This was the first time Zhou Xingdou saw Xingyu's commander, "You, take action." After hearing what Chen Nong said, Zhou Xingdou knew that this Holy Lord of the Universe was actually the Lord of Creation. Creation Lord, the supreme existence of Supreme, controls the laws of creation. He was almost the peak existence in the early Yuan dynasty, but he was cut down by Yu with a sword. The power of Xingyu's commander was far beyond Zhou Xingdou's imagination. Du Buhui was protected by destiny, not far from Zhou Xingdou, and was protected by Chen Nong. However, he didn't feel lucky for long before he saw Zhou Xingdou walking towards him. Holy Lord Wanyu's face was distorted as he climbed up from the pothole. The distortion of his face was not because of pain, but because of anger. How many years had it passed? How many years had I been in seclusion, and when I came out of seclusion, I was chopped down with a sword, in front of countless disciples of the Holy Land of the world, and my own son. This kind of humiliation is almost a great shame for a Holy Lord who controls the Holy Land. But when he saw Zhou Xingdou walking towards Du Buhui, he looked sharp and shouted coldly, "Protect the Dharma and protect the Holy Sun." Before he finished speaking, two vigorous auras emerged from the void. One of them was wearing a golden robe and the other was wearing a white robe. Their aura was different from the brilliant light of the Holy Lord of Universe, but an unspeakable weirdness. Chen Nong looked at the two of them with smiles on their faces, shook the hoe in his hand and held it with both hands, and said excitedly, "Good guys, you two Tao Venerables, the Holy Land of the Universe has a good foundation." However, the appearance of the two Tao Venerables did not stop Zhou Xingdou's pace, and he still walked towards Du Buhui unhurriedly. When the guardians of Wanyu Holy Land saw Zhou Xingdou walking towards Du Buhui, they no longer hesitated and directly ignored Chen Nong and rushed towards Zhou Xingdou. After all, in their eyes, Chen Nong was just 1.5 steps away from Tao Venerable. How could he stop two real Tao Venerables? But at this moment, the hoe in Chen Nong's hand erupted with extremely terrifying life energy, and he hit the ground hard with the hoe. The movements of the guardians on the left and right suddenly froze, and their bodies were instantly entangled by two vines. The power of catching the sky came from the vines, making it impossible for the two of them to break free for a while. Looking along the direction of the vine, I discovered that there would be a skyscraper vine next to Chen Nong, reaching up to the sky and taking root in the fairy mountain. The vine that entangled the two of them was sticking out from this skyscraper vine. You bitch, you look down on me. Although I am not good at fighting and my cultivation level is not high, it does not mean that I am weak. Chen Nong was very angry at the behavior of the left and right guardians ignoring him. He stretched out 2 fingers and pointed at the left and right guardians respectively, and said contemptuously, I have killed nearly 100 Dao venerables like you in the outer realm. Chen Nong's words are not bragging. How can anyone who can be a servant of the Zhou family be weak? He can take care of those peerless spiritual plants in the Zhou family. If he didn't have abilities that were far beyond his level, he would have been eaten up by those spiritual plants long ago. After the Holy Lord Wanyu summoned the guardians on his left and right, he looked at the starry surroundings with his cold, dagger-like eyes, and mentioned the unparalleled Xingyu commander in the galaxy. Good, you succeeded in irritating me. After saying that, the broken snow-white golden robe on Holy Lord Wanyu exploded instantly, the laws of creation surrounded him, and his body also expanded in an instant. With him as the center, the entire space swayed with dazzling light. For a moment, blood filled the sky, and the pressed void was turned upside down. Terrifying and evil fluctuations disrupted the heaven and earth and deformed them. When the light dissipated, Holy Lord Wanyu had transformed into a 9-foot 9-foot 9-inch giant with a pure jade body. The number of 39 in the body is a symbol of the ultimate physical cultivation. It is not difficult to create the ultimate physical cultivation of the venerable realm and punch the stars and push the heaven and earth. This scene made the star surface of Commander Xingyu flicker slightly, seeming to be interested in Holy Lord Wanyu. Commander Xingyu gently wiped the galaxy blade. At this moment, his figure was no longer illusory, but turned into substance. This was his first battle in Xingyu's world. He not only wanted to win, but he also wanted to win in an honest and beautiful way. At this moment, Holy Lord Wanyu, who showed the symbol of ultimate physical cultivation, suddenly opened his palms like cattail leaf fans and opened and closed them on his chest. In an instant, a ray of light condensed between the 2 palms. The light was filled with the law of destruction that annihilated everything, and it shot towards the newly materialized Xingyu commander. Wherever this light passed, all tangible and intangible things disintegrated, and the void was burned with a shocking scar, which struck directly into the heart of Commander Xingyu. Little Doyle. Commander Xingyu sneered, raised the galaxy blade, and split open the light that annihilated everything. His body was bursting with starlight, and the stars in the sky flashed again. The sword turned into a galaxy, carrying infinite power, and slashed at the 9-foot 9-foot 9 the Holy Lord of the universe. At the same time, Chen Nong was sitting on the skyscraper vines, carrying a hoe and directing the vines to attack and kill 2 Dao venerables. There were thousands of vines, whistling like rain, whipping the guardians left and right with the sharp wind of the void. Every vine seems to have overwhelming power, smashing the space around the guardian to pieces, causing the void to scream incessantly. The guardians on the left and right had strange body movements, constantly dodging the vines falling like rain, but they were also trapped in the rain of vines. Because this vine is more treacherous than their body skills. If they are hit by this vine, their moral conduct will be weakened by 1 point. No matter what power or law they have, they become the nourishment of the vine, not only unable to weaken it even half a point, but instead contributes to its power. The 2 real Dao venerables were unable to do anything to defeat Chen Nong's half-step Dao venerable. The people present, except for Zhou Xingdou and Du Buhui, were suppressing and fighting, but only 2 of them remained calm under the strong wind. Du Buhui had now stood up, but looking at Zhou Xingdou's figure slowly walking towards him, his feet involuntarily stepped back. Now Du Buhui only has 3,000 qi left, but Zhou Xingdou doesn't care anymore. His patience has been worn out. If he doesn't believe that the Son of Destiny has qi, he really can't kill him. In Zhou Xingdou's eyes, the system is no longer omnipotent. He doesn't believe in those so-called rules. He really wanted to see who else could save Du Buhui today, so he wanted to extract his soul with his own hands to see if he could extract this so-called immortal soul. Zhou Xingdou's footsteps stopped at this moment, and the space was torn apart in a flash, and Zhou Xingdou's figure disappeared in an instant. Du Buhui, who kept retreating, suddenly felt that his vision went dark, and a huge force hit him. After a moment of spinning, the back of his head and back felt like being hit by a giant hammer, and his already shaking heart was torn apart at this moment, and the words in his mouth were the blood gushes out like a fountain without money. When he came back to his senses, he realized that Zhou Xingdou's white and jade-like palms had been clasped on his face, knocking him into an extremely hard rock in the fairy mountain. At this moment, Du Buhui's fear of Zhou Xingdou had reached its peak and could not be alleviated, and he screamed in horror from his blood-soaked mouth. "Ah, what are you going to do?" Holy Lord Wanyu also immediately discovered Du Buhui's condition. His face was extremely frightened, and he wanted to rescue Du Buhui. But the moment he lost consciousness, the galaxy blade had already slashed on his shoulder. The surging galaxy was like a sharp saw cutting through the heaven and earth, splitting his perfect and perfect treasure body into pieces. Holy Master Wanyu immediately turned around and counterattacked, punching out with a rumble. The power of law intertwined with countless runes. The law overflowed the world, and the terror was unparalleled, as if a world was pressing down, forcing Xingyu to draw his sword to defend. But the arm that was sawed open by the galaxy blade, the wound was wrapped by a complex force, which was indelible to the Holy Lord of the universe for a while. Even though it had infinite vitality and the laws of creation changed in various ways, it could not restore the arm. Being distracted by fighting against me makes you think more highly of yourself. Xingyu was shaken by the punch, but the cold light on the galaxy blade did not diminish. Compared to the somewhat embarrassed posture of Holy Lord Wanyu, his clothes are intact even after fighting so hard, with not even a single wrinkle appearing. Make a judgment. The guardians on the left and right who were trapped by Chen Nong were even more aggrieved. The rules of the two of them are splashing into the sky, and their runes are like a sea, but the thick black hair just now is now black and white, and their vitality has been taken away by the sky-high vines. As for Chen Nong, who was sitting high on the sky-high vines, he had not been affected by the attack in the slightest. He looked leisurely and contented. He didn't look like he was fighting at all, but more like an old farmer watching a show. Zhou Xingdou's palms were like a face-hugging insect, clasping Du Buhui's face. His silvery white eyes filled with purple energy were full of indifference. "Do you still remember what I said? If I want to kill you, the holy land of the universe cannot stop me." Zhou Xingdou's tone was very calm, without joy, sorrow, hatred or anger. But such calm words set off huge waves in Du Buhui's heart, and fear filled his body. "Let me go, I promise you, I promise anything." Late. Zhou Xingdou's 5 fingers flashed, and an astonishing suction force burst out from his palm. This suction force was not directed at substantial objects but at invisible souls. The soul extraction technique is a simple technique, and almost all monks know it to some extent, and Zhou Xingdou is no exception. Almost instantly, Du Buhui felt his soul being twitched, and the tearing pain caused him to let out a shrill scream. The scream was even so loud that it made countless people tremble when they heard it. But then Zhou Xingdou's brows frowned slightly, because although Du Buhui's soul was stirred by him and kept shaking in his body, it was just shaking. Du Buhui's soul is like a sapling rooted in the ground. It doesn't look strong, but its roots have spread underground for hundreds of years and cannot be shaken by violent winds and rains. Is this the power of the immortal soul? But Du Buhui was already foaming at the mouth, his eyes had rolled up, and his whole body was shaking like a dying fish. The battle between Commander Xingyu and Holy Lord Wanyu also entered a fierce stage at this moment. The two people rushed into the void and continued to fight. Although they were nowhere to be seen, the constantly exploding space and the shattered void wall still showed the intensity of the two people's battle. As for the left and right guardians, they are already at the end of their strength, and the skyscraper vines are almost toying with these two real Dao venerables. Only Zhou Xingdou's brows were still open, because even if he used the soul extraction technique with all his strength, he couldn't extract any of Du Buhui's soul. "Zhou Xingdou, that's enough." A phoenix sound resounded in Zhou Xingdou's ears, and the messenger was none other than Our Lady of the Universe. The soul extraction technique is useless to him. If you continue to extract it like this, I am afraid that not only will it not shake his soul, but it will hurt Tianzhou's soul. The Holy Mother of Heaven said to Zhou Xingdou anxiously that she had been paying attention to Du Buhui's changes. As a strong person, she could see it more clearly than Zhou Xingdou. And if the soul extracting technique was effective, how could the ancestor who initially suspected that Wan Tianzhou had been taken away from him not be able to tell that Du Buhui had taken away Wan Tianzhou's body? Why would she ask Zhou Xingdou to break the situation? Zhou Xingdou didn't look good. From the first moment he activated the soul extraction technique, he already knew that the soul extraction technique was almost useless against Du Buhui's immortal soul. But he had his own plans, which could not be swayed by the Virgin Mother of the Universe with just a few words, so he ignored the Virgin Mother of the Universe at all. The power of the soul exploded to its limit at this moment. The power of the stars was channeled by Zhou Xingdou, and the soul-drawing skills in his hands increased instead of decreasing. The Holy Mother of Heaven and Earth could no longer sit still. If Zhou Xingdou was allowed to do whatever he wanted, she was worried that her son would be the first to lose his soul before Du Buhui was killed. The Holy Mother of Heaven and Earth, who had been silent in the Hall of Heaven and Earth and had never appeared before, stepped out of the Hall of Heaven and Earth in an instant and appeared in front of Zhou Xingdou, dragging her snow-colored golden robe. But at this moment, there was a trace of displeasure on the alluring face of Our Lady of the Universe, and her chest trembled with her breathing. Zhou Xingdou, I told you to stop. You bitch, shut up. Zhou Xingdou's face was fierce, his silvery white eyes full of purple energy bloomed with endless majesty, the vertical lines between his eyebrows surged with the supreme and mighty power of heaven, and his voice was as unquestionable as the rolling thunder. Being scolded by Zhou Xingdou, Our Lady of the Universe was stunned for a moment, and then she became angry. After practicing till now, when has the Holy Mother of the Universe, who is in a high position, been scolded like this? Chen Nong couldn't help but look at the Holy Land of the Universe, but he withdrew his gaze after only half a breath, and continued teasing the two guardians of the Holy Land of the Universe without any worry. Madonna of the Universe's hair is flying, her brows are filled with anger, and her voice is cold. Zhou Xingdou, how dare you scold me? Zhou Xingdou's face was extremely cold, and he grabbed Du Buhui's head with increasing strength, and a trace of anger ignited in his heart at the verbosity of the Holy Mother of the Universe. Roll. Zhou Xingdou had no time to pay attention to the Holy Mother of the Universe, but he didn't realize that when he was angry, the mighty power of the stars in the sky was inadvertently mobilized by him. An angry shout resounded through thousands of miles of heaven and earth, and the spiritual energy of thousands of miles was dimmed here. Countless Dharma flowers overflowed the holy land of the world as if practiced. For a moment, the formation trembled, the mountain gate collapsed, and the fairy mountain shook. Under this angry shout, the Holy Mother of Heaven and Earth let out a muffled groan and stepped back a few steps. Her pink face suddenly became as pale as paper, and a look of horror burst out in her beautiful eyes. Chen Nong also took a deep breath for a moment, looked at the guardians on the left and right who were entangled in vines, and joked. Hey, how scary. I am not protecting the young master. I am clearly protecting you too. Why don't you kowtow to Mr. Chen a few times and thank Mr. Chen for your kindness in protecting him? If this method were used on others, he would be surprised, but if it was used on Zhou Xingdou, Chen Nong would not be surprised, and he felt that it should be like this. Chen Nong was never worried about what Our Lady of the World would do to Zhou Xingdou from the beginning to the end. Otherwise, with his ability, it would make no difference whether he could hold two people together or fight three people. After all, Zhou Xingdou and Our Lady of Wanyu had stayed in the Wanyu Palace for so long, and Chen Nong felt that the relationship between the two must not be simple. Maybe at that time, my young master and the Holy Mother of Universe completed a shady deal in the Temple of Universe. After all, when she just set foot in the Holy Land of Wanyu, the Holy Mother of Wanyu opened the formation directly, not caring about the life and death of Wanzhong, and what dignity the sect has. Chen Nong wouldn't believe it if he said there was no dirty deal between the two. But in fact, Zhou Xingdou mobilized a trace of the mighty power of the stars in the sky, which was neither his intention nor his initiative. And with his current control, he simply cannot control the power of the stars in such a subtle way. It is really driven by anger. However, mobilizing this trace of the mighty power of the stars in the sky also caused some damage to Zhou Xingdou. Fortunately, his treasure body was strong and he had someone to repair himself. Otherwise, that roar just now would not only injure the enemy 1000, but also injure oneself 800. But even so, Zhou Xingdou's holy power was gone for 8 or 9 years, and he almost interrupted Du Buhui's soul-drawing technique due to the exhaustion of his holy power. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou also understood that he could not delay it any longer. The Son of Destiny was indeed different. Even though the Holy Lord of the Universe and the Guardians were stopped by Commander Xingyu and Chen Nong, the Holy Mother of the Universe on his side stopped him out of worry about Wan Tianzhou. It doesn't matter whether everything is reasonable or not, because Tianming seems to be even more unreasonable than myself. However, there was also an unexpected joy. The roar that mobilized the power of the stars in the sky actually made Du Buhui's motionless immortal soul slightly loosen at this moment. It seemed that Zhou Xingdou's roar had broken some of the roots rooted in his body. Zhou Xingdou also knows that now is the opportunity. In an instant, the Zhui Taihuang Sutra was operating to the extreme, and the 510 million giant elephant particles around him were boiling. The blood, holy power, and star power were all injected into the soul extraction technique at this moment. The suction force in Zhou Xingdou's palm reached its highest level in an instant, and everything was distorted with the center of his palm as the center point. Even the tens of thousands of monks in the holy land of the universe who have not been targeted feel that their spirits are shaken and their souls are shaken at this moment. Zhou Xingdou's eyes were filled with anger. The fact that other people's soul extracting techniques were useless did not mean that he was useless. As an anomaly, he jumped out of the three realms and was not bound by destiny. Even if the ancestor of the universe could not shake the immortal soul, the weaker one could. Because he is the nemesis of these children of destiny. Du Buhui was already unconscious and dizzy to the point where he could not wake up, and the immortal soul in the sea of consciousness that looked like the Buddha Tathagata sitting upright was suddenly lifted up by a gap in the sea of consciousness. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou's soul in the sea of consciousness opened his eyes. The power of Zhou Xingdou's terrifying soul, which was as terrifying as the sea, turned into a sharp blade and blasted into Du Buhui's sea of consciousness in an instant. In Du Buhui's sea of consciousness, boundless heavenly sounds exploded, and his sea of consciousness boiled in shock. Wan Tianji, wake up soon. This boundless heavenly sound mixed with the power of the soul echoed every inch of Du Buhui's sea of consciousness. Under the immortal soul, which is as sacred as the Buddha Tathagata and remains motionless, a weak soul power slowly awakens. On the outside, Zhou Xingdou's sword eyebrows stood upright, severely suppressing Du Buhui's sanity, and his soul-extracting technique also maintained its highest intensity. Whether you can survive or not depends on yourself. If you still can't break free, then it can only be said that you deserve to die. Zhou Xingdou's eyes were focused, he looked at Du Buhui's eyebrows and said in a deep voice. This is almost all he has done for Wan Tianzhou. As Du Buhui is a son of destiny, the innate luck stripping card is useless to him. The immortal soul is too troublesome. The only thing Zhou Xingdou can do is to create a chance for Wan Tianzhou. The rest is up to Wan Tianzhou himself. If Wan Tianzhou fails, he can only blame his incompetence. All he can do is destroy Du Buhui and avenge him. Fortunately, Wan Tianzhou did not disappoint Zhou Xingdou. Under the suppression of Du Buhui's immortal soul in the sea of consciousness, the mighty and bright power of the universe, with the dual help of Zhou Xingdou's lifting of the immortal soul and the boundless heavenly sound, a sudden resurgence. Buzz. The power of the soul that Zhou Xingdou blasted into Du Buhui's sea of consciousness seemed to have found its direction at this moment, flowing like a tide towards the mighty light of resurgence, causing the somewhat weak soul to continue to grow stronger at this moment. Ha 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 ha, boss, I knew you would definitely come to save me. A loud, clear and majestic sound sounded under the immortal soul. Zhou Xingdou's mouth suddenly curled up slightly, and the boundless heavenly sound sounded again in Du Buhui's sea of consciousness. Cut off his roots. Good. Under the immortal soul, a handsome figure emerged, with white hair like snow, a smile on the corner of his mouth, and a grand aura of light. Now he is no longer bound by any restraints, and his wanton explosion seems to be venting years of grievances. But even if the immortal soul was lifted up by the terrifying suction force of Zhou Xingdou's soul extraction technique, the thin golden threads like tree roots still densely enveloped Wan Tianzhou's soul. I saw this terrifying divine soul power surging in Wan Tianzhou's body. This divine soul power did not belong to Wan Tianzhou, nor did it belong to Du Buhui, but Zhou Xingdou's extremely pure divine soul power. Otherwise, how could Wan Tianzhou, who had been suppressed, destroyed and refined for so long, still be so energetic and not show any sign of weakness? Zheng. Wan Tianzhou raised his hand, and this terrifying power of the soul turned into a bright star halberd, with a cold light shining on it and a terrifying aura that seemed to pierce the entire sea of consciousness. Wan Tianzhou looked certain, holding a halberd in one hand and forming a seal with the other. The majestic aura of the universe suddenly stirred up hundreds of divine flowers, and the star halberd was instantly shrouded in light, making it even more powerful. Cut. A hearty clear drink sounded, and at this moment, the entire sea of consciousness was stunned. The eyes as bright as obsidian in Wan Tianzhou flashed through countless divine seal runes, and a halberd was blasted out. The immortal soul like a giant Buddha shook even more, and the dense roots collapsed in an instant. At this moment, Wan Tianzhou did not choose to escape immediately from the suppression of the immortal soul. The star halberd in his hand once again released boundless and magnificent light, blasting towards the top of his head that had suppressed his immortal soul for many years. At this moment, years of frustration and anger turned into a sea of rolling force, seemingly trying to crush this immortal soul. Seeing his friend out of trouble, Zhou Xingdou was also happy in his heart. Even if Wan Tianzhou held the star halberd transformed by the power of his soul, he couldn't help but praise. Good halberd technique. Boom! A halberd swept across the world, hitting the immortal soul with a real blow. Suddenly, the immortal soul that could resist the suction could no longer resist, and rushed straight towards Zhou Xingdou's palm. Ah! Du Buhui, who had lost consciousness, let out a mournful cry. In an instant, the sky wept with blood, the holy land of the universe shook, and a sheet of blood enveloped the heaven and earth. Holy Lord Wanyu, who was fighting fiercely with Commander Xingyu in the void, panicked, seemed to feel something, and shouted. My son! Suddenly, Holy Lord Wanyu burst out with several times the tyrannical power, desperately blasting away the Xingyu commander who was entangled in him, opening a hole in the void and rushing in the direction of Zhou Xingdou. It's interesting to burn blood and essence, so I won't hold back. In an extremely ghostly manner, Commander Xingyu actually blocked the blow, then appeared in front of the Holy Lord of the Universe and stopped him again. The galaxy blade in his hand no longer held back, but it surged dozens of times, turning into a miniature version of the galaxy as held in his hand. Holy Lord Wanyu was also driven crazy by the difficulty of Commander Xingyu. At this moment, most of his essence and blood burned out. Blood-red light burst out around him, his eyes were filled with scarlet, and murderous intent surged into the sky. I will fight with you. Commander Xingyu still stood motionless, looking at the Holy Lord of Universe who was coming with endless power. Without fear or joy, he calmly said, I won't hold back anymore. After saying that, the galaxy in Commander Xingyu's hand gently swept across the heaven and earth, and everything was silent. At this moment, the scene in front of Commander Xingyu seemed to be frozen. Even the Holy Lord of the Universe, who was burning blood and essence, was still in place at this moment, with his ferocious face full of murderous intent. Click. The world is like a scroll, cut in half and constantly misaligned. Boom. Everything resumed operation at this moment, but nothing could stop the cut place and exploded. It's a good thing that this place is half in the void and half in the world. Otherwise the fairy mountain in the holy land of the world may suffer today. Chen Nong has ended the battle at this moment, because the two Dao venerables on the left and right have become the nourishment of the skyscraper vines, and not even the scum is left. Chen Nong shook his head and said leisurely, Oh, life is really lonely as snow, it's not difficult at all, it's easy. The skyscraper vines beside him also burped contentedly, but there was no fragrance of plants in the big green mouth, just a strong smell of blood. Chen Nong was overwhelmed by the smell of blood. He patted the vines under him and said helplessly, Second wife, you must brush your teeth carefully at night, otherwise I will not sleep with you. At this time, a vine patted Lao Chen's shoulder, seeming to tell him to rest assured that he would definitely brush his teeth. Zhou Xingdou has also come to the end at this time. The Holy Mother of the world beside him does not dare to disturb Zhou Xingdou anymore. Although his face is still a little unhappy, the ears behind his hair are a little red. With the blessing of several powers and the support of Wan Tian Zhou Li Ying Wai He, the soul extraction technique became unstoppable. Du Bu Hui's immortal soul was uprooted and extracted from Wan Tian Zhou's sea of consciousness. The moment the immortal soul was drawn out, boundless energy erupted from behind the immortal mountain of the universe, and a majestic sound resounded. You dare! Buzz! Hundreds of millions of lights shine on the world, and a majestic hand shoots out of the sky, causing chaos in the world, and searches for the immortal soul. Commander Xingyu secretly yelled that it was not good, because the big hand was extremely fast, and he could not rush for help due to the distance between the two. Chen Nong was slightly closer to Zhou Xingdou, but not even close to his hand. Countless vines wrapped around his hand, but it was shattered into powder in an instant, and the skyscraper vines around him let out a painful groan. Grass Emperor grade. Chen Nong's face turned dark. From the message coming from the sky vines, he immediately knew that this big hand was the existence of Emperor grade. This made him no longer as leisurely and complacent as before. All this happened so fast, even in a matter of seconds. If there is a strong person around Zhou Xingdou, the only one is the Holy Mother of the Universe. The Holy Mother of Heaven and Earth did not even hesitate for a moment and stood directly in front of Zhou Xingdou. Feng Yin shouted. Ninth Ancestor stop. The sound of the 9 ancestors made the big hand pause for a moment, but this moment was enough. The galaxy Shuoshuo in the hand of Commander Xingyu surged again and turned into a real galaxy, and hit the big hand with all his strength across the void. Boom! The world was completely ruined. The impregnable formation of the Holy Land of Heaven and Earth shattered in an uproar at this moment. Countless formations exploded, causing the ground of the Holy Land of Heaven and Earth to crack open, forming a immeasurable abyss. Countless space fragments are raining down on the Holy Land of the world, and the lives of tens of thousands of monks are in danger. Zhou Xingdou, as if nothing had happened, held the immortal soul with one hand, and his cold voice echoed across the sky. Xingyu, protect students. These words were not spoken to Commander Xingyu, but to the 108 ancient stars in the sky. As soon as Zhou Xingdou finished speaking, 108 ancient stars lit up with dazzling starlight, and the power of countless stars spilled out again. The power of suppression instantly turned into the power of protection, lifting tens of thousands of living beings in the holy land of the universe, and brushing away the evil for them. The scattered space debris and lingering power. After giving up, Zhou Xingdou looked at Wan Tianzhou, who was calm with his eyes closed and his breath rising and falling, and said softly, "This can be considered a gift from the boss for your return." Xinghe, led by Xingyu, did not hold on to the big hand for too long, only to hear the majestic voice sound again from behind the immortal mountain of the universe. Open. In an instant, countless runic laws were splashed across the sky and the earth, blessing the big hand blocked by the galaxy. The big hand was instantly covered with runes, and its power increased exponentially, breaking apart the galaxy, and unstoppably explored Zhou Xingdou again. Chen Nong's face condensed, and he stroked the sky vines under him sympathetically. The eldest wife is not here, so she will treat us both to death this time. Having said that, Chen Nong's eyes were filled with the desire to die, and the skyscraper vines also let out a loud scream, carrying Chen Nong and rushing towards the big rune hand. The Holy Mother of Heaven and Earth did not expect that the 9 ancestors would not stop after she spoke. Now she was surging all the strength in her body to block Zhou Xingdou's blow. Because her son is also behind her at this moment. If Zhou Xingdou makes a mistake, Wan Tianzhou will completely fall short. For this reason, she is not afraid of death, so how can she be afraid now? But at this moment, a warm palm pulled it behind her, and the cold and noble young voice sounded in her ears. I'm not in the habit of letting women stand in my way. Looking at the peerless figure pulling her behind her, Mother Universe was slightly startled. That figure was not powerful, not very generous, and even a little thin, but it gave people a sense of peace of mind. Before Mother Universe could react, Zhou Xingdou faced the strong wind that made his face hurt. He looked at the big rune hand that was about to attack. Although he showed no fear, he said with a wry smile, "Uncle Qin, how much longer are you going to look at me and miss me so much that I cry for help?" Well, an eternal sigh sounded, and the heaven and earth stood still for thousands of miles. The blood color turned into a dim gray-white. Billions of divine lights flashed in front of Zhou Xingdou. Qin Ming's extremely majestic figure descended here, seeming to crush the heaven and earth, attracting the heaven and earth. Then restless, Qin Ming's vicissitudes of eyes showed a little helplessness. "Are you so sure I'm here?" Zhou Xingdou raised his eyebrows and smiled slightly. "Since you don't trust me, then even if the real body goes back to guard the passage, how can you not leave the avatar behind?" He knows the Uncle Qin in front of him very well. When it comes to caring about him, Qin Ming may be ranked first. Even his own grandfather does not care about him as much as Qin Ming. Such Qin Ming knew that Zhou Xingdou had just experienced Tianjizi, and even though he talked about tempering, how could he rest assured about Zhou Xingdou? After all, Zhou Xingdou was not a person who knew how to restrain himself. Qin Ming laughed dumbly. Zhou Xingdou knew him too well. No matter how well he hid his incarnation, it was useless, because Zhou Xingdou would think he was there no matter he was there or not. "It seems that I will never see you cry for father or mother and call me Uncle Qin again in this life," Qin Ming said with some pity. As soon as the words fell, time in the world resumed its flow. The indomitable and powerful rune hand paused again at this moment. Chen Nong and the skyscraper vines were about to block the rune hand, and were blocked by an invisible force. "Pull it hard, and it will explode hundreds of miles in an instant." Commander Xingyu breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that stalwart figure. He stopped caring about the affairs here and retreated into the void without hesitation to look for the Holy Lord of the world who had been cut off by him. The next moment, the big hand of runes suddenly retreated. The so-called unstoppable momentum was no different from a joke in front of that majestic figure. And the majestic Dharma sound behind the immortal mountain of Wanyu sounded at this moment, but at this time he had no courage and even seemed a little panicked. It turns out it was a misunderstanding, but I was reckless. Qinming's power is too great, whether it is the endless power emanating from the incarnation, or the illustrious reputation of the feudal Ming Emperor in the Taoshi Dao domain of the First Yuan dynasty, even if he does not take action, it makes people infinitely fearful. Misunderstanding, old man, did I let you go? Qinming slightly raised his eyes and looked behind the immortal mountain of the world. Billions of divine lights penetrated the void. He raised his palm, the heaven and earth screamed, the laws were extinguished, and the ancient and terrifying runes were splashed in his palm as if they were free of money. Buzz buzz buzz. The endless sound of death resounded throughout the heaven and earth. Qinming stretched out his palm. Under the palm, there seemed to be the mournful sound of the destruction of billions of lives. The endless killing power shocked the passing void. He ignored all obstacles and grabbed behind the fairy mountain in the universe. In the blink of an eye, an old man with immortal demeanor appeared in Qinming's hand. The imperial power that suppressed everything overflowed from this old man. Even the Holy Mother of the universe felt a pressure coming at this moment, but that was it. It exists like a little chicken in Qinming's hands, being held in his hand. 9 ancestors. The Holy Mother of the universe was also shocked for a moment. Under the imperial ancestor of the Holy Land of the universe, there were the first ancestor to the 9th ancestor. The 9 ancestors took turns to suppress the universe. It was the 9th ancestor at this moment. Although the 9th ancestor is the weakest, he is still a quasi-emperor-grade strongman. However, Wushang has no power to fight back in front of Qinming. Even knowing that Qinming's incarnation easily defeated the Holy Lord of the Universe and the Holy Master of the Universe, she still felt a little bit at this moment. Unbelievable. Both are immortals, and the guest of the Zhou family captured the ancestor of the Holy Land of the world with just one hand. No one can accept this. Even though we know that Qinming is called the feudal Ming Emperor, the 9th ancestor of the Universal Holy Land also has his own emperor's name, and the 9th ancestor was as prestigious as Qinming in the past era. Now that Qinming is just an incarnation, but he has captured the 9th ancestor of the universe with one hand, I am afraid that the world will have a new understanding of Qinming's strength. The 9th ancestor of the universe was held in Qinming's hands, with a look of helplessness on his face. It's really a misunderstanding. His target was not Zhou Xingdou at all, but the immortal soul in Zhou Xingdou's hand. He didn't even think about hurting Zhou Xingdou. Even if Chen Nongzhen stood in front of his big rune hand, he would only shake it away. It will hurt his life. What's more, his own holy land was trampled like this by Zhou Xingdou. As the ancestor who takes turns guarding the holy land of the world, he will definitely make a move to create a powerful force. Isn't it normal to scold you twice? I just didn't expect that these people were unreasonable at all, and they acted like they were going to kill Zhou Xingdou. It's not like he is sick. He has lived for so many years and knows that the Zhou family is the heaven of Taoshi Dao realm. Even a fool knows not to do anything to Zhou Xingdou. If you want to kill Zhou Xingdou, there are more suitable opportunities since Zhou Xingdou enters the holy land of Wanyu. Why wait until Commander Xingyu kills the Holy Lord of Wanyu and the immortal soul is extracted before taking action? Qinming seemed to be somewhat familiar with this 9th ancestor, and a little smile appeared on his face when he looked at him. You, the mastermind behind the scenes, have the nerve to say it's a misunderstanding. The 9 ancestors of the universe immediately cried out that they were wronged. It's unjust, it's really unjust. I can only be considered an accomplice. How can you say I'm the mastermind behind the scenes? Zhou Xingdou didn't find it funny when he saw the 9th patriarch of the universe being held in Qinming's hand and looking a little distracted when he spoke. The reason why the 9 ancestors of the universe are like this is because Qinming is here. Without the suppression of Qinming, this peerless being, the 9 ancestors of the universe would be an extremely terrifying existence and would never be able to make such a gesture. Qinming raised his eyebrows, said nothing else, knocked the 9 ancestors of the universe on the head and joked. Whether you are wronged or not is not up to me. It will wait until the trial of my young master. Zhou Xingdou looked at the immortal soul in his hand. This soul was not different from the soul or ordinary spirit ascension soul. The soul and soul had been perfectly integrated into one, and it had some meaning of immortality. This made Zhou Xingdou not dare to relax even if the dust was almost settled, because if he relaxed even a little, the immortal soul might break free from his grasp in an instant. Then Zhou Xingdou looked at Wan Tianzhou behind him, and saw that the body once occupied by Du Buhui was now even more dazzling with the majestic aura of light. The cultivation of the middle stage saint continued to solidify, and the blood flowing in the treasure body emanated from it. It sounded like a dragon roaring and a tiger roaring. Those eyes opened in an instant. The eyes that were once as deep and sinister as black holes were now as clear springs, with brilliant divine lines densely covered in them, and an upright intention condensed between the eyebrows. Seeing this, Our Lady of the Universe shrank her pupils. As a mother, she understood in an instant. She was still hoping that her son would finally come back. A line of clear tears fell from the corners of her eyes unconsciously. She had waited for this day for too long. The sound of the system also came from Zhou Xingdou's ears. Ding, congratulations to the host for letting Wan Tianzhou regain control of his body, and for letting the Son of Destiny, Du Buhui, occupy the magpie nest for a complete failure, and stripping Du Buhui of his qi, 3000. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Universal Day in Heaven Sutra. Ding, congratulations to the host for gaining luck value, 3000. Ding, congratulations to the host, Du Buhui, the Son of Destiny, has cleared his luck. Please kill him as soon as possible to get the reward. Zhou Xingdou ignored the system's reminder, but looked at Wan Tianzhou, who had woken up, and smiled. After waking up, Wan Tianzhou was still in a daze. The feeling of being in control of his body again caused him to stretch his body involuntarily, making bursts of bone noises like thunder. The moment he turned around, he knelt down in front of Zhou Xingdou with a plop, and before Zhou Xingdou could react, bang 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 kowtowed 3 times. Boss, I won't say thank you for your kindness. The rest of what you said makes me feel disgusting, so I'll just kowtow to you a few times. I haven't seen you for many years. You are quite good at keeping things together. Zhou Xingdou laughed dumbly, but he accepted it calmly. He didn't think much of it, but if he didn't accept it, Wan Tianzhou's temperament would probably be difficult for him to accept it, and he would not be able to express his anger. Our Lady of the Universe trembled slightly, and for a moment she burst into tears and her phoenix voice trembled. Zer. Wan Tianzhou, who could still laugh with Zhou Xingdou, suddenly changed his expression, and his heart trembled as he knelt down to Our Lady of the Universe again, kowtowed a few more times, buried his head in the ground and did not dare to look at the Madonna of the Universe, feeling extremely ashamed. Wrote. Tianzhou is incompetent, which makes my mother worried. Although Zhou Xingdou didn't want to disturb the tender scene of mother and son's reunion, Commander Xingyu had already arrived here carrying Holy Lord Wanyu with only his upper body left. The vitality of Creation Lord is so powerful that even if it is cut off from the waist, it will hardly pose a threat to life. If it were not for the indelible star power blessing of Commander Xingyu, the Holy Lord of the Universe would be able to recover in an instant. It's a pity that Holy Lord Wanyu burned most of his blood essence for Du Buhui. Even if he had the ability to destroy the power of Commander Xingyu, he couldn't muster the strength to do so now. Qinming was holding the 9 ancestors of the universe, and Commander Xingyu was holding the Holy Lord of the Universe, whose face was as white as paper, and had been chopped in half. Now the people in power in the Holy Land of the Universe are basically controlled by Zhou Xingdou. If the Holy Mother of Heaven and Earth is mentioned again by Zhou Xingdou, it will really be a tripartite stand. The Holy Mother of the Universe didn't show any heartache when she saw the miserable situation of the Holy Lord of the Universe, but she just frowned a little. Although the two appear to be husband and wife, they actually don't have much affection, otherwise there would not be a struggle for power. And ever since Holy Lord Wanyu desperately stopped Zhou Xingdou, Holy Mother Wanyu had doubts in her heart. After all, she also knew that even if Wan Tianzhou went crazy, he would not be taken away so easily. But Wan Tianzhou's eyes were a little confused. For a moment, he didn't know whether it was hatred, anger, or respect. His eyes were constantly changing, and it was extremely complicated. Seeing this scene, Zhou Xingdou held Du Buhui's immortal soul in his hand, looked around for a week and said calmly, "It's time for you to sort this out. Now that Wan Tianzhou has been rescued, what is left is to figure out why Wan Tianzhou was snatched away by Du Buhui and what the secret is." Holy Lord Wanyu's hair is disheveled, and his impeccable treasure body is now full of blood stains. Blood is constantly dripping from the wound where he was cut in half, burning the ground with dense holes. His eyes were fixed on the immortal soul in Zhou Xingdou's hand, but now he didn't even have the power to be angry, he just said feebly. "Boy from the Zhou family, let my son go. He doesn't know anything. Everything has nothing to do with him." Zhou Xingdou looked at the struggling immortal soul in his hand, and instantly understood that the son mentioned by Holy Lord Wanyu should be Du Buhui, which made him a little curious and said, "As far as I know, this Du Bugui is just an orphan from the countryside. Are you so sure that he is your son?" The ninth ancestor of the universe, who was originally being carried by Qin Ming and swinging leisurely, spoke at this moment. "Let me just say that I am an accomplice and they are all his sons, and there is no son of mine." After hearing this, the Holy Mother of Heaven and Earth's beautiful face turned cold, and a chill condensed in her phoenix eyes. "So that soul is your illegitimate child." Although she didn't have much affection for Holy Lord Wanyu, they were still husband and wife on the surface. Now her husband actually had an extra son, and he was not born to her. This undoubtedly trampled her face into the ground. Zhou Xingdou suddenly felt a headache and rubbed his temples, raised his palms and said, "Pause first and talk one by one." He felt that at this moment, he was not the noble son of the Zhou family who had stepped on the gate of the holy land of the world, but a judge in the court. Zhou Xingdou's words were still effective. Commander Xingyu slapped Holy Master Wanyu on the face with a big mouth, beating the now weak Holy Master until stars appeared in his eyes. Qin Ming was very polite to the ninth ancestor of the universe, and just looked at him with a warm smile. The ninth ancestor of the universe immediately stopped talking and continued to swing leisurely using the collar lifted by Qin Ming as a swing. The Holy Mother of the universe withdrew her gaze, suppressed her anger and tilted her head away from looking at the Holy Lord of the universe. Then Zhou Xingdou asked Wan Tianzhou, "Tianzhou, how were you taken away?" Wan Tianzhou closed his eyes and sighed, as if he didn't want to think about it. He lowered his eyebrows and said, 2 years ago, it was my father who personally suppressed my soul, allowing Du Buhui to take advantage of it and take my body away." Hearing this, Madonna of the universe finally suppressed her anger and surged up again. A cold murderous intention condensed on her body, even though she had already guessed. But when Wan Tianzhou personally said that it was Holy Lord Wanyu who suppressed his soul, she still couldn't accept it. Zhou Xingdou frowned. Judging from the current information, this is probably a big drama about family ethics, but just when Zhou Xingdou wanted to continue asking, Holy Lord Wanyu didn't know where the strength came from. Not only did he wake up from the big fight led by Xingyu, he actually spat out a mouthful of pus and blood on Wan Tianji's fair face, and cursed angrily. "Beastard, you don't deserve to call me father." Zhou Xingdou was suddenly shocked. The amount of information contained in this sentence was even greater, and he even looked at Our Lady of the Universe with some curiosity. His face instantly turned livid. Even Wan Tianzhou was stunned, as if he really didn't know the secret and was scolded by the Holy Lord of Universe. At this moment, the Holy Mother of Heaven no longer cared about Zhou Xingdou's rules. She clenched her pink fists tightly, and if her murderous intention materialized, Zhou Xingdou's body next to her felt a little stinging. Feng Yin roared. "Wanweis, if you don't speak clearly today, I will kill you." The Holy Lord of the Universe was not afraid of the threat of the Holy Mother of the Universe at all, and said ferociously with his blood-stained face, "Bah, Yunlian, what are you pretending to be? Wan Tianzhou is just a world Dao fruit that you and I intercepted in the forbidden area and was conceived in you. He is not my son at all." Zhou Xingdou was scratching his head at this family ethics drama at this moment. Wan Tianzhou was not the biological son of Holy Lord Wanyu, but just a Dao fruit of Wanyu, conceived by the Holy Mother of Wanyu. In that case, the Holy Master of the Universe is indeed right. The Holy Mother of the Universe gave birth to Dao fruit and was at least like a mother and son to Wan Tianzhou. However, it does not have much to do with the Holy Master of the Universe. It may be that the breath of Dao fruit was contaminated when intercepting it. Wan Tianzhou was stunned on the spot, but he had just escaped from the suppression of the immortal soul and regained control of his body, and now he heard the news of such an explosion, which really embarrassed him. Zhou Xingdou couldn't help but patted his shoulder comfortingly, asking him to calm down. The Divine Mother of the Universe was also rendered speechless by the Holy Lord of the Universe. Her murderous intention was cut off at this moment, and she was at a loss for the moment. The ninth ancestor of the universe couldn't help but say, "That's so awesome. Wan Huazi, you actually dare to lie to the ancestor. I will wait until the ancestor escapes to destroy your true spirit." The voice of the ninth ancestor of the universe seemed to be joking, and there was a smile on his lips. It did not sound like a threat at all, but the remaining body of the Holy Lord of the Universe trembled, and he felt an endless chill. Wan Tianzhou was even more stupid. Only now did he realize that he was not the child of Holy Lord Wanyu and Holy Mother Wanyu, but a creature conceived by Wanyu Dao fruit. Zhou Xingdou also roughly clarified the matter. Wan Tianzhou was not of the bloodline of Holy Lord Wanyu, so Holy Lord Wanyu was somewhat concerned about his existence. However, the creatures transformed from Wanyu Dao fruit are so talented that few people in the world can match them, so Wanyu Sheng took the initiative and used his illegitimate son Du Buhui to take away his nominal son Wan Tianzhu. This ninth ancestor was probably deceived by Holy Lord Wanyu, otherwise if he knew that Wan Tianri was conceived by Wanyu Dao fruit, he would never be able to help Holy Lord Wanyu. After all, the meaning of Wanyu Dao fruit to Wanyu Holy Land may be more important than the ancestors, and it must not be lost. I'm afraid that the interception of Wanyu Dao fruit by the two of them was not a bright method, otherwise they would not have deceived their superiors and concealed it to the point where they have revealed it now. However, compared to the family affairs in the Holy Land of Wanyu, Zhou Xingdou was more concerned about the so-called Du Buhui, the immortal soul in his hands. Zhou Xingdou didn't quite believe in the concept of illegitimate children. How could the Holy Lord of Universe exist? At this time, the people who had reached the top of the tower in the entire Chuyuan Ming dynasty, even if they gave birth to a son, could not be as useless and ugly as Du Buhui, not to mention a fairy. He was also a genius. Even if he was really a waste, how could he, as the son of the Holy Lord of the world, have to suffer humiliation in the little Du family, not only become a servant but also develop an extremely despicable character? Zhou Xingdou would not doubt the intelligence collected by Xingyu, because with Holy Lord Wanyu's methods, he might be able to deceive others but he could not deceive Commander Xingyu. Thinking of Zhou Xingdou's fierce handshake with the immortal soul, a soul scream suddenly resounded, and the ferocious expression of Holy Lord Wanyu immediately became panicked, and there was even a hint of pleading in his words. Don't hurt my son, no, I can tell you whatever you want to know. Such an action by Holy Lord Wanyu left Wan Tianzhou with mixed feelings. Although he already knew that his bloodline had nothing to do with Holy Lord Wanyu, Wan Tianzhou had regarded Holy Lord Wanyu as his father since he was a child. If he didn't feel any sadness at this moment, naturally it's also impossible. However, Zhou Xingdou's expression turned even colder. Not only did he not loosen his grip on the immortal soul, but his strength continued to increase, and the mournful cry of the immortal soul continued to sound. Looking at the panicked Holy Lord Wanyu, Zhou Xingdou's silvery white eyes filled with purple energy were as cold as mist condensing at this moment. Who is Du Buhui's mother? Tell me. When Holy Lord Wanyu heard Zhou Xingdou's words, his panicked face suddenly froze. At this time, everyone present also turned their eyes to Holy Lord Wanyu. Yes, Du Buhui's father is the Holy Lord of the Universe, but what about his mother? It's impossible for Du Buhui to be the child of him and himself. Zhou Xingdou may have a deeper look. People often say that the mother is more valuable than the son, but vice versa, the son is also more valuable than the mother. Wan Tianzhou is so disgusted by the Holy Lord of the Universe, most likely because he has no feelings for the Holy Mother of the Universe. He may even hate the Holy Master of the Universe himself. The two are not close, which is why this situation occurs. If the Holy Lord of the Universe loves Holy Mother of the Universe enough, even if the Holy Mother of the Universe hates the Holy Lord of the Universe, and even if Wan Tianzhou is really the child of the Holy Mother of the Universe and another man, he will definitely regard it as his own. What's more, Holy Master Wanyu already knew about Wan Tianzhou's situation, and Zhou Xingdou also believed that Holy Master Wanyu truly treated Wan Tianzhou as his son. But why it has come to this point, in Zhou Xingdou's opinion, it is nothing more than the appearance of a woman who moved the Holy Spirit of the world, and she secretly tied the knot with him and gave birth to the product of Du Buhui. As for Du Buhui's son, who could make the Holy Lord of the Universe so eager, I am afraid that Du Buhui's mother would be obsessed with the Holy Lord of the Universe, and the Holy Lord of the generation would become a licking love brain. And if you think about it further, the woman who can make the Holy Lord of the Universe be motivated is definitely an ordinary person. The idea of seizing the body for 10,000 days is probably not proposed by the Holy Lord of the Universe. After all, not to mention other risks, there is still a little bit of father-son affection. He won't let Holy Lord Wanyu think about this. The only possibility was that Du Buhui's mother proposed this idea, and she often whispered it in the ears of Holy Lord Wanyu. This made Holy Lord Wanyu become ruthless and planned to use his own son to seize the body of 10,000 days, thus seizing the world. The body transformed by Dao fruit. Others don't know that Du Buhui is the son of destiny, but Zhou Xingdou knows it very well. In his early years, Du Buhui was made into a country orphan, adopted as a domestic servant and died of humiliation, and was able to give birth to Du Buhui, an immortal soul. This series of events were so intertwined that Zhou Xingdou had to be suspicious. This person is probably creating destiny's child out of subjective ideas. If this is the case, then the farce in the holy land of the universe is not important at all. People with such means and scheming are the ones who should be taken seriously by Zhou Xingdou. Another point is that everyone present seems to have intentionally or unintentionally ignored who the woman who gave birth to Du Buhui was with the Holy Lord of the world. Even if they asked for other details, the answer was very different from what they had guessed, and an extremely important thing was hidden: characters. The powerful people present could inadvertently overlook that Du Buhui's mother was by no means an ordinary person. But at this moment, the ninth ancestor of the world, who was still eating melon with great interest, suddenly changed his expression and exclaimed, "No, someone is attacking the secret passage connecting the holy land of the universe to the outside world." When the Holy Mother of Heaven and Earth heard this, her pupils trembled. How is it possible? The passage to our universal holy land is so secretive. How can anyone attack it? Qinming also narrowed his eyes slightly, looked towards the void behind the holy land of universe, and immediately loosened the collar of the ninth ancestor of universe, no longer suppressing the power of the ninth ancestor, and said in a low voice, "In a sense, the person who comes is not a human." The moment the ninth ancestor of the world was released, without any hesitation, he disappeared from the world in an instant. Zhou Xingdou looked at the immortal spirit in his hand that kept mourning, and then at the Holy Lord Wanyu, whose expression changed, as if he understood something. In an instant, the soul in Zhou Xingdou's sea of consciousness lit up, and the 510 million giant elephant particles around him instantly boiled. The holy power surged like a sea, and the three forces gathered in his hands, preparing to destroy Du Buhui's immortal soul. But when he actually went to destroy the immortal soul, Zhou Xingdou discovered how powerful the immortal soul was. Under the destruction of the three powers, although the immortal soul continued to be consumed, it recovered in the next moment. This soul seems to store endless power. No matter how severe the blow is, it only takes a moment to recover, and the power to break free in the palm of the hand becomes stronger after recovery. Zhou Xingdou did not dare to destroy it directly, otherwise with the strangeness of this immortal soul, not only might it not be destroyed, but it would be reborn in someone else's body. Holy Lord Wanyu also discovered the situation in Zhou Xingdou's hands, and the whole person rioted again. "Zhou Xingdou, let go of me and come at me if you have the guts." If looks could kill, I'm afraid Zhou Xingdou would have died countless times in the eyes of Holy Lord Wanyu. But it is a pity that Commander Xingyu suppressed him. Even when he was in his prime, he could not pose a threat to Zhou Xingdou, let alone how weak he is now. Wan Tianzhou remained silent, looking at the immortal soul being tortured in Zhou Xingdou's hands with neither pleasure nor joy. It was just endless peace, as if it was not him who had been suppressed by the immortal soul. Only the Virgin Mother of Heaven and Earth showed a little bit of joy on her face. After all, after Zhou Xingdou's question and the attack on the secret passage, no one cared about her and Holy Lord of Heaven and Earth intercepting the Tao fruit of Heaven and Earth in the forbidden area. After all, intercepting the Tao fruit of the universe to give birth to creatures would be considered treasonous in normal times. She and the Holy Lord of the universe relied on comprehending the Tao fruit of the universe to become the Holy Lord and Holy Mother of the Holy Land of the universe. If it weren't for the fear of exposure and the realization that Tao fruit in the world was no longer possible, the two decided to breed Tao fruit in the world, and then Wan Tianri came into existence. This incident was inherently harmful to Tianhe. Wan Tianri was transformed into a creature by Tao fruit, and this was the fate of his fate. After a long while, Zhou Xingdou was naturally a little impatient after not seeing the immortal soul being weakened and continuously increasing the power of the immortal soul to break free. However, a sudden inspiration came to my mind and I remembered something. In an instant, 510 million giant elephant particles vibrated all over Zhou Xingdou's body. The shadow of the giant elephant appeared behind him, and he stepped on the ground and roared into the sky with a shocking roar. The divine elephant's prison suppressing power was operating at its peak at this moment, the music of Hades was ringing one after another, and the terrifying aura of hell emerged and condensed on Zhou Xingdou's body. A burst of purple-black light suddenly flashed, and a furnace of underworld flames that swallowed the heaven and earth condensed above Zhou Xingdou's head. This is the change in the power method of divine elephant prison suppressing power that Zhou Xingdou has never fully used until now. Zhou Xingdou has now understood fourth layer. The first layer is the most powerful attack method, the Spear of Hades, which is invincible for Zhou Xingdou to defeat the enemy. The second layer's most powerful speed technique, Flying Essence Technique, and Devil's Wings. The third layer's strongest defensive method, the Guardian of Hades, has never had a chance to be used now. And now the Hell Flame Furnace above Zhou Xingdou's head is the fourth layer, the most powerful refining method, the Hell Furnace of the powerful cultivation technique. Since acquiring this Hell Furnace, Zhou Xingdou has always used it to swallow the Dragon Elephant sacred medicine, refining and absorbing the medicinal power to shorten the time. But I forgot about this furnace, where everything is refined. The power of the Hell Furnace is so strange and terrifying that as long as Zhou Xingdou is willing to capture it, even a great sage can be turned into dregs. The immortal soul does have some meaning of immortality. It is difficult to destroy it, and you must be prepared to prevent it from escaping at any time. But this also happens to provide Zhou Xingdou with extremely pure soul power. Aren't you immortal? Then become my permanent nourishment. The Hell Furnace opened in an instant, setting off a raging holy fire and underworld flames, and the burning heaven and earth seemed to melt. Zhou Xingdou held the hand of the immortal soul tightly and pushed it directly into the furnace of hell. The fierce fire instantly surged up the arms of the immortal soul and Zhou Xingdou. But even so, Zhou Xingdou did not let go, but directly closed the Hell Furnace, and without hesitation cut off his arm the moment the furnace was closed. Let the broken arm and the immortal soul enter the furnace of hell together, without giving the immortal soul a chance to escape instantly. From the beginning to the end, Zhou Xingdou's expression remained unmoved, but at this moment, the silent ancient characters in the sea of consciousness shook, and the severed arm grew back instantly without even having time to shed blood. Everyone present took a breath. Zhou Xingdou cut off his arm without changing his expression. It was indeed cruel, and his recovery method was also amazing. At this time, Du Buhui's scream full of despair and fear also sounded from the Hell Furnace. The sound of impact continued to ring around the Hell Furnace, but the Hell Furnace remained motionless, as steady as a mountain. Holy Lord Wanyu kept yelling and yelling, but was ignored by everyone. Zhou Xingdou also withdrew his holy power and took the Hell Furnace into his body again, and Du Buhui's horrifying scream disappeared in an instant. Instead, an extremely pure power of the soul burst out from the furnace of hell, constantly rushing into Zhou Xingdou's sea of consciousness, warming his soul and causing it to expand at a slow speed. Du Buhui was not completely dead at this moment. Although Zhou Xingdou didn't know whether the immortal soul was really immortal, it was probably enough to be refined in the furnace of hell for a while. As for whether Du Buhui can escape from the furnace of hell, now unless Zhou Xingdou takes the initiative to let him go, it is basically impossible. Because in the furnace of hell, it is a small independent world, or hell. Filled with endless dark flames and holy fire, Zhou Xingdou also broke through the holy realm, and was blessed by 510 million giant elephant particles in his body. Only Supreme could not break through it. No matter how powerful the immortal soul is, it is nothing more than a soul. Even if Wan Tianzhou's body is given to Du Buhui, in this furnace, there is only the possibility of turning into the Tao fruit of the universe again, and there is no way to escape from prison. On the other hand, the system's reward for killing the Son of Destiny may not be available in a short time, but it is not a loss to have a nutrient that always provides the power of the soul. Zhou Xingdou looked at the extremely sad and angry Holy Lord Wanyu, and said as if he was murdering someone. Holy Master Wanyu, your own son is dead, and all the efforts you have made are gone. I guess you don't need to tell who Du Buhui's mother is. She should be the one who stormed the passage. The passage to the Holy Land of Wanyu is extremely secretive, and it is not where Qinming suppresses it. It is the direction where the evil spirits attack. Now that it is being attacked at this time, Zhou Xingdou really doesn't believe it if it is a coincidence. I'm afraid that Du Buhui's mother will come to trouble him no longer. Holy Lord Wanyu was almost crazy, roaring continuously, a line of blood and tears dripping down, murderous intent and anger filling this ferocious face, staring at Zhou Xingdou. I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you. It's a pity that neither Xingyu who suppressed him nor Qin Ming's incarnation beside Zhou Xingdou could allow accidents to happen, and anger could not be transformed into strength. Zhou Xingdou didn't attach much importance to the life and death of Holy Lord Wanyu. As for the general context of Du Buhui's seizure of Wan Tianzhou, he had already clarified it, and the other details were no longer important. So Zhou Xingdou ignored Holy Lord Wanyu, turned to look at Wan Tianzhou, and said calmly, "You decide whether to kill him or not." Zhou Xingdou still needs to ask Wan Tianzhou's opinion. After all, Holy Lord Wanyu is still Wan Tianzhou's father in name. If Wan Tianzhou wants to kill, then Zhou Xingdou will let Commander Xingyu raise his sword and kill the true spirit of Holy Lord Wanyu. If Wan Tianzhou can't bear it, then he can wait until he leaves, then let Commander Xingyu sneak in, and let Holy Lord Wanyu kill himself, to avoid future troubles. After all, cutting off the grass requires eradicating the roots. How could Zhou Xingdou let go of a creature who hated him? Now he was just taking care of his friend's mood and it would not affect the outcome. The Holy Mother of the Universe also looks towards Wan Tianzhi. Regardless of the perspective and interests, killing the Holy Master of the Universe is the best solution to the Holy Mother of the Universe. But at this moment, she did not persuade Wan Tianzhou, but chose to let her son make his own decision. Wan Tianzhou frowned and walked towards the Holy Lord Wanyu, who was yelling and cursing crazily. His mind was buzzing and he still hasn't calmed down yet. Seeing the eyes of Holy Lord Wan Tianzhou trembling, he remained silent for a long time before speaking. "Father, even if you don't admit it, I will still call you this." Du Buhui's death made Holy Master Wanyu almost lose his mind. He looked at Wan Tianzhou with the same hatred in his eyes. "Go away, you B*****, it's all you, why do you want to live? If you sacrificed your soul, how could my son die?" Wan Tianzhou was not angry at Holy Lord Wanyu's words, but stretched out his palm to wipe away the blood stains and blood on Holy Lord Wanyu's face. Holy Lord Wanyu shook his head and kept cursing Wan Tianzhou, but Wan Tianzhou still ignored Holy Lord Wanyu's disapproval and tidied his messy long hair, but there was a trace of bitterness on his face and he said slowly, "Father, Wanyu Dao fruit cannot give birth to a soul. Mother gave me body and blood, and you gave me a soul. No one knows Dao fruit better than Wan Tianzhou, because he is Dao fruit himself." Even the Holy Mother of the world was slightly startled when she heard this. Dao fruit is the manifestation of Dao. In a sense, it is not a living being, not even a living thing. Even if there is the bloodline of the Holy Mother of the Universe to create an entity for it, it will not have the consciousness of a living being. The Holy Mother of Heaven and Earth realized this when she first gave birth to Wan Tianzhou. But she didn't know at the time whether Wanyu Dao fruit could successfully give birth to a living being, because there was no precedent for their reference. Fortunately, Wan Tianzhou soon gave birth to consciousness, so she didn't think too much about it. Now that Wan Tianzhou said it himself, she understood that Dao fruit could not give birth to a soul. Qinming also spoke in time to confirm. Yes, Dao fruit's reincarnation is a rare occurrence throughout the ages. Many great powers have tried it throughout the ages, but in the end, what was created is just an empty shell. At most, it only has the most basic intelligence and cannot be like a real living being. Quote, Wan Tianzhou was reincarnated purely by chance. His soul should indeed have been given by you. In a sense, he is really your son, even more dear to him than the person who took his body. Qinming's words were absolutely authoritative, and even the Holy Lord of the Universe had to believe them. This also made his mind a little confused. At this moment, he only felt a buzzing sound, and his consciousness was shaken. Countless memories came to his mind at once, leaving him stunned for a moment. But Wan Tianzhou shed a tear at this moment and looked at Commander Xingyu with trembling eyes. Commander Xingyu seemed to understand what he meant and nodded lightly. Wan Tianzhou also looked at the stunned Holy Lord Wanyu again. The same memory emerged in his mind. At this moment, he sincerely smiled at Holy Lord Wanyu. "Thank you for giving me real life, and thank you for supporting me all the way." Poof! The remaining body of Holy Lord Wanyu was shocked, and a trace of clarity flashed in his eyes. Boundless regret surged in his heart, and his eyes shed blood and tears again, but this time they were shed for Wan Tianzhi. On his chest, an extremely bright blade of the galaxy passed through his body, directly passing through his heart and severing his heart veins. And it was Wan Tianzhou who was holding the handle of the blade and piercing the Holy Lord of the Universe. But at this time, a black energy with an unknown meaning overflowed from the mind of Holy Lord Wanyu, causing Zhou Xingdou's expression to change, because he was too familiar with the unknown meaning in this black energy. It was the same source of the unknown black light that he encountered when he was fighting for Lin Fan's ring that day and almost swallowed him up. The unknown black energy overflowed, and a smile and warmth appeared on the lips of the Holy Master of the Universe. His eyes, which were covered in scarlet, also became extremely clear. With the remaining strength, Holy Lord Wanyu raised his hands, struggled to hold Wan Tianzhou's face, and touched Wan Tianzhou's face with his big warm hands. His affectionate eyes made Wan Tianzhou burst into tears. Fountain. I'm sorry for you as a father. Son, please live with my will. The voice of Holy Lord Wanyu is getting smaller and smaller. His vitality has been destroyed by the galaxy blade, and everything is just a reflection of light. Qinming couldn't help but sigh at this moment. The unknown invades the soul, and it is difficult to save it. Holy Lord Wanyu seemed to remember something when he was about to die. With his last breath, he tried his best to say one word to Wan Tianzhou. Escape. After saying that, the Holy Lord of the universe seemed to be frozen, and all the power in his body seemed to be drained away in an instant. Tens of millions of laws overflowed the world at this moment, and the world cried. Amidst the mournful screams of the Taoism, the pupils of Holy Lord Wanyu instantly collapsed. Commander Xingyu shook his head slightly, feeling a little sorry for the death of Holy Master Wanyu, and at this moment he also loosened his hand that suppressed Holy Master Wanyu. Let the lifeless body of Holy Lord Wanyu fall into the arms of Wan Tianzhou. A generation of Creation Lord, the ruler of the immortal Holy Land, the Holy Lord of the universe, and the principle of all transformations, died completely at this moment. He died in the hands of his son Wan Tianzhou and in his arms. It is recorded in the early Yuan calendar that the 35th generation of the Holy Lord of the universe, Wanhuazi, the supreme biological father of the day and sky, was infected by an unknown person in the 129th, 592nd year of the 9th era of the early Yuan dynasty, and the unknown person was killed by the Supreme himself. His father fell, and heaven and earth mourned. It is night, day and sky, and weep supremely. Zhou Xingdou couldn't feel this scene because he didn't have a father. That's not right. To be precise, he has never met his father. After 3 lifetimes, he has never had a great feeling for his father. He was just an orphan in his previous life, and Chuyuan's 2 lives were no different from orphans, so it was difficult for him to empathize. But Zhou Xingdou still glanced at Qinming inadvertently. Maybe if Qinming died, he would feel as uncomfortable as if his father died. However, this emotion did not appear for long before it was suppressed by Zhou Xingdou. This was not the time to think about this. Uncle Qin, did you know from the beginning that he was infected by something unknown? Qinming didn't know what Zhou Xingdou was thinking, he just frowned slightly as he looked at the ominous black energy spilling out. It's just a guess, but I didn't expect that Wanhua would really be eroded by the unknown. Zhou Xingdou looked at Wan Tianzhou, who was holding the broken body of Holy Lord Wanyu, and was injured, and said with a slight frown. Just now Holy Lord Wanyu seemed to be saying escape. Qinming did not answer Zhou Xingdou's words. His weathered eyes became extremely cold at this moment, and he faintly uttered 2 words. Coming. Call out. A meteor suddenly appeared in the sky. The meteor streaked across the sky and headed towards the immortal mountain of the universe. Rumble. The meteor crashed on the fairy mountain of the universe, causing the fairy mountain to shudder. Dust and smoke flew everywhere, and dragons turned over in a radius of thousands of miles. And when the dust and smoke dissipated, the true face of that meteor was instantly revealed. It was the 9th ancestor who was going to the tunnel world alone. But at this moment, the 9th ancestor of the universe has long since lost his ability to escape from the immortal spirit, and his robes are riddled with holes. A head of thick white hair has now become sparse, and a large piece of the scalp on the top of the head has been torn. The bloody bones are beating continuously, and there is also a strange black air mixed in, which is preventing the flesh and blood from healing. The injuries are shocking. Seeing the miserable state of the 9th ancestor of the universe, the Holy Mother of the universe's joy at the death of the Holy Lord of the universe suddenly overflowed. Because in today's holy land of Wanyu, the 9th ancestor of Wanyu is the last line of defense. How can she not be frightened by such a miserable situation now? Zhou Xingdou couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that wherever he went, things were not going well. Looking at this situation, it might be another big trouble. It really left him with no time to spare. The Holy Mother of the Universe quickly rushed to the 9th Patriarch of the Universe to investigate the situation, but she did not expect the 9th Patriarch of the Universe to quickly stand up and push back the rushing figure of the Madonna of the Universe with a wave of her hand. The gentle immortal face of the 9th ancestor of the universe was extremely ferocious at this moment, and he shouted at the Holy Mother of the Universe. Let's go take the people from the holy land of Wanyu and hide in the forbidden area to find the emperor ancestor, but be sure not to wake up the emperor ancestor and other ancestors. The Holy Mother of the Universe was stunned, but she was a Madonna of the first generation. Looking at the ruined mountain gate and the ninth ancestor of the universe, she instantly realized that the Holy Land of the Universe might have encountered an invincible presence. Not caring about anything else, Our Lady of the Universe looked at Zhou Xingdou and said quickly, "Please also ask Master Zhou to release him so that I can take the cultivators from around the world to the forbidden area." Zhou Xingdou did not hesitate and immediately asked Xingyu to let go of the tens of thousands of cultivators from around the world who were guarding him. The Holy Mother of the world waved her hand, and tens of thousands of monks, except those who broke through to the Holy Realm, turned into streaks of rice grains of light, which were collected into the wide golden sleeves. After doing all this, the Holy Mother of the Universe looked at Wan Tianzhou, who was still holding the broken body of the Holy Lord of the Universe. "Tianzhou, follow me into the forbidden area." Wan Tianzhou ignored the Holy Mother of the Universe and gently put down the body of the Holy Lord of the Universe. After restraining himself, he put the body into the storage space. In an instant, a far beyond ordinary mighty light emerged on his body, which was the power of Tao fruit from the universe. The vast universe seemed to be contained in this 9-foot body. Buzz buzz buzz. In an instant, countless buzzing sounds rang out in the sky, and the terrifying waves of discomfort like the sea swayed loudly, causing the world to be shrouded in darkness. The blood of heavenly wrath condensed by Zhou Xingdou's decisive killing of the Son of Destiny retreated rapidly at this moment, as if he was afraid of the coming existence. An unknown black light spread from the sky, covering thousands of miles in an instant. Countless ferocious figures flashed through the black light, and terrifying and sharp laughter sounded densely, making people shudder. Those with weaker cultivation levels collapsed directly in the laughter. Even Zhou Xingdou couldn't help but feel shaken at this moment, and his pupils shrank. The power of his peerless saint actually seemed extremely insignificant under the strange pressure shrouded from above. At this moment, he also understood why the ninth ancestor of the world gave such an order, because this was a catastrophe for the holy land of the world, and even for him, Zhou Xingdou. But at this moment, the 108 ancient stars turned into shadows of nothingness again and quickly gathered around Zhou Xingdou, guarding Zhou Xingdou in the center like all the stars guarding him. The power of the stars was like a curtain of light, covering Zhou Xingdou's surrounding area, isolating the uncomfortable aura and pressure, which made Zhou Xingdou feel better. Seeing the black light in the sky, Our Lady of the Universe was also frightened. She looked at Wan Tianzhou, who was motionless, and had no choice but to turn her gaze to Zhou Xingdou again, with a look of hope in her eyes, and begged. "Zunzi Zhou, as the Holy Mother of the Universe, I must preserve the fire for the Holy Land of the Universe, and I will leave it to you. Our Lady of the Universe understands that this matter is a calamity for the Holy Land of the Universe. She cannot ask the Zhou family to take action. The only thing she can ask for is for Zhou Xingdou to protect Wan Tianzhou during this calamity." Zhou Xingdou also frowned slightly, because he found that Qin Ming's face turned extremely serious when looking at Haiguang, but he still said to the Holy Mother of the Universe, "You should retreat. If the momentum goes wrong, I will take Tianzhou away." The Holy Mother of the world also breathed a sigh of relief, opened a taboo door, and shouted to the holy realm that had never been included in the universe. "Everyone, follow me to the forbidden area." Those in the Holy Land of the Universe also knew that the situation was urgent, and were about to rush into the forbidden door when they heard the majestic and bright voice of Wan Tianzhi. "All the saints listen to the order and follow me to protect the Holy Land of the world." For a moment, the figure of the small half-saint realm paused, but the majority of the half-sacred realm remained unmoved and rushed directly into the forbidden door. The faces of the people staying here were constantly changing, as if they were hesitating about something. But one of the great sages stood behind Wan Tianzhou without hesitation. He was the protector who was called around by Dubuhui. Although the people of the Holy Land of Wanyu have been imprisoned by Xingyu, they have never lost consciousness. They understand that the Holy Sun they miss has returned. The great saint protector looked at Wan Tianzhi's upright figure standing tall and proud, with a smile on his face. "I protect the way for the Holy Sun, and I should open the way for the Holy Sun." Immediately afterwards, one by one the saints fell behind Wan Tianzhou, and 13 great saints and 22 saints gathered in an instant. Coupled with the great sage protector, the number is exactly 66, which is auspicious. But he was still unswayed. After weighing the situation, he no longer hesitated and followed the Holy Mother of the Universe to escape directly into the forbidden area. Zhou Xingdou looked at Wan Tianzhou's figure and shook his head slowly. He didn't know whether to call him courageous or stubborn. But Qinming beside him said in a deep voice at this moment. "Young master, do you want to retreat?" Zhou Xingdou's eyes trembled slightly when he heard this, and his silver-white eyes full of purple energy looked at Qinming with a hint of shock. It was hard to believe that the word, retreat, would come out of Qinming's mouth, even if it was just an incarnation of Qinming. Qinming naturally understood Zhou Xingdou's surprise and explained in a deep voice. To be able to infect the Holy Lord of the Universe and make the ninth patriarch of the universe face him in this posture, I am afraid that the person who comes is beyond the control of my incarnation. Zhou Xingdou smiled helplessly. He really had a troublesome physique, and not long after he encountered Tianjizi, he encountered this again, which really made him quite helpless. But his will never wavered, and he whispered two words. No retreat. Since encountering Tianjizi, Zhou Xingdou has retreated once, but he has not changed the result of facing Tianjizi directly. This made Zhou Xingdou understand that escaping was useless, and he could no longer retreat today, retreat tomorrow, and retreat again the day after. When encountering an uncontrollable situation, he has to retreat. Zhou Xingdou might as well change his name to Zhou Paopao. Qinming's eyes flashed slightly, but he did not continue to dissuade Zhou Xingdou, but said slowly. Okay, later I will entangle all the beings above the Supreme with the ninth ancestor of the universe. The remaining beings that are comparable to Supreme can probably be blocked by Xingyu and Chen Nong, but you can only rely on yourself for the rest. Quote. And above the sky, the unknown black light finally revealed its true face, and countless strange and ferocious creatures danced wildly in it, like hungry wolves, looking greedily at the holy land of the universe. Zhou Xingdou's brows narrowed, and he knew without any guesswork that this should be a famous evil spirit. At this moment, in the center of countless evil demons, two evil powers burst out to dominate the world, shaking the spiritual energy and laws of the surrounding world and escaping at this moment. The evil power impacted the heaven and earth, and thousands of living beings withered instantly. The holy realm turned directly into blood mist, the trees and plants withered instantly, and the color of withering swept across the earth. Countless restless demons were calmed by these two figures, and their strange and deformed eyes all looked towards the center of the evil power with fanatical and respectful expressions. In an instant, two figures that made the world tremble appeared in the surging evil power. Different from those deformed and ferocious demons, these two figures are in human form, one male and one female. The man was wearing a jet black robe, and his black hair was without any luster. It was extremely dark, and he also had a dark color, clear facial features, and a handsome face. The most conspicuous thing was with a dark horizontal line between his eyebrows, and an extremely ominous aura gushing out of it. Even though he looked handsome, it was extremely uncomfortable to see. But the woman was different from the man. She had a beautiful face, a distant mountain color, and snow-white and ruddy skin. She wore a slim purple robe that covered her jade body, with hollows embellished with gauze, and a large area of snow-white looming. The waist is as graceful as a weak willow, yet graceful and graceful. The areas that should be fat are not thin, and the areas that should be thin are not soft at all. This is a perfect posture. Those big apricot eyes are sparkling and extremely charming. Every frown and smile can captivate the soul. There is also a horizontal line between the eyebrows, but it does not make people feel uncomfortable, but makes people feel a sense of warmth. Unique style. But no one is obsessed with that charming woman at this moment, because the terrifying aura has already shaken the fairy mountain in the world, and even gave rise to a feeling of suffocation. The eyes of the ninth ancestor of the universe also burst out with endless murderous intent, but these two evil and shocking figures did not pay attention to the ninth ancestor of the universe. Instead, they focused on Zhou Xingdou, who was being guarded by Xingyu. That charming woman, looking at Zhou Xingdou's handsome face, licked her red lips as if she were seeing delicious food, and her voice was like spring water. Zhou Xingdou, you really have some skills. You actually defeated my plan to encroach on the world. I was forced to say that I have invaded the world. You are really tempting. Zhou Xingdou frowned, and he immediately knew from her words that this was probably the woman who infiltrated the Holy Lord of the Universe with an unknown figure and caused Du Buhui to seize Wan Tianri. However, he was very curious that this woman actually knew him and seemed to know that he had ruined her plan. Zhou Xingdou didn't feel any fear, his silvery eyes filled with purple energy looked directly at the charming woman. He was not the one who suffered from words. Are you Du Buhui's mother? Your son can now enjoy it in my furnace. I am generous and don't mind having your mother and son reunited today. The extremely charming woman was not angry, but instead had a charming smile on her lips. Look at what you said, I am still a young girl who has not yet left the palace. There is no son. However, if Mr. Zhou wants a son, I can consider giving birth to Qinbai for you, so that your Mr. Zhou will be happy. Before Zhou Xingdou could argue with him, Qin Ming's eyes narrowed and he said in a cold voice. Sharp teeth and sharp mouth. After saying that, Qin Ming's cold voice rang out, and billions of divine lights pierced the darkness, dispersing the evil power. The extremely charming woman was not intimidated by Qin Ming's power. She just turned slightly to let the handsome man next to her face Qin Ming, and said with a smile. Big Qin, if I were here, I would immediately retreat without you saying anything. It's a pity that you are not even an incarnation of the Dharma body. The Baxi Emperor next to me is not afraid of you. Qin Ming just glanced at the charming woman coldly, ignored the so-called Baxi Emperor, and instantly came to the ninth ancestor of the world who was riddled with holes, and said with some disdain. Do you think such garbage can destroy the holy land of the universe? The divine light from Qin Ming's body shone on the ninth ancestor of the world, causing the strange power in his wound to burn. This also made the pale complexion of the ninth patriarch of the universe soften a little, and he explained. They seem to have grasped the weakness of divine ability, the divine ability technique from Wanwei's. I was suppressed as soon as I took action, and I couldn't use the divine ability technique at all. And they seem to have artifacts in their hands aimed at us ancestors, which is why I don't allow the rest of the people to be revived. It's okay for me to die, but if they were to use any means to destroy the Emperor's Dharma body, it would probably affect the Emperor's ability to practice, and that would be a real disaster for our world. Quote. The ninth ancestor of Wanyu understood clearly that these evil demons had already thoroughly studied their holy land of Wanyu. Since they dared to invade the territory with large numbers of troops, they naturally had a target on the background of Wanyu. Moreover, at the end of this era, when the Emperor and his ancestors were in a critical moment, they plotted against the holy land of the universe, and the secret conspiracy was self-evident. If you insist on reviving other ancestors and the Dharma bodies of the Emperor's ancestors, you may have fallen into the trap of these evil demons. It is better to sacrifice him, the weakest ancestor, in exchange for the survival of the holy land of the universe. Qin Ming chuckled twice when he heard this. Old guy, the plan is on me. Qin Ming didn't understand that the ninth ancestor of Wanyu was determined that he would not let it go, and Zhou Xingdou would not retreat because of Wan Tianzhou. Otherwise, how could he, the ninth ancestor who was riddled with wounds by evil demons not long after, be able to stop these evil demons from attacking the forbidden land of the world, even if he sacrificed himself? This is taking into account the incarnation of Qin Ming, which can cause these evil demons to suffer heavy casualties, so that after the death of the ninth ancestor of the universe, he will be unable to attack the forbidden areas of the universe. However, the ninth ancestor of the universe guessed correctly. Qin Ming would not ignore it. Even if Zhou Xingdou had just agreed to retreat, after Qin Ming sent him away, this incarnation would not leave the holy land of the universe. In response to Qin Ming's neglect, the Baxi Emperor's handsome face showed a trace of anger, but he did not take action immediately. Instead, he looked at the extremely charming woman beside him and urged. Yun Qingxi, how long do you have to wait to take action? Zhou Xingdou also discovered this. Although the Baxi Emperor seemed to be on an equal footing with the woman named Yun Qingxi, he was also vaguely the leader. Yun Qingxi also felt Zhou Xingdou's observation, and unexpectedly cast a wink at Zhou Xingdou, but at this moment, the charming voice was cold and biting. The ancient gods have an order: the holy land of the universe will be destroyed today, and you guys still won't rush to kill us. Roar, groan, laugh. Countless weird and ferocious sounds were made by the countless demons behind Yun Qingxi, resounding throughout the world. At this moment, the man known as the Baxi Emperor also moved instantly. The horizontal line between his eyebrows shot out an evil light in an instant, piercing through the heaven and earth. Buzz. Black light and evil light clashed behind Baxi Emperor, and a harsh sound wave filled the space. A 10,000-footed celestial centipede Dharma body hundreds of feet long condensed behind Baxi Emperor. This Dharma body shone like obsidian. The densely packed centipede feet shimmered with cold light, and the terrifying and ferocious aura seemed to flatten everything. Ha 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 ha, today I, Baxi, will kill you, the Qin giant who is famous in the Chaos realm. The Baxi Emperor let out a sharp laugh, with a hint of heroism in his tone. The Wanzu heavenly centipede Dharma body brandished the Wanzu that tore apart the void and rushed towards Qinming, who ignored him. Qinming seemed to be disturbed by the Baxi Emperor's sharp laughter. His sword eyebrows were raised and billions of divine lights flashed all over his body for a moment, and the sound of the mighty Dharma sounded noisy. Before he finished speaking, Qinming took a step forward, and the void suddenly let out a mournful cry. Time seemed to stand still at this moment, and Qinming's figure suddenly appeared above the hundreds of feet of law manifestation. Baxi Huang's pupils shrank, and before he had time to react, Qinming had already raised his palm, and the palm prints were filled with brilliant divine light. A palm shocked the passing void, and it was like the force of heaven hitting the centipede above the law manifestation's head. Click! The ferocious 10,000-legged centipede let out a mournful cry, and its head composed of legal principles and ominous elements actually shattered at this moment. The huge law manifestation, which was hundreds of feet tall, was powerless to smash down, but Baxi Emperor did not feel any fear, and there was actually a little excitement in his eyes. As expected of the Qin giant, even my body cannot withstand a blow from your incarnation. Qinming naturally knew that the Baxi Emperor was not so easy to deal with. The billions of divine lights around him condensed again, and a boundless magic seal suddenly appeared in his hand. The divine light was like a sea, pulling towards the Baxi Emperor and Yun Qingxi. In an instant, the divine light encompassed the world, and Qinming and the ninth ancestor of Wanyu disappeared in this world, along with the Baxi Emperor, Yun Qingxi, and several evil demons with strong auras. Only the majestic Dharma sound is left. You, protect the young master, I will come back as soon as I go. Commander Xingyu looked at the demons pouring down like a tidal wave, and two galactic blades emerged from his hands. He instantly stared at several existences comparable to the creation lord in the demon sea, and killed them without further words. Even though the strongest beings in the demon sea were pulled away by Qinming, the countless demons in the sea were still enough to make the hearts of those present tremble. Wan Tianzhou still refused to give in. Looking at the sea of demons coming from the sky, he burst out with a huge roar. Kill! The 36 saints did not hesitate for a moment, and released the light of the world into the sea of evil spirits along with the 10,000 days. Zhou Xingdou's eyes became cold. For some reason, looking at these evil spirits, he felt extremely disgusted from the inside out. His indifferent silver eyes filled with purple energy unconsciously gave birth to murderous intent. Not only Zhou Xingdou, but also the people of Xingyu, when the sea of demons surged down, their ethereal figures burst out with substantial murderous intent, and they were even a little restless. Zhou Xingdou knew that all the people in Xingyu were monks who had been infected by unknown evils. They were born with hatred towards these evil spirits and wanted to kill them quickly. There is no need to say anything else at this point. Even if he does not enter the catastrophe of evil spirits, there will be people who want him to. Looking at Wan Tianzhou rushing into the sea of evil spirits, Zhou Xingdou no longer hesitates, and his murderous intention surges. Xingyu listens to the order and kills the evil. The moment Zhou Xingdou spoke, the hundreds of star guards protecting him did not hesitate at all. The power of the stars turned into huge ancient stars and smashed into the demonic sea. Hundreds of huge stars fell together, with unimaginable power. Most of the densely packed vanguard demons at the forefront were evaporated in an instant. Even so, there are still 8 star guards around Zhou Xingdou who have not moved. They surround Zhou Xingdou with the power of stars from all directions to prevent Zhou Xingdou from accidents. Zhou Xingdou frowned, looked at the Xingyu guards guarding him, and said calmly, "Go, don't worry about me. Now there are no demons above the Creation Lord. The existence of the Creation Lord is being held back by you. The rest can't kill me even if they attack me in a short time." After Zhou Xingdou said that, no matter what the 8 Xingyu guards decided, a pair of lacquer wings sprouted from behind him, and they rushed into the sea of demons. Although these demons are countless, most of them are equivalent to the existence of the divine treasure realm in the early Yuan dynasty. There are mostly existences in other holy realms, and there are very few existences comparable to the Supreme. With Zhou Xingdou's current strength as a Supreme Saint, he has nothing to fear if he is not surpassed by Supreme. Boom! The purple and silver vertical lines between Zhou Xingdou's eyebrows burst out with the power of heavenly punishment, and thousands of thunders full of destructive auras suddenly surrounded him, turning into a thunder pool and rushing into the sea of evil spirits. Thunder is originally the most powerful thing, but in the hands of Zhou Xingdou, a person who possesses the heaven punishment Dao body, controls the source of heaven punishment thunder, and also practices the Thunder Emperor's treasure technique, everything is shattered. When the thunder pool passed by, the low-level evil spirits melted instantly, and the ominous black energy was cleansed by the most powerful thunder. There is no need for Zhou Xingdou to take action personally. Demons who are not comparable to the Holy Realm will not be able to escape even half a step. But Zhou Xingdou was not satisfied with this. He missed the feeling of fighting Tianjizi with all his strength not long ago. Even though he was not using his own power at that time, he was obsessed with the feeling of unleashing his full strength. That was also the first time that he felt the charm of fighting, a kind of pleasure that even women could not compare with. And isn't this seemingly endless sea of demons the best object for him to vent and measure his power as a saint? Thinking that Xingdou no longer restrained his energy this week, he also wanted to see how terrifying he was now that he had broken through the power of a saint. The 8 Xingyu guards were not careless and followed immediately. Although they were far away from Zhou Xingdou, they were always in a position to support Zhou Xingdou at any time and kill the evil spirits. With the addition of Zhou Xingdou and the 100 single and 8-star ghost guards, Wan Tianzhou and the 36 saints suddenly felt that the pressure was relieved. After all, compared to them, Xingyu's aura is more powerful, and his method of fighting evil spirits is more neat. Every time he strikes, he can take away a piece of evil spirits, which immediately attracts the attention of the strong men in the sea of evil spirits. But even so, this number of less than 150 people is still too small for the immeasurable sea of demons. Even though low-level evil demons occupy the majority of the demon sea, not everyone is as inexhaustible as Zhou Xingdou. But the defense line of Wan Tianzhou and others was finally broken through by the endless killing demons. The demons pouring down from the black light instantly surrounded Wan Tianzhou and the 36 saints of the world. The giant elephant on Zhou Xingdou's side is surging, endless thunder is dancing like a wild snake, and the energy and blood are overwhelming the sky to suppress the demonic tide. Such a terrifying catharsis would have exhausted all the holy power for an ordinary saint, but Zhou Xingdou still acted as if nothing was wrong. After smashing a saint and demon that rushed into the sea of thunder with one punch, he was still calm and relaxed, without any signs of excessive consumption, feeling. But at this moment, Zhou Xingdou felt a little excited, because every time he killed a low-level demon, a sound came from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a low-level chaotic creature and receiving a luck reward, 1. And when Zhou Xingdou killed the saint, the system also made a slightly different sound. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a mid-level chaotic creature and receiving a luck reward of 10. Such discoveries made Zhou Xingdou extremely excited. The continuous system beeps represented his rising luck. Nowadays, these evil demons are not only tools for him to express his power, but also monsters that give him treasures, causing Zhou Xingdou's luck to rise rapidly. Zhou Xingdou shook his fists, and the power of nearly 6 dragons stirred up the space crazily. Hundreds of low-level evil spirits were instantly turned into mud. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing 235 low-level chaotic creatures and receiving a luck reward of 235. Needless to say, the wonderful use of luck values. Since the opening of the luck value mall, luck values seem to be more than just redeeming useless cards. At the beginning, capturing and identifying the master of Wanji Quanfanglu came at the cost of consuming luck points. Awakening the immortal veins can also use luck points. This directly proves that luck value is the hard currency of the system, not to mention that repairing the system also requires luck value. Obtaining luck value from those children of destiny and destiny people is pitiful, and it is extremely laborious and requires a lot of calculations. Killing evil spirits is not easy. Now in Zhou Xingdou's eyes, this is not a demonic catastrophe, it is clearly an experience pool for his leveling. But at this moment, Zhou Xingdou also discovered Wan Tianzhou's situation, and suddenly his whole body was shaken. Buzz! The heaven and earth reverberated with endless radiant power, a buzzing sound exploded in the sky, and countless dark purple clouds condensed 100 feet above Zhou Xingdou's head, expanding crazily outward. The destructive aura of endless heavenly punishment shrouded Wan Tianzhou's head, and Wan Tianzhou, who was full of light and fought with blood, showed a smile. Buzz! A huge, ancient finger covered with thunder patterns appeared from the calamity cloud. The power of thunder on the giant finger seemed boundless. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, not only in the direction of the sky, but also in the places covered by the calamity clouds, those incomparably ancient giant thunder-marked fingers were revealed. Dozens of giant thunder-marked fingers were like giant pillars holding up the sky, and they were crushed down one after another in the sea of demons. Boom boom boom. The moment the giant thunder-marked fingers were crushed down, they exploded with a rumble, and dozens of giant thunder-marked fingers turned into pieces of thunder seas, connecting with each other and suddenly spreading. The thunder dragon surged in the sea of thunder, and the low-level evil spirits wherever it touched were vaporized, forming a path of thunder purification directly between Wan Tianzhou and Zhou Xingdou. Wan Tianzhou also seized the opportunity and led the 36 saints to rush out of the siege of evil spirits, rush into the thunder bridge that Zhou Xingdou built for him, and enter the killing circle formed by Xingyu. Although there is still a lot of pressure in this killing circle, it is still a lot less stressful than facing the siege of the demon sea alone. Zhou Xingdou looked at Wan Tianzhou, who was out of trouble, and scolded. "Stupid, you dare to charge into the battle with the 36 saints, but you still owe me your life." Wan Tianzhou's idea is good. The young man is passionate and will fight to the death. But after all, he is not Zhou Xingdou. Whether it is power or strength, there is a huge difference. When the ancestor of the universe did not revive, the Holy Lord of the universe died, the left and right guardians turned into Chen Nong's nourishment, and the remaining strong men retreated into the forbidden area. Wan Tianzhou's team was no different from cannon fodder. Even without the deployment of elite demons, these miscellaneous fish can kill Wan Tianzhou and the 36 saints. Wan Tianzhou did not refute. The death of Holy Lord Wanyu really made him a little impulsive. After the death of Holy Lord Wanyu, he found out that his father was infected by an unknown, and his anger was almost uncontrollable. But at this moment, he was not allowed to chat like Zhou Xingdou. After adjusting his breathing for a few breaths, he rushed into the incoming evil spirits again. Zhou Xingdou shook his head slightly, but in an instant he found several powerful evil spirits breaking into his thunder pool. Just now, he used the Thunder Emperor's finger in the Thunder Emperor's treasure technique to cause such casualties to the demons, which probably attracted the attention of the powerful among the demons. The 8-star guardians closest to Zhou Xingdou also immediately noticed the evil demons approaching Zhou Xingdou. 4 of them were comparable to the most holy evil demons. Xingyue was just about to rush to help, but heard Zhou Xingdou's indifferent voice. "No need to help me." Looking at the 4 ferocious demons approaching, Zhou Xingdou showed a smile. The strength of evil demons is much stronger than that of ordinary monks. Even if they are evil demons that are called saints, the encounter with a single Chuyuan saint is the power of life and death. Now the 4 holy demons can almost attack the entangled great saint. But Zhou Xingdou was not the least bit afraid of this, but rather eager to give it a try. The existence of a saint among demons was shattered at the touch of his full strength, giving Zhou Xingdou no chance to enjoy the battle at all. Moreover, Zhou Xingdou discovered that whether it was his punishing heaven Dao body, Zui Taihuang Sutra, Thunder Emperor treasure technique, etc., they seemed to be extremely restrained against evil spirits. Even an evil demon with the same strength as himself would be unable to withstand Zhou Xingdou's attack. He is simply an anti-evil demon. As long as he fights against the evil demon, his strength will be almost doubled. What's more, he also has perfect weak point breakthroughs, which makes him completely unafraid of the 4 holy demons, and even feels a little lacking. In an instant, the 4 secret auras stepped within 100 steps of Zhou Xingdou, and suddenly erupted with terrifying evil power, scattering Zhou Xingdou's condensed thunder pool. Only then did Zhou Xingdou see clearly that the figures of these 4 demons were different from the low-level demons that were deformed like reptilian ghosts. They have begun to take on a human form, but their whole body is covered with bone spurs, their posture is slightly rickety, and their bodies are extremely large. Their green and smooth skin is extremely rough, their mouths have fangs, and their eyes are like blood-red lanterns. This reminded Zhou Xingdou of a saying that evil spirits are originally transformed from living beings or people. As the transformation becomes more complete and powerful, it becomes more distorted. But when they become powerful enough, demons become more and more similar to humans. Therefore, the more human-like the evil spirits you encounter are, the more powerful they will be. And just when Zhou Xingdou's thoughts flashed, the 4 holy demons took action in an instant. The hands under the green arms covered with bone spurs could not be called hands at all. The 10 fingers are extremely long and slender, and the nails are not like cuticles, but are as gray and thick as onychomycosis, and as sharp as steel cones. If Zhou Xingdou was asked, he would prefer to call these claws, animal-like claws. The terrifying evil energy enveloped Zhou Xingdou, making Zhou Xingdou feel even more disgusted. Lightning flashed in his silver-white eyes filled with purple energy. The Heaven Punishment Thunder Source and the Heaven Punishment Tao Body were activated by Zhou Xingdou in an instant. The extremely powerful and majestic power of heaven rushed towards Zhou Xingdou. A lightning thunder of heaven punishment suddenly appeared in the void, but the target was not the four evil demons but Zhou Xingdou. Star Do himself. That day, the thunder of punishment turned into a thunder dragon of punishment, descended from top to bottom, and struck on Zhou Xingdou's head, immediately arousing endless bright thunder power and pressing in all directions. The attacks of the four holy demons were not even half an inch closer to Zhou Xingdou's body before they were dashed away by this terrifying thunder power. The evil power was annihilated and they retreated dozens of feet. The thunder light dissipated, and Zhou Xingdou's figure appeared again, but now his pure and flawless skin was engraved with silver-purple thunder patterns of heavenly punishment. The purple clouds of the punishing Thunder Emperor armor on his body were boiling, thunder and lightning were roaring, and the silver-white eyes were filled with thunder. The pupils and emotions could no longer be seen clearly, only the majesty of the person holding the power of heaven could be seen. Divinity and divine power are intertwined in his slender body, and supremacy seems to be not an empty talk, but a fact. Even the four holy demons felt the urge to kneel down and worship. With Zhou Xingdou as the center and a radius of thousands of feet, the low-level evil spirits were directly destroyed by Zhou Xingdou's supreme power. Within 10,000 feet, even the evil demon who defeated the saint felt that his strength was suppressed by half. God punishes me. At this time, all Zhou Xingdou's insights in the past few days were realized. He used the mighty power of the stars to fight Tianjizi in a fierce battle, which not only allowed him to break through the holy realm but also made him realize a lot. This is Zhou Xingdou's divine ability, a new technique developed through the special characteristics of the Heaven Punishment Thunder Source and the Heaven Punishment Tao Body, as well as the Thunder Emperor's treasure technique to control thunder. The 510 million giant elephant particles in his body, stimulated by the thunder tribulation, increased his strength from 10,000 kilograms to 20,000 kilograms. Not only the strength, but also the hundreds of meridians and 360 acupoints all over the body. At this moment, under the stimulation of heavenly punishment, the effect is almost doubled. This doubled the maximum eruption limit of Zhou Xingdou's holy power. The power of punishing heaven Tao Body is also beginning to appear now. With this power, Zhou Xingdou dared to attack the great sage. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou is as unstoppable as a god patrolling the world and enforcing the law on behalf of heaven. Call out. Zhou Xingdou's figure flickered, the thunder patterns of heavenly punishment on his body flashed, and he appeared in front of the four holy demons in an instant. Looking at Zhou Xingdou, who was like a god himself, the four holy demons actually showed fear at this moment and moved back involuntarily. Boom! Zhou Xingdou didn't hesitate for a moment, he raised his divine fist and shook it vigorously. Millions of thunders resounded throughout the world, and countless thunder punishments surged on his fist covered with thunder patterns of heaven's punishment. The four holy demons were not ordinary people after all, so they stopped retreating and took action with a tacit understanding at this moment. For a moment, the black light flashed, and the unknown divine patterns condensed by the evil energy were splashed across the sky and the earth. The four holy demons instantly evolved their own terrifying divine ability among the intertwined unknown divine patterns. The divine ability of the four holy demons is almost instantaneous, making this place filled with evil power and terrifying. Zhou Xingdou's expression remained unchanged, and his eyes filled with lightning were still extremely indifferent. The punch that condensed millions of thunder punishments was also blasted at this moment. Die. Boom. Buzz. The power of heaven is endless, the power of evil is like the sea, one punch can crush four people. Divine ability. Click. The thunder punishment was violent, and the so-called ominous divine pattern shattered into pieces under the bombardment of thousands of thunder punishments. The fist seal is like the ancient divine mountain coming into the world, suppressing all power, purifying all filth, and the four terrifying divine abilities are instantly dispersed. The four holy demons all let out a harsh groan at this moment, and like kites with broken strings, they smashed into the sea of demons. With their bodies full of bone spurs, they reaped the lives of countless of their kin. At the same time, in the deepest part of the demonic sea, Commander Xingyu held a pair of galaxy blades, killing people with blood flowing everywhere and screaming incessantly. Supreme-level demons are like chopping melons and vegetables under the blade of the galaxy. Every time the blade of the galaxy is swung, it not only chops up the creation of the demon, but also takes away one, even several people who are comparable to the Supreme Demon. At this time, the power that Commander Xingyu unleashed was far greater than when he fought against the Holy Lord of the Universe. A group of demons comparable to the Lord of Creation were beaten by him with both blades. One person has 2 swords, and the high-end combat power of the evil demon he killed was unable to advance even half a step. I seem to have seen you before. 100 years ago, I joined my lineage and killed my 8 general-level Tian Zan Wang, Hua Zan Tian. In the black light in the deepest part of the demon sea, a deep voice suddenly sounded. The black light flashed, and a figure walked out. He was different from those evil demons who were comparable to Creation Lord. Although he had begun to take on human form, he was still ferocious and his skin was ancient green. Although the skin of this figure is still a bit like a dead man's purple color, his facial features and torso are no different from those of a human being. He is wearing a blue armor, looking at the wolf, and has a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth. The moment this figure appeared, the figure of Commander Xingyu froze, and the pair of galactic blades paused. Although the emotions could not be seen clearly on the star surface, there was a monstrous murderous intention condensed on it. Commander Xingyu's stop also allowed the 8 demons who were comparable to the Lord of Creation to take a breather. It's just that now their expressions have changed from being ugly when being suppressed and beaten by Commander Xingyu, to ecstasy, and they respectfully said to the figure who came out of the black light. King Zun, trash, if you are in my lineage, are you worthy of becoming an evil general? The evil demon known as King Zun glanced at the group of evil demons with disdain. The evil demons who were similar to Creation Master suddenly trembled, but they did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. Unlike humans, demons have extremely strict levels: low level, middle level, high level, general level, king level, and emperor level. The lower level is a demon that has just been transformed into a demon or a newborn demon, but it is already the strength of the primordial spirit, which is the strength of the perfected being divine king. The further intermediate level is indeed the strength of the first Yuan saint realm, among which there are many who can compare to the great saint. The higher levels are much more terrifying, and the weakest ones are comparable to the supreme of the first Yuan dynasty. The level of the general level evil demon is very large, because the general level evil demon does not rely on strength, but on the concentration of the ancient god's blessing, or the bloodline concentration. Maybe a demon who is comparable to the great sage is a general, and an evil demon who is comparable to the great sage can be a general, but an evil demon who is comparable to the great sage is more terrifying than a general who is comparable to the great sage. Once encountered in the outer realm, they are basically beings that must be killed even at the risk of their own lives, because they are basically the geniuses among evil demons, and they will definitely become kings, or even evil emperors in the future. The level of the evil demon king is a bit scary. They can form a line of their own. Their strength can be called half-emperor grade, or even emperor grade. They are people chosen by the ancient gods. They can bless them on behalf of the ancient gods. They are the highest level among the evil demons, leader. Every time the demon crosses a level, it completely suppresses the next level. Even if it is just a general comparable to the great sage, or a high-level demon comparable to the supreme, he must kneel down and respect him, and he will not hesitate even if he is allowed to die. The evil demon known as Wang Zun immediately turned his attention to Xingyu again, and there was something interesting in his sinister eyes. I remember that you were infected by my ancient god's power. I thought you were dead. I didn't expect to see you here today. Commander Xingyu held the handle of the blade tightly with both hands, as if thinking of some bad memory. A crack appeared on the star surface, and his deep voice contained anger. "You evil king, I want you to die." In an instant, the pair of galactic blades led by Xingyu turned into blood, and a murderous intent and hatred that made the world tremble surged into the sky. At this moment, in the eyes of Commander Xingyu, everything was no longer important, and the 8 general-level evil spirits who were comparable to the Lord of Creation were all ignored by him. Now there is only one person in his eyes, and that is the ancient evil king. Commander Xingyu has only one thought: kill. The ancient evil king faced the murderous intention in the sky. Not only did he not feel fear, but he laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha, you are still as impulsive as before, but if you weren't impulsive back then, how could I have killed all 3 of you heavenly kings in one go? Speaking of which, I would like to thank you. If I had not killed the heavenly king, How could I have received the blessing from the ancient god himself, and thus obtained the power that is comparable to the three transformations of the quasi-emperor? Quote. In the sea of demons below, Zhou Xingdou was picking up the inhuman head of the last holy demon and punching it down. Boom! The cyan flesh and blood exploded, and the sound of the system rang in Zhou Xingdou's ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing 4 mid-level chaotic creatures and receiving a luck reward of 40. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing 1,388 low-level chaotic creatures and gaining luck value, 1388. Zhou Xingdou frowned slightly, and the sound of the system almost never stopped, but what disappointed Zhou Xingdou was that the demons up to saint grade were actually like the saint-level demons. They were all middle-level chaotic creatures, and they only had 10 points of energy. Luck value. With such a reward, when he kills the 4 holy demons, the lower-level demons affected will receive much more luck than him. This also made Zhou Xingdou lose his fighting spirit and go looking for these mid-level demons to kill. The effort he put in far outweighed the rewards, which was not very cost-effective. There are not many opportunities to gain such a large amount of luck points, so Zhou Xingdou immediately stopped being willful and once again targeted low-level evil spirits. As for the middle-level evil demons, let Xingyu deal with them. Rumble. The calamity clouds above the sky are now thundering continuously, and the thunder tribulation, which is extremely young and strong, and contains the will to destroy everything, is falling like rain. Every thunder tribulation falls and explodes, taking away the lives of dozens of demons, cleaning out a vacancy, but it is filled by a sea of demons in an instant. Even if thunder tribulation continues, it is still a drop in the bucket. Even Zhou Xingdou is feeling a little numb now. The number of demons who died in his hands may have exceeded tens of thousands. The total number of people killed by Wan Tianzhou, 36 saints, and Xingyu probably exceeded 100,000. But this sea of demons is still endless, and there is no sign of fatigue. Almost all of those mid-level evil spirits were dealt with by Xingyu, but even so, such horrific killings consumed a huge amount of money from Wan Tianzhou and his 36 saints. Wan Tianri's consumption is the most serious. He has just regained control of his physical body, and his power has not yet been completely adjusted. Although he is the reincarnation of the Tao fruit of the universe, he is still just a saint after all. What's more, this saint's cultivation level was broken by Du Buhui, and there is still a big gap between him and a perfect saint. Wan Tianzhou has no time to polish his realm at this moment. This makes the person's holy power reserve not much more than that of an ordinary saint. Even the holy saint around him consumes a lot, let alone the one who charges the most fiercely. Moreover, in this sea of evil spirits, the heaven and earth were polluted by evil spirits, and it was impossible to draw in the power of heaven and earth. His energy was almost exhausted, and he had to take holy medicine to recover. It is also true that these 36 saints are indeed extraordinary. After a period of time, they have reached a tacit understanding and have the potential to form a formation. Otherwise, Wan Tianzhou might not even have time to take the holy medicine. Zhou Xingdou also discovered this, sighed helplessly, put down the hand seals that were constantly attracting thunder, and swung his arm towards Wan Tianzhou. Suddenly, a huge holy power swept across all directions, and a golden light rushed straight towards Wan Tianzhi. Boom! The golden light hit Wan Tianzhou's feet, causing a terrifying wave that shattered dozens of demons around Wan Tianzhou. The golden light dissipated, and a brilliant golden halberd appeared in front of Wan Tianzhi. The holy flower shimmered, making people's hearts tremble. Great holy soldier! Wan Tianzhou's pupils shrank, and he instantly felt the level of the golden halberd. How could he have lacked the weapon if it had been back then? It's just that his weapon was thrown away by Du Buhui. There are only some swords in the storage ring, which are not as easy for him as fists. Bai Yulong once said, "If you don't hold a halberd in the sky, you will be invincible if you hold a halberd." Of course, this sentence is directed at Bai Yulong himself, but it also confirms Wan Tianzhou's strength with the halberd. It can be said that the empty-handed Wan Tianzhou and the halberd-wielding Wan Tianzhou are not the same person at all. With bare hands, there are many geniuses in Taishi Dao who can fight Wan Tianzhou, but if it is a battle with weapons, almost no one in Taishi Dao, except for Bai Yulong and Dou Wanjun who are in the same realm, can defeat Wan Tianzhou. Hundreds of moves passed through my hands. Even the young Zhou Xingdou did not dare to say that he could definitely defeat Wan Tianzhou who was holding a halberd, but fortunately Zhou Xingdou did not use weapons, and Wan Tianzhou who was bare-handed was basically used as a sandbag. Without any hesitation, Wan Tianji grasped the golden halberd, and an incomparable sense of confidence arose in him. Buzz! Jinji felt Wan Tianzhou's hand, but he did not resist. Instead, he let out a buzzing sound, and recognized Wan Tianzhou directly without identifying his master with essence and blood. In an instant, a purple energy attached to the golden halberd followed Wan Tianzhou's hand and entered his meridians, wandered around his body, and finally escaped into Wan Tianzhou's dantian. The purple energy melted away in the sky, instantly filling his dantian, which had bottomed out and used the holy medicine to slowly restore the holy power. Moreover, the holy power that this purple energy filled him with was even more powerful than his own condensed holy power. Wan Tianzhou looked startled and turned to look at Zhou Xingdou, who was like a god harvesting the lives of demons. He murmured somewhat unexpectedly, "Boss, are you so strong already?" But this emotion only lasted for a moment. In the blink of an eye, Wan Tianji's eyes flashed, and the golden halberd erupted with light as dazzling as the sun. When the halberd was swung, the light spread out and caused ripples, slaying all the demons under the strength of the saint wherever it passed. Even dozens of demons who resembled saints were knocked back by this blow. One halberd struck hundreds of evil spirits, attracting the 36 saints to look sideways. The great saint protecting the way looked at each other and said in shock. The Holy Sun's attack did not use the power of the great holy soldier, but it was able to achieve such an extent. It is shocking. The strength of the evil demon far exceeds that of human race. This blow does not revive the power of the great holy weapon of the golden halberd itself, but it is indeed impressive for a saint to have such power. Of course, no one would compare Wan Tianzhou with Zhou Xingdou, because Zhou Xingdou is far ahead of his peers. He is not at the same level at all. He is not even as powerful as human race. Even the great sage of the 36 saints is far inferior to Zhou Xingdou in terms of killing evil spirits. In this sea of evil demons, even the brightest skills of the holy land of the universe are suppressed by the evil energy that fills the sky, and it is difficult for them to gain the power of restraint. But Zhou Xingdou's thunder was not only unaffected, but was even more powerful against evil spirits, so that Zhou Xingdou was extremely efficient at killing evil spirits. Zhou Xingdou continued to use the Thunder Emperor's treasure technique and tried his best to harvest the luck value. Whether he could awaken the immortal vein in one fell swoop and repair the system again, it all depends on this. Xingyu's 108 people mainly targeted the demons above the Holy Saint, and the other demons were eradicated easily. Moreover, there were so many demons that Zhou Xingdou didn't need to rob. He tried his best to wash the ground to maximize his profits. But just when Zhou Xingdou was immersed in the skyrocketing luck value, he suddenly felt a sense of oppression. Looking up, he saw 10 humanoid demons exuding terrifying evil power stepping out of the boiling black light above the sky. Zhou Xingdou immediately frowned, because this sense of oppression could not be given by those mid-level evil spirits. Only high-level evil demons could make him feel oppressive. But Commander Xingyu clearly entered the core of the black light demon sea, and no demon above the middle level has stepped out for such a long time. How could 10 of them step out at once now? Zhou Xingdou didn't allow Zhou Xingdou to think too much, and the 10 demons immediately noticed his figure who was killing demons crazily. Now he is too dazzling, with the intertwining thunder, light and power of heaven, even more noticeable than Ji Xingyu in this sea of demons. The 8 Xingyu guards who had been guarding Zhou Xingdou not far away also immediately discovered the appearance of these 10 high-level evil demons. For a moment, the terrifying power of the stars swept across the earth, directly wiping out all the evil spirits in the surrounding area. The 8 star guards were surrounded by laws, and their true strength was revealed in the splash of starlight. Boom! The 8 star guardians transformed into 8 ancient stars without hesitation. The stars were extremely huge, with countless runes clinging to them, tearing apart the heaven and earth like meteors and smashing towards the 10 high-level evil demons. Zhou Xingdou was also a little surprised by this. In addition to being the leader of Xingyu, Xingyu also has respect. The remaining 100 Xingyu guards also became restless the moment the 8 people left. They no longer fought towards the center of the demon sea, but gathered and retreated in the direction of Zhou Xingdou. Zhou Xingdou couldn't see how far these 8 star guards and the 10 high-level demons were in the supreme 4th realm. But he understood one thing. That was the balance that had been maintained. At this moment, it was broken. There were more and more middle-level evil demons surging in the demon sea, and more low-level demons. Zhou Xingdou didn't know how the battle between Qin Ming and the 9th ancestor of Wanyu would go, but what was certain was that the situation under the command of Xingyu in the black light would probably not be good. This made him frown and curse out of control. "Old Chen, where did you go and die?" When Chen Nong was blocking the giant hand of the rune of the ninth ancestor of the world, he was slightly pulled by Qin Ming's mighty force and flew away for an unknown distance. He has not appeared yet. Otherwise, with Chen Nong here, he wouldn't be in such a passive situation. Rumble. 8 huge ancient stars collided with 10 high-level demons. The entire demon sea was spinning at this moment, and the terrifying power was constantly vented. But no matter in terms of numbers or power, the 10 high-level evil demons are slightly superior, and the 8 ancient stars are at a slight disadvantage at this moment. The ancient stars that vented their laws could only barely stop these 10 high-level evil spirits. And Zhou Xingdou had no time to care about anything else, because with the influx of mid-level evil spirits, the 100 Xingyu guards also showed signs of fatigue. Even if they have rich experience in fighting evil spirits, how can they still be as flawless as before when compared to the mid-level evil spirits who are dozens of times more powerful than 100? Each of them could only try their best to contain and kill more, but they had reached their limit and the speed of returning to defense could not keep up with the number of demons surging. Zhou Xingdou frowned at this moment. Even he couldn't imagine how many middle-level evil spirits this black light could pour out. At this moment he also understood the terror of the evil spirit. Even if we don't include the existences taken away by Qin Ming, and the high-level people blocked by the Xingyu commander and the 8 Xingyu positions. Just the demons that resemble the holy realm that are as dense as locusts are almost a disaster for any major force. And just when Zhou Xingdou frowned, an evil intention locked onto him, and an ominous feeling came over him. Zhou Xingdou looked in the direction of the evil intention and realized it. An evil demon comparable to a great sage had quietly appeared 100 feet away from him. The ferocious image of the great holy demon is far weaker than that of the holy demon, but the power it exudes is definitely not something that the holy demon can match. Because even when thunder tribulation was in effect, Zhou Xingdou felt a little palpitated because he was locked by it. The moment Zhou Xingdou discovered him, the great sage and demon suddenly took action. As soon as this great sage and demon takes action, it unleashes a terrifying divine ability. The divine ability is not just an intertwining of unknown divine patterns in black light, but also a hint of the power of the great sage's legal principles. Facing an existence comparable to a great sage, even Zhou Xingdou did not dare to be as careless as he faced the sage. Thunder exploded in an instant, and thousands of thunders were shot out from Zhou Xingdou's body. The thunder light turned the world into white, and blasted towards the terrifying divine ability. Rumble. The demon sea is really like the ocean at this moment, setting off a wave, but these waves are still composed of demons. Thunder punishment and evil demon divine ability hunted each other with the power of the bombardment. Violent explosions resounded across the world, and endless airwaves went crazy. The wind of void penetrated the heaven and earth, flying away and annihilating the demons wherever it passed. Zhou Xingdou was also knocked back 3 feet by the remaining power, but he was not frightened. Instead, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth and he praised. Good divine ability. Regardless of whether the demons are friends or foes, the power of this divine ability is indeed far greater than that of the 4 holy demons combined. Even when Zhou Xingdou became a great saint in his previous life, he might not be able to achieve such divine ability, which made Zhou Xingdou marvel. Compared with Zhou Xingdou who was repulsed, the great sage and evil demon was as stable as a mountain and was not shaken by the remaining power. At this time, Zhou Xingdou also saw clearly the face of the great sage and demon. It was extremely human-like, with a youthful appearance, somewhat handsome, but more of a kind of indifference. At this moment, the great sage and evil demon shook his neck and made a bone sound. He looked at Zhou Xingdou with his black eyes without pupils and asked Zhou Xingdou. Yi Bai, haven't you asked for advice? Zhou Xingdou was a little curious about the evil demon named Yi Bai. After all, this was the first evil demon in the sea of demons to speak to him and tell him his name. If Yi Bai hadn't spoken, Zhou Xingdou would have thought that these demons only knew how to roar and laugh wildly. Zhou Xingdou looked at Yi Bai, his eyes filled with lightning slightly condensed, and he uttered 5 words. My name is Zhou Xingdou. The moment he spoke, Zhou Xingdou moved. Buzz. Suddenly, Zhou Xingdou's body was filled with a peerless power that suppressed the heaven and earth. This power was as heavy as the ancient divine mountain, and the heaven and earth shook with just his breath. Zhou Xingdou raised his left hand in vain, and a mountain as dark as ink suddenly appeared in the palm of his hand. Thousands of thick black lights surged from the black mountain peaks. The thick, turbid, and all-collapsing power of suppression pressed upon the surroundings in a mighty manner at the moment the black mountain peak appeared. The black light passed by, whether it was a saint or a holy demon, was suppressed by a force of gravity at this moment, and was instantly overwhelmed. This is also the prison-suppressing sword peak among the 9 states. Facing this Yi Bai, even Zhou Xingdou had to admit that he was only in the realm of a saint now. If he didn't use weapons, it would be difficult to get benefits from him. Yi Bai's dark eyes looked at the prison suppression peak in Zhou Xingdou's hand, his thick eyebrows slightly condensed, and his cold voice sounded again. What a magic weapon! Before he finished speaking, Yi Bai punched out in an instant. The mark of his fist was like a magic mountain hitting the sky. It was extremely domineering, as if he wanted to level everything. As the fist seal passed by, the black light of the prison-suppressing peak exploded, and the force of gravity that suppressed the surrounding demons was shattered, and the fist seal approached Zhou Xingdou's face. Zhou Xingdou did not hesitate, and a sea of holy power instantly poured into the prison-suppressing peak. In an instant, the prison-suppressing peak in the palm of his hand shook slightly, and the black light emitted tens of millions more. The mountain body roared, and a mysterious and ancient ink-colored aperture lit up. Zhou Xingdou swung his left arm at this moment, and the power of nearly 12 dragons blessed by thunder tribulation burst out with all his strength. He grabbed the prison suppression peak with his left hand and smashed it hard towards the overbearing fist seal. Buzz! Thousands of black lights buzzed, and the prison suppressing peak expanded rapidly at the moment it was smashed out, turning into an ancient divine mountain, carrying the power of turbulent space and shattering of heaven and earth, roaring and impacting the fist seal. Click! The mountain seals were evenly divided for a while, but the power of suppressing the prison destroyed all evils, and suddenly burst out with the power to completely restrain the evil spirits. The fist seals composed of ominous evil power suddenly shattered like glass. But after breaking the fist seal, all the power on the prison suppressing peak was gone. With a whoosh, Zhou Xingdou held it up in his palm, but the power of the blocked blow shattered all the demons around him except Yi Bai. Although Yi Bai's fist seal was shattered, it was still intact under the endless evil suppressing power of the prison suppressing peak. It was just that the black thorns on his black armor were slightly bent at this time. Zhou Xingdou looked at Yi Bai, with a fighting spirit in his heart unknowingly, and he said to Yi Bai with joy. You are very good. To be fair, this Yi Bai is indeed very strong. When Zhou Xingdou uses the prison suppressing peak, the blow is definitely comparable to the great sage's full blow, and with the power of the prison suppressing peak to suppress evil, the damage to Yi Bai is far beyond normal. But even so, Yi Bai actually didn't waver in the slightest, and didn't see a trace of scar or shock. Yi Bai looked at Zhou Xingdou, tilted his head slightly, and his dark eyes flashed slightly. This is what Yi wanted to say. In this Shira battlefield where there are countless lives and deaths, the two of them seemed to be blocking everything, and they only had eyes for each other at this moment. Just when Zhou Xingdou was about to take action, Yi Bai looked at the 8 ancient stars that resisted the 10 high-level evil demons, and said abruptly in a cold voice. Your people can't hold on any longer. Zhou Xingdou also immediately looked towards the sky. Sure enough, as Yi Bai said, the ancient stars transformed by the Xingyu guards actually trembled slightly under the attack of 10 high-level demons, and the stars continued to flicker. But Zhou Xingdou did not allow Zhou Xingdou to observe the situation for too long. He looked at Yi Bai again in an instant, but saw that Yi Bai showed no signs of taking action. Even on the battlefield between the two, no other evil spirits invaded. Zhou Xingdou raised the corner of his mouth, looked at Yi Bai and said slowly. I thought you would take advantage of my absence to sneak up on me. There was a hint of disdain on Yi Bai's cold face. Yi will not be so mean. If Yi wants to sneak attack you, he will not let you have the chance to discover me. But if it were me, I would do this. Zhou Xingdou rarely stopped chatting with his enemies at this critical moment of life and death, but for some reason, it only lasted a few minutes or a few words. Not only did he not say the same words to Yi Bai as he did to other evil spirits, but he actually felt a sense of sympathy in his heart. This is very unusual, and Zhou Xingdou can tell that this is definitely not the influence of divine ability, but truly comes from his heart. Boom! Wow! At this moment, the 8 ancient stars that resisted the 10 high-level evil demons were finally overwhelmed and blasted away. The runes on the ancient stars shattered, and the laws exploded, turning into a shower of stars. Zhou Xingdou was naturally alarmed by this movement, and looked up again with a slight frown on his face suddenly becoming a little ugly. 10 high-level evil demons, these 8 high-level star ghost guards have been defeated. Who else can stop them now? Wan Tianzhou and the 36 saints were already too busy to take care of themselves. If not for the help of Zhou Xingdou and Xingyue, the 36 saints would have suffered heavy casualties. What's more, the 36 saints are all great saints. How can they resist 10 high-level evil spirits of unknown strength? There was still no sign of Chen Nong's appearance. Commander Xingyu was still dragged into the core of the black light, and the situation was unknown. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou had no one to rely on. Zhou Xingdou also really didn't expect that after just experiencing such a big trouble as Tianjizi, not even a day had passed before he would face such a dilemma again. Moreover, I really have no cards in my hand to use. Unless there is another jade and stone, and the mighty power of the stars in the sky is mobilized, the defeat can be reversed. But the mighty power of the stars in the sky cannot be mobilized at will. Facing these 10 high-level demons, it is not as restless as it is when facing Tianjizi, and there is no movement at all. It was as if he looked down upon these 10 high-level demons and felt that there was no need to mobilize them, and fell into a dead silence. The ancient stars shattered, and the figures of the 8 star guards fell around Zhou Xingdou with the star rain, but Zhou Xingdou had no time to check their injuries because the 10 high-level evil demons were already rushing toward him. Zhou Xingdou also immediately understood that he was probably being targeted, otherwise the hundreds of Xingyu guards, plus the 36 saints of Wan Tianzhou, would have a higher cultivation level than himself. But these 10 evil demons only have eyes for themselves. I'm afraid they are really coming for him. Except for the 8 distinguished star guards, the other star guards are unable to play any role in the face of these high-level evil spirits. Rushing forward rashly will only increase casualties, and it will not be able to stop these 10 evil demons, not to mention that they are not faster than the high-level evil demons. But at this moment, a forbidden door appeared in front of Zhou Xingdou, lying in the path of 10 high-level demons, and the glorious aura surged from it like a sea. The 10 high-level demons also paused for a moment. Unexpectedly, they encountered obstacles again just after solving the difficult ancient stars. Just when the high-level evil demon paused for a moment, a golden lotus rushed out from the forbidden door, and the bright and majestic power of the universe exploded from the golden lotus, causing the void to scream and the heaven and earth to roar. An extremely plump figure stepped out from the forbidden door, and the snow-colored golden robe blew with the wind of the void. The great light meant that the mother would grace the world and bring life to the people. The descendant was naturally the Holy Mother of the Universe who took the people of the Holy Land of the Universe into the forbidden area. After settling the people, how could the Madonna of the Universe safely give birth to her son? And there is a little man to whom she owes a huge debt of gratitude. And as the Holy Mother of the Holy Land of the world, she cannot really hide in the forbidden area no matter what, because she is the Holy Mother of a religion. Even the 36 saints have the courage, how could she not have it? The gold is like a sea, entwining around the Holy Mother of the Universe, like a peerless goddess coming to the world, and the Holy Lotus pushes away the 10 evil spirits. Sheng pushed the 10 evil spirits who had just escaped from Xingyu into the sky and pushed them back to the edge of black light. Before the forbidden door is closed, tens of thousands of monks can strike in the forbidden area. Thousands of holy powers come out and shoot on the dim fairy mountain soaked in evil power. In an instant, the fairy mountain regains its glory and shrinks the world. In the palm of the Holy Mother's hand, Our Lady of the Universe holds up the immortal mountain of the universe with one hand, and a golden lotus appears at her feet to lift her up again. The power that contains tens of thousands of monks in this holy land of the world gathered in her body at this moment, turning into a waterfall of light and falling down, making the Holy Mother of the Universe majestic and sacred. In the Holy Land of the Universe, except for those who claim to be ancestors, the strength of the Holy Mother of the Universe is second only to the Holy Lord of Creation. Although she has not yet reached the Venerable Realm, she is still half as powerful as the Divine Creation. The Supreme Realm is not too rare, but the Elders have never returned to the Chaos Realm. Of the huge immortal power, only the Holy Lord, the Holy Mother, and the left and right guardians are left, and 3 of them were killed by Zhou Xingdou's men. Now facing such a large number of evil spirits, the Holy Realm is useless. It is better to use the strength in the Forbidden Land to break into the Fairy Mountain, help the Holy Mother of the Universe, and preserve the strength of the Holy Land of the Universe. The Holy Mother of the Universe lifts the fairy mountain of the universe without any hesitation at this moment. The laws and legal principles behind her are intertwined with each other, and the holy practice is burning. In an instant, a tens of feet of sacred fairy law manifestation condenses. The immortal mountain of the world was taken over by the fairy's arm, and the terrifying power of the law surged, killing 10 high-level evil demons with a roar. Zhou Xingdou felt relieved when he saw the figure of Our Lady of the World. When he wanted to continue fighting with Yi Bai, he found that Yi Bai's figure had disappeared, and only a cold voice sounded in his ears. Zhou Xingdou, you are very good. Yi remembers you. I hope you will be able to fight Yi next time we meet. Zhou Xingdou frowned slightly. Was he being looked down upon? However, he was not angry about it. Instead, he secretly said, interesting. Yi Bai did have some tricks. He was in the realm of a saint and even sacrificed himself at the prison suppressing peak. He couldn't do anything to him. If Yi Bai hadn't used all his strength just now, I'm afraid he really has the qualifications to say this. Zhou Xingdou also understood that this Yi Bai was probably not an ordinary evil demon, but probably the legendary genius Evil One. Just now, when most of the evil demons did not dare to invade the battlefield between the two, it can be seen that this person definitely has the ability to command other mid-level evil demons. Seeking an opponent was exactly what Zhou Xingdou wanted, so he didn't feel any displeasure at being slighted. I just hope that when I meet this Yi Bai again in the realm of the Great Sage, he can sustain his attack and let me fight happily. Zhou Xingdou no longer thinks about Yi Bai at this moment. A power in his body revives again, a peerless power that is similar to the aura of Prison Suppressing Peak. It is just heavier than that of Prison Suppressing Peak. There is a hint of sharpness in this power, meaning. The Prison Suppressing sword with dark red lines suddenly appeared at this moment. This is a heavy and powerful giant sword. As soon as this sword is released, it immediately unleashes endless ferocious power, even more powerful than the Prison Suppressing Peak. The Prison Suppressing sword peaks spread across the 9 states, each divided into a super-grade holy weapon, and combined into a super-grade supreme weapon. Zhou Xingdou has not yet reached the venerable realm and has no law of power. Naturally, he cannot use supreme weapons level things, but she can use them separately. The 2 great holy weapons that he has stored for a long time are already at his arm's reach. In addition, now that the Saint Mortal Heavenly Barrier has been broken open, the power unleashed by using the Great Saint Soldier is completely different from what it was before. Holding the Prison Suppressing Peak in his left hand and the Prison Suppressing Giant Sword in his right hand, Zhou Xingdou rushed towards the Supreme Star Ghost Guard who had fallen closest to him. There are 108 people in Xingyu, which seems to be a lot. But for Zhou Xingdou, who has few men, the death of any one of them will be extremely heartbreaking for him. The black light of the Prison Suppressing Peak and the Prison Suppressing sword boiled like waves, with overwhelming power and pressure like the sea, forcing a green bloody path among a group of mid-level evil demons. Compared with before, Zhou Xingdou's thunder's killing efficiency was greatly reduced after the appearance of the mid-level evil spirits. Unless there was a targeted bombardment, it would be difficult for him to clear the ground with thunder. This was also the reason why he gave up thunder to clear the way and used the Prison Suppressing Giant Sword. It's no longer a joke at this moment, you have to use the power of weapons when you need it, and you can't be stingy with all the power you can use. The black light of the Prison Suppressing Peak was suppressed, and the bloody red fierce light of the Prison Suppressing Great Sword was harvested. Wherever it passed, only the Great Sage could not stop it. Within a few breaths, Zhou Xingdou came to the side of one of the Supreme Star Ghost Guards. But when he saw Xingyue, Zhou Xingdou breathed a sigh of relief. This star guardian turned into a large cocoon woven by the law of starlight, making it difficult for the surrounding evil spirits to approach. I'm afraid he was too severely injured and has entered a state of self-suspension and recovery. The power of the law is invincible only to the Supreme. As long as the high-level demons above take action, it would be difficult for these mid-level demons to harm this big cocoon. Zhou Xingdou also realized that caring for a moment can lead to chaos, and now he breathed a sigh of relief. But he was still a little worried about letting this big starlight cocoon be placed in this sea of demons. He immediately came out of Qingxin Palace and collected the big starlight cocoon. However, these 8 exalted star ghost guards were too far apart, and it was too slow for Zhou Xingdou to retrieve them one by one. This also reminded him of the 2 Holy Realm war slaves that had been deposited in the system warehouse for a long time. System, immediately extract Xiao Zhuanfeng, Qing Yanjing. These two people originally kept them to use when transmigrating the heavens, but they didn't expect that the martial soul world they extracted was extremely weak. The world of martial arts can't even withstand the power of Zhou Xingdou in the Divine King realm, let alone Xiao Zhuanfeng and Qing Yanjing in the Holy Realm. When facing Tianjizi, these two people also tried to extract it, but it was useless, so they kept forgetting their existence. Now it is time for these two people to appear in the world. The two crisp sounds of the system stood out among the countless reminders to kill evil spirits and obtain luck points. Ding. After receiving the host's order, immediately extract the Holy Realm battle slave, Xiao Zhuanfeng. Qing Yanjing. Ding. Since the host has reached the Holy Realm and the Holy Realm war slaves have evolved, the strength of Xiao Zhuanfeng and Qing Yanjing who rushed to the battlefield at this moment has greatly increased. Brand new panels of Xiao Zhuanfeng and Qing Yanjing suddenly appeared in front of Zhou Xingdou. War slave, totally arrogant. Realm, peak of the great sage. Real body, extremely windy rhinoceros. Note, although Little Diamond Feng has evolved into Total Diamond Feng, his strength has reached its ultimate level and cannot be increased through practice. War slave, Qing Yanjing. Realm, supreme midterm. Dharmakaya, endless light body. Note, Qing Yanjing crosses a big realm after evolving, and the midterm supreme is not Qing Yanjing's limit. Before Zhou Xingdou could see the template in front of him clearly, two rays of light connecting the heavens flashed on both sides of him. Boom! The sound of a gong sounded on the left side of Zhou Xingdou, and several scarlet demon flags suddenly appeared. A terrifying demonic aura filled the world, even faintly overwhelming the evil power. The king asked me to patrol the mountain and be careful to watch out for Sun Wukong. An abrupt, slender high-pitched sound sounded here, the demonic energy turned into a hunting demon wind and blew, the light from the sky dispersed, and a thin yellow-brown figure appeared on the left side of Zhou Xingdou. Holding a gong in one hand and a stick in the other, with a horn coming out of his nose, half monster is half human but not ferocious but rather somewhat comical. But the overwhelming monstrous power emanating from his body makes others unable to laugh. Xiao Zhuanfeng suddenly knelt down, bowed his head to Zhou Xingdou, and said with the utmost respect, "Your Majesty, my little one's legs and feet are as fast as the law. Please give me your orders." Zhou Xingdou also saw clearly the template in front of him at this moment. He was the master of the wind and the peak of the great sage. The real body is Ji Feng Tian Rhino, and the word, Ji Feng, shows that his legs and feet are indeed extremely fast. Zhou Xingdou did not hesitate or worry about the name of Little Zuan Feng, and immediately ordered Little Zuan Feng. "Bring those 7 starlight cocoons. I will obey the king's order." Xiao Zhuanfeng stood up after receiving the order and immediately struck the gong in his hand. Boom! The king asked me to patrol the mountain. There was another sharp sound that resounded throughout the world, but before the words could be spoken, Xiao Zhuanfeng's figure suddenly disappeared. Only a few scarlet demon flags crossed the sky and the earth, countless demon winds roared in the demon sea, and countless demons were cut in half wherever they passed. When the words fell, Xiao Zhuanfeng's scarlet demon flags appeared in front of Zhou Xing again, but at this time, the demon wind roared in Xiao Zhuanfeng's hand, holding up 7 large starlight cocoons as tall as a person. Even Zhou Xingdou was slightly surprised by such rapidity. You must know that it is impossible to move in space in this sea of demons. There are countless demons blocking his body, and the evil energy dampens his body. Zhou Xingdou doesn't know if Supreme can achieve such a situation, but it is absolutely impossible for a great saint to do it. After all, there are many great saints among the 36 saints of Wantianzhou. But it was still so frustrating to be dragged. The 36 saints could come and go as freely as Little Diamond Wind, and also took away countless demon lives. Now that they are facing the siege of low-level evil spirits, they are already somewhat helpless. There is nothing that can be done about this. After all, in this sea of demons, the Holy Realm cannot use the power of heaven and earth. For the Holy Realm, this basically reduces half of its strength and long-term endurance. This is a huge blow even to the great sage. However, Zhou Xingdou discovered at this moment that there were several different sounds in the system's continuous reminders. Ding. The host war slave Xiao Zhuanfeng killed 1,826 low-level chaotic creatures, and received the reward luck value, 913. Ding. The host war slave Xiao Zhuanfeng killed 130 mid-level chaotic creatures and received a reward of luck value, 650. This made Zhou Xingdou's eyes light up. He discovered that the demons killed by the war slaves would also give him rewards. After putting the 7 starlight cocoons in Xiao Zhuanfeng's hands into the Qingxin palace, he ordered again. Xiao Zhuanfeng, use all your strength to kill these evil spirits. Speaking of this week, Xingdou paused for a moment, thinking of how fast Xiao Zhuanfeng was, and then added. By the way, help others who are in danger. After all, most of the demons in this sea are now people from Xingyu. As for the 36 saints, it doesn't matter if they can be rescued by Xiao Zhuanfeng. After all, if they survive, they must be part of Wan Tianzhou's team that controls the holy land of the universe. Although the crisis is not over yet, Zhou Xingdou cannot think about what will happen next. Now that the Holy Lord of the universe is dead, even if the Holy Master of the universe is allowed to continue to control the universe, the Holy Lord of the universe will still be determined. Zhou Xingdou didn't care about the others, but after so much effort, the Holy Lord of Wanyu Holy Land must be Wan Tianzhou. Xiao Zhuanfeng took the command and turned into the wind and left, and the light from the heavens on Zhou Xingdou's right side finally condensed, slightly slower than Xiao Zhuanfeng, Qing Yanjing, who had already entered the Supreme Realm. But when that beautiful and mature figure in white clothes appeared, Zhou Xingdou felt that the wait was worth it. There is Wushan in Badong, with its graceful divine maiden face. Compared with the figure shown on the light screen, now that I see it up close and with my own eyes, I know how beautiful this mother of the ruler is. With a beautiful and mature face, a tender and graceful body, every inch of skin reflects the smooth luster like fat jade. Golden light shrouded her figure, but the exaggerated arc still showed her pride. There is gentleness and virtuousness between the eyebrows, but it is also precious. Qing Yanjing, Divine Maiden, 8 Divine Veins, Ancient Clan Bloodline, Grand Master of Holy Formation, Master of. So many labels show that even as a woman, she has extremely strong capital. Even if she becomes Zhou Xingdou's war slave now, it is difficult to cover up her light when she comes to the Yuan realm. As soon as she appears, her value far exceeds that of his Holy Realm war slave, reaching the middle stage of Supreme. Qing Yanjing has met the Lord. A gentle voice sounded in Zhou Xingdou's ears, which brought him back to reality from Qing Yanjing's appearance and strength. Supreme midterm. This is different from Xingyu, Chennong and others. They are servants of the Zhou family, but Qing Yanjing is completely her own and the first Supreme to be possessed by herself. It is impossible to say that there is no joy at all. Zhou Xingdou looked at the graceful figure wrapped in golden light with a smile, and said very politely. It's a blessing to meet Aunt Jing today. Please help me. Xiao Zhuanfeng naturally noticed the movement around Zhou Xingdou, but looking at his king's attitude towards Qing Yanjing, his face was filled with questions. This treatment is too different, just because I am ugly. The appearance of Qing Yanjing also attracted the attention of the 10 high-level evil demons and the Holy Mother of the universe. The 10 evil demons felt a dangerous aura in Qing Yanjing's body. The Holy Mother of Heaven and Earth was also slightly surprised, but what surprised her was not Qing Yanjing's cultivation, but her plumpness and appearance that were comparable to her own. It's a pity that she didn't dare to spirit partition for too long, because although the 10 high-level demons in front of her were the strongest, they were only comparable to the early stage of Tao Venerable. But just as the 9th Patriarch of the universe said, these demons seem to know the loopholes of the divine ability of the Holy Land of the universe very well. Even though the Holy Mother of the universe holds the immortal mountain of the universe and has the power of tens of thousands of monks, she can't do anything to these 10 demons who are far weaker than her. If she hadn't activated the law manifestation to attack them with all her strength, she would have suffered a big loss. Zhou Xingdou also knew that now was not the time to tease Qing Yanjing, so he immediately said to Qing Yanjing, Aunt Jing, go and help Our Lady of the Universe eliminate those 10 evil spirits. Qing Yanjing didn't feel any discomfort with Zhou Xingdou's name. After all, Zhou Xingdou could be called whatever he wanted. She already belonged to Zhou Xingdou. And after getting Zhou Xingdou's permission, Qing Yanjing couldn't restrain her murderous intention towards those demons. In the world she lives in, there are also alien creatures that are as disgusting as demons. The golden light flashed suddenly, and the heaven and earth were shaken. Qing Yanjing waved his hand, and the terrifying formation splashing in the sky boiled between the heaven and the earth. Between Sumeru, an ancient killing array spread instantly, covering 10 high-level evil spirits like a large upside-down bowl. The killing formation was formed extremely quickly, leaving almost no chance for anyone present to react. Our Lady of the Universe even took the opportunity to suppress the immortal mountain of the universe. The power of the immortal mountain suppressed it with such force that the 10 high-level evil spirits had to guard against it. And in an instant, Qing Yanjing's slender jade hands covered with golden light continued to form seals, and her 3,000 black hair moved with the wind, and a hint of coldness appeared on her gentle and virtuous face. Buzz. The sky and the earth buzzed, countless terrifying murderous thoughts burst out from the formation pattern, and countless evil spirits under the formation disintegrated at this moment. The ancient killing array was full of ferocious power for a moment, and the earth-shattering murderous intention stirred time and space, seeming to be able to kill all living creatures in the array. Zhou Xingdou couldn't help but look shocked when he looked at the ancient killing formation. He could form the formation in the void without using external objects and establish the ancient killing formation in an instant. This was something that almost many formation masters could not achieve. However, under Qing Yanjing's hands, she was extremely relaxed, and she didn't show any embarrassment on her face. I'm afraid she had to use her full strength to perform the formation. The strength of the formation masters can hardly be measured by their cultivation. After all, even if their cultivation is not good, as long as they can set up formations, they can cross borders as easily as drinking water and eating. Zhou Xingdou understands that although the system shows that Qing Yanjing's cultivation level is in the middle stage of supreme, his real strength may be far more than that. Because at this moment, the 10 high-level evil demons in the ancient killing array already looked frightened. At this time, in the ancient killing formation set up by Qing Yanjing, the murderous intention turned into reality and surged wildly. The endless murderous intention destroyed the void of space. All tangible and intangible things seemed to be disintegrating the entire world. The murderous intent is boiling, and it may turn into a shocking divine sword, or a murderous sword that cuts the sky, or it may be like a divine fire that destroys the world, or it may become an apocalyptic ice. The ever-changing murderous intentions are not only terrifying, but also exquisite. When suppressed by the immortal mountain of the Holy Mother of the world, they crazily grind towards the bodies of 10 high-level evil spirits. The swords and axes were chopped, the ice poured into the fire, murderous intent permeated the air, and the killings were destroying 10 high-level evil spirits. These 10 high-level evil demons relied on the loopholes in the divine ability of the universal cultivation technique to fight against the Holy Mother of the universe. Now, the addition of an ancient killing formation has suddenly broken the balance. The fairy mountain in the world was shaken, and the power of infinite suppression shook time and space. The endless murderous intent consumed the 10 evil spirits, making it difficult for them to find loopholes in the divine ability of the technique. If the power of the vast light were the same at this moment, it would be impossible for Our Lady of the Universe to let go of such an opportunity. Law manifestation instantly freed up one hand, and as endless light surged, the great light palm print destroyed the evil, and only shot the weakest of the 10 evils, supreme. The palm print is like a big sun coming to the world, burning all things, floating up and down the world. The suppression of the immortal mountain in the universe and the destruction of the ancient killing array left the 10 high-level demons already too busy to take care of themselves. Now that the great light's palm print is directly attacking the weakest evil, how could they still miss? Boom! Evil energy surged, black blood spilled, and the half-step law manifestation struck with all its strength. Even Tao Venerable couldn't bear it. What's more, this demon is at best comparable to the Supreme. Even if the demon is stronger than humans, it will be difficult to resist the palm print of this endless light. The moment the palm print was taken, the demon exploded, and flesh and blood flew everywhere. The endless thoughts of killing also took the opportunity to surge up, wiping out all the flesh and black blood. The surging evil energy was also destroyed in an instant with the thoughts of killing. The moment Qing Yanjing joined, the 10 evil spirits who were suppressing the Holy Mother of the Universe lost one person, which directly tilted the balance of victory completely. It was only a matter of time before the other 9 evil spirits were wiped out. Zhou Xingdou was naturally not idle either. Although the demons killed by Xiao Zhuanfeng and Qing Yanjing would also give him luck points, they were only half of those he had killed. And no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still flesh. Even if its efficiency is not as good as the 2, it is still very gratifying to increase the luck value by hundreds in a burst of killing. But just when Zhou Xingdou was using the prison-suppressing peak and the prison-suppressing great sword to harvest his luck, the mutation reappeared. As the black light core flashed, 3 more demons came out. The evil power of these 3 demons far exceeded the sum of the 10 high-level demons. This made the Holy Mother of Heaven and Qing Yanjing, who were preparing to destroy the second high-level evil demon, looked shocked, and their beautiful eyes showed a solemn look. Mother Universe's eyebrows trembled slightly as she looked at the three evil demons that made her feel oppressive. How could she not know that these were the general-level evil demons who were comparable to the Lord of Creation? Unfortunately, before Zhou Xingdou could frown, a beam of light suddenly surged from under his feet. The beam was unstoppable and enveloped him in an instant. All this happened so fast, almost at the same time as the appearance of three general-level demons, that no one noticed Zhou Xingdou's condition for a while. Zhou Xingdou's expression also changed, but even if he activated the prison-suppressing peak and the prison-suppressing giant sword with all his strength, he couldn't escape even a hair. But by the time everyone discovered Zhou Xingdou's situation, it was already too late. Whether it was Qing Yanjing, Holy Mother of the World, or Xiao Zhuanfeng, there was no time to take action. Zhou Xingdou disappeared with the beam of light. The disappearance of Zhou Xingdou was undoubtedly enough to drive everyone crazy. Because even if Zhou Xingdou's cultivation level is not high, he is undoubtedly the core of the entire people who resist evil spirits. Even if Xingyu died and Holy Mother of the Universe died in battle, it would not be as big a blow to everyone as Zhou Xingdou's disappearance. For a time, hundreds of Xingyu guards fell into madness, almost desperately turning into stars, and desperately rushed towards the place where Zhou Xingdou disappeared. Wan Tianzhou's face was also ashen, holding a golden halberd with a bright light, and he led the 36 saints to kill Zhou Xingdou where he disappeared regardless of the cost. Qing Yanjing burst out with endless killing intent, and her gentle and virtuous face was covered with frost in an instant. Billions of spiritual seals exploded in an instant, the power of the ancient killing array suddenly doubled, the murderous thoughts turned into a torrent, and time and space screamed at this moment. The remaining 9 evil demons did not wait for the support of the 3 general-level evil demons. Under the full force of Qing Yanjing, they were ground into nothingness by the terrifying torrent of murderous thoughts. But even so, Zhou Xingdou has disappeared, and his aura is gone. No matter whether Xingyu, Wanyu Shengxian, or Qing Yanjing rummage through countless space mezzanines and locate the void, there is no trace of Zhou Xingdou. As for the 3 general-level demons who had just stepped out of the black light core, they naturally didn't care whether Zhou Xingdou disappeared or not. After all, their purpose was to obliterate all enemies they saw. The moment they arrived, Qing Yanjing wiped out the 9 high-level evil demons and successfully aroused the anger of the 3 general-level evil demons. Now they are also targeting the Grand Master of the Holy Formation. At the same time, within the black light core, Commander Xingyu was breathing heavily, and the pair of blood-colored galaxy blades in his hands had shattered into pieces. The blade cracked into irregular jagged shapes, and there were no more star-like ripples. The star robe on his body also had a lot of damage, and the star cover covering his face suddenly opened a gap at this moment, revealing an extremely sharp and narrow eye. Those eyes were filled with murderous intent, staring at the ancient evil king in front of him. The ancient evil king's condition was not very good either. His cyan armor was covered with cracks, and one of his vicious eyes had been closed forever. A bloody knife mark extended from the corner of his right eye to his chin, and green ancient blood mixed with black energy continued to drip. But the ancient evil king was not afraid of the pain, and instead showed a ferocious smile. I underestimated you, but now 3 generals have come out. I won this round. The star face of Xingyu commander flashed, as if he felt something. The sharp eye trembled slightly, and then his energy became strong. Ancient evil king, you will definitely die today. After Commander Xingyu finished speaking, the Milky Way fell, and countless stars shone in the dark space. An imperial power that shocked the world burst out from Commander Xingyu's body, and the black light shook. In an instant, an immeasurable huge shadow rose behind Commander Xingyu, and the galaxy emerged on top of the shadow. This space composed of black light towered over the sky and the earth. The murderous intention of Commander Xingyu instantly covered the phantom. For a moment, the Dharma body, which was as bright as the starry sky, was dyed red by this shocking murderous intention, making the Dharma body appear even more treacherous and ferocious than the evil demon. A heaven-destroying intention covered the entire space without distinction. When the ancient evil king was horrified, all the evil demons that had never stepped out, whether they were generals or high-level ones, were cut in half by this heaven-destroying intention. Nothingness. Zhou Xingdou opened his eyes and saw only nothingness. This was the scene after he disappeared and was taken away by the beam of light. This reminded Zhou Xingdou of the system's land of absolute nothingness, but unlike the system's land of absolute nothingness, this place was not as pure and clear, and there was still some chaos. Zhou Xingdou did not panic. For him now, he was only slightly surprised. It would be difficult to make him panic. Even though he was brought to this land of nothingness for unknown reasons, he was neither surprised nor happy. Instead, he looked curiously at this place of nothingness and chaos. There is no physical damage to his body, but the originally revived prison-suppressing sword peak has now returned to his dantian, and the thunder tribulation state has still receded. Only the system is still unaffected, and it continues to broadcast the reward prompts for Xiao Zhuanfeng and Qing Yanjing to kill the demon. Ding the host's battle slave Xiao Zhuanfeng killed 780 low-level chaotic creatures, and the host received a luck reward of 390. Ding the host's battle slave Xiao Zhuanfeng killed 400 intermediate chaotic creatures, and the host received a luck value reward, 2000. Ding the host's war slave Qing Yanjing killed 9 high-level chaotic creatures, and the host received a luck reward of 450. Ding the host war slave Qing Yanjing killed 1,300 mid-level chaotic creatures, and the host received a luck value reward, 6,500. Hearing these prompts, Zhou Xingdou raised his eyebrows slightly. In just a moment, he gained nearly 10,000 luck points. This rate of increase is truly terrifying. However, he also discovered that after Qing Yanjing killed 9 high-level demons, he only had a mere 450 points of luck, which meant that the difference in luck at each level was only 10 times. However, the difficulty of killing high-level demons is hundreds of times more difficult than that of mid-level demons. This increase is simply unreasonable. However, Zhou Xingdou couldn't question it. After all, killing the demon and giving him luck points was an unexpected blessing, so he couldn't ask for too much. At this moment, a soft and boneless voice sounded in Zhou Xingdou's ears. "Young Emperor Zhou, I have put in a lot of effort to meet you alone." Zhou Xingdou's silvery white eyes filled with purple energy immediately caused waves. He had just met the owner of this voice, how could he forget it? In the distance, a faint purple figure appeared in front of Zhou Xingdou. His Xinger eyes sparkled, and a horizontal line between his eyebrows exuded a hint of charm. It was the woman who ordered the killing of the evil spirit, Yun Qingxi. Zhou Xingdou looked at the woman in front of him who couldn't help but be moved, his lips parted slightly and he admired. "What a great way to get rid of Uncle Qin and drag me into this party. You really have some abilities." Zhou Xingdou was not afraid of this figure, even though he now knew that she was the one who pulled him into this void and chaos, he was more curious. Yun Qingxi moved her lotus steps lightly, her willow waist swayed in the wind, her pink jade fingers lightly covered her lips, and she laughed. "I didn't expect that the incarnation of the Qin giant would be so strong." The Baxi emperor, who had been emperor for a long time, was beaten so hard that he couldn't even lift his head. "If I hadn't brought some backup, it would be hard for me to see you, young emperor." Zhou Xingdou raised his eyebrows slightly, and asked in a deep voice with his eyes focused. "Your Excellency has gone to such great lengths to bring me here just to talk nonsense, right?" The reason why he is not afraid is that if Yun Qingxi wants to hurt herself, she will not go to such trouble to drag herself into this and waste her breath. The second is that the worst possible outcome is that both jade and stone will perish, and his worst choice is to use the mighty power of the stars in the sky. This Yun Qingxi was definitely not as strong as Tianjizi. He was sure that he could use the mighty power of the stars to kill her instantly. This was within the range of his body. The worst result would be to fall into the holy realm. Yun Qingxi laughed sweetly again, and her body flew in front of Zhou Xingdou like a splendid train. "Young emperor is really impatient. Don't you want to know the truth? No one knows the whole story between Holy Lord Wanyu and Dubuhui better than I." Yun Qingxi's words contained a hint of temptation, but Zhou Xingdou couldn't help but said calmly. "You are wrong. I never care about the truth, I only care about the results." Speaking of this week, the underworld fire ignited in Xingdu's dantian, and the hell furnace suddenly flashed, followed closely by Dubuhui's mournful screams as he was being refined in the furnace, resounding through this emptiness and chaos. The corner of Zhou Xingdu's mouth also instantly curled up. "If you want the immortal soul, come and get it." Listening to the screams in the furnace of hell, Yun Qingxi's pretty face showed a look of helplessness. "I have already said that I am a virgin girl. That Dubuhui was just created by the evil refining emperor blending the chi of the Holy Lord of the universe and blending it into the immortal soul he accidentally discovered. I just bewitched the Holy Lord of the world. Who knew that this old man couldn't stand the temptation and was directly infected by the unknown, and I couldn't do anything about it. Quote. Zhou Xingdou didn't understand what Yun Qingxi was saying. He looked at Yun Qingxi unkindly and said coldly, "What do you want to say?" Yun Qingxi's eyes suddenly became clear at this moment. She looked at Zhou Xingdou very seriously and said, "Of course I want to tell the young emperor that I am a clean virgin and have never been touched by a man." Zhou Xingdou's face became colder and colder, and the lightning around his body couldn't help but flicker, and a faint anger condensed between Zhou Xingdou's brows. "Yun Qingxi, do you think I will be bewitched by you? Or do you want the ominous influence to infect me? He is not a lecherous devil." Faced with Yun Qingxi's unintelligible words and the lessons learned from Holy Master Wanyu, it is difficult for him to have a good impression of this woman. If Zhou Xingdou hadn't had no choice but to use the mighty power of the stars, he would have broken Yun Qingxi's neck just by those words that teased him. Seeing Zhou Xingdou's expression, Yun Qingxi's face darkened, her eyebrows furrowed slightly, and her voice became less charming. "I really have no ill intentions towards you." Zhou Xingdou was still extremely cold, staring at Yun Qingxi with no emotion in his eyes. He would not believe in evil spirit, even if the evil spirit was an extremely beautiful woman. Yun Qingxi looked at Zhou Xingdou, who was still cold, with a hint of bitterness on her lips. She distanced herself from Zhou Xingdou and said slowly, "I don't have much time. Believe it or not, the plan against the Holy Land of the Universe is not because of me, and I am not the one who implemented it. I brought you here just to tell you something." Speaking of this, Yun Qingxi waved her sleeves, and a beam of light enveloped Zhou Xingdou. Zhou Xingdou frowned slightly, and his figure disappeared in a trance, but as he disappeared, a cold voice sounded in his ears. "Be careful with Yun Jinji." Zhou Xingdou's expression suddenly changed, and he wanted to speak but it was too late. And Yun Qingxi watched Zhou Xingdou disappear quietly, a feeling of sadness spread between her eyebrows. "Husband, it seems that you have really forgotten me. Sacred mountains. Holy land of the universe. The Holy Land of the Universe, which was originally a fairy-like place, has now been infected by the evil energy rising from the sky. The spiritual plants and holy medicine were destroyed in one fell swoop, and the immortal birds and beasts fled in all directions. Endless terrifying demons are densely crowding the entire Holy Land of the world, and the three evil figures in the sky are so powerful that the terrifying demons will look down on everything." After Zhou Xingdou disappeared, the appearance of the three evil generals almost heralded the extinction of the Holy Land of Wanyu. There was a trace of blood on the corner of the mouth of the Holy Mother of Heaven and Earth. The fairy mountain of heaven and earth held in her hand was already cracked. The golden lotus under her feet flickered and disappeared. The law manifestation behind her had actually lost one arm and was crumbling. The golden light on Qing Yanjing's body was also extremely dim, and her gentle and virtuous face looked a little pale. With just one blow, the immortal mountain of the universe that Madonna of the universe sacrificed with all her strength was blasted, and Qing Yanjing's billions of spiritual seals were shattered into powder, leaving them completely powerless to resist. Even though Qing Yanjing was the great master of the holy formation in the previous world, he was only in the middle stage of supreme after all, and it was already amazing to destroy those high-level evil spirits. But it was still too difficult for her to face these three general-level demons who were comparable to the Supreme Realm's supreme creation. However, after repelling the Holy Mother of Heaven and Qing Yanjing, the three general-level demons did not rush to attack the two. Instead, they worked together to sacrifice an ancient mirror. The ancient mirror was completely black, with countless ominous lines clinging to it. Under the sacrifice of the three creation lords, the mirror's surface rippled like water, and then emitted an unknown black light. The meaning emanating from the black light made Our Lady of the Universe tremble in her heart, because it was an aura that cut off the world, and it was exactly what was aimed at her Holy Land of the Universe. Boom! The pillar-like black light bombarded the land of the original fairy mountain in the universe. For a moment, everything dissolved under the black light, and the space and void melted away, revealing numerous restrictions. It is too late for Our Lady of the Universe to figure out what the ancient mirror is, because under that restriction is the forbidden area of the Holy Land of the Universe, the hiding place of tens of thousands of monks, and the place where the ancestors sleep. Once this ancient mirror is allowed to break through the restrictions, the forbidden area will be completely exposed, and the sea of evil spirits will pour into it, which will be the real catastrophe to the Holy Land of the Universe. At this moment, the Holy Mother of Heaven and Earth no longer cared about life and death, and the cracked heaven and earth fairy mountain was once again thrown out with all her strength and smashed against the ancient mirror. But the immortal mountain of heaven and earth, which exploded with all its power, paused the moment it approached the ancient mirror. The aura that extinguished the universe only touched a little of the immortal mountain of heaven and earth, and the immortal mountain of heaven and earth collapsed. The world is useless. At this moment, Our Lady of the Universe truly felt despair, because the ominous aura that destroyed the universe had been tainted with her magic power along the immortal mountain of the universe, and for a moment the law manifestation behind her also appeared to be disintegrating. The ancient mirror was activated by 3 general-level demons, and the black light continued to vent on the layers of restrictions. The tightly interlocked layers of restrictions are constantly disintegrating under the bombardment of black light, and the figures of thousands of monks can even be seen in the forbidden areas of the world. At this moment, a Confucian voice resounded throughout the world. Certainly. Before the words were spoken, the heaven and earth became still, but the stillness in the living beings was only the sea of evil spirits. No matter whether it was 10,000 days, Xingyu, or the Qingyan Jing of the Holy Mother of the Universe, it was not affected by it. The 3 general-level demons were also stunned, and the black light that was constantly venting in the ancient mirror also lost its power and stopped venting. Call out. A sharp arrow like a meteor appeared from nowhere, exuding boundless sharp power, piercing all wills, piercing the sky, piercing the void, and hitting the ancient mirror silently at a strange angle. Of mirror. Buzz buzz buzz. There was a buzzing sound on the ancient mirror, and countless unknown divine patterns crossed each other, trying to stop the arrow, but in the end it was in vain. Click. The boundless power reverberated through the void, shaking all the magic. The sharp arrow was like an arrow shooting at the sun, unstoppable, instantly penetrated the unknown divine pattern. The ancient mirror was instantly pierced and shattered, causing countless airwaves to blow, causing the sky and earth to change color. The sharp arrow that penetrated the ancient mirror did not lose its strength. Instead, it penetrated the bodies of the 3 general-level demons again, then turned back and returned to a mountaintop. A strong arm was raised, firmly grasping the sharp arrow that broke the ancient mirror and destroyed the 3 evil generals in an instant. This man was wearing animal skins, dressed as a hunter, and holding a simple wooden bow and arrow. His expression was a bit dull, and it was difficult to believe that the terrifying and exquisite arrow just now was shot by him. He is also the strongest among the servants of the Zhou family. Tianyan. Next to him was Wei Luosheng, who was dressed as a Confucian scholar and had founded Weizi school outside the country. The moment Tianyan retrieved his bow and arrow, Master Wei's body was full of Confucianism and Taoism. He stared at the dense sea of demons and uttered one word. Destroy. Wow. The originally static world resumed its flow at this moment, but the densely packed demons seemed to be nailed in place forever until a wave of air blew past. Sand. Before everyone could recover from the divine arrows that penetrated the ancient mirror and penetrated everything, countless demons in the demon sea that swept through the world were turned into powder and swept away by the air waves at this moment, as if they had never appeared before. The boiling black light above the sky and the ruined land prove that evil spirits have come here. And just when Tianyan stupidly pulled up the simple bow and arrow again, his eagle eyes flickered towards the empty void. A beam of light lit up where Zhou Xingdou disappeared, and Zhou Xingdou's figure reappeared. At this time, the white-robed old man Yu Chili, who had originally closed his eyes for calculation, opened his eyes. Countless magical symbols flashed across his eyes, and said to Tianyan, "No need, the young master has returned." Tianyan also put away his bow and arrows, without asking or saying anything, but turned his head to look at the core of black light, with a rare look of interest in his eyes. The moment Zhou Xingdou appeared, Chen Nong appeared in front of him carrying a hoe and said with an ugly face, "Young master, this old slave came to your rescue late. Please punish me, young master." Zhou Xingdou also recovered from Yun Qingxi's last words at this time. He just felt that his mind was a little messy. Even though Chen Nong had just appeared now, he had no intention of blaming him. He waved his hand and said, "Nothing." Looking at the infinite evil spirits that had disappeared, Zhou Xingdou still felt a little distressed. After all, those were all luck points. If you let yourself take action, or let Xiao Zhuanfeng and Qing Yanjing take action, your luck value will reach an astronomical figure. Tian Yin, Wei Luosheng, and Yu Chili also jumped down from the top of the mountain at this time, knelt down on one knee in front of Zhou Xingdou, and said respectfully, "Greetings, young master." Zhou Xingdou looked at the 4 Zhou family servants in front of him. Only Tianyin and Wei Luosheng took action, and they destroyed the Demon Sea and 3 general-level demons. Their power was indeed beyond expectations. Then he raised his hand. Get up, Commander Xingyu is still fighting hard in the Black Light Corps. Go and help him. It is naturally impossible for Zhou Xingdou to forget Commander Xingyu. Before Chen Nong moved in to rescue the troops, judging from the continuous emergence of powerful evil spirits from the Black Light Corps, Commander Xingyu's situation might not be very good. After Tianyin stood up and looked at the Black Light Corps, he said somewhat dully. No need, when I arrive, the battle there will be almost over. Wei Luosheng and Yu Chili also nodded at the same time. They saw it more clearly than others. What they did here can only be said to be the aftermath, and there is no need to take action anymore. At this moment, the black light trembled, and the surging power of the stars suddenly opened the black light. The figure of Commander Xingyu stepped out of it, and his star robe was soaked with ancient green blood. The star on his face has been completely broken, revealing his angular face and his sharp and cold eyes. The moment Commander Xingyu stepped out, the black light flickered for a few breaths and quietly disappeared between heaven and earth. The dissipation of the black light also caused dozens of demon corpses with terrifying auras to fall from the sky, hitting the ground heavily and causing billowing dust and smoke. Commander Xingyu slowly descended and came to Zhou Xingdou. Only then did everyone realize that he was holding a ferocious head in his hand. The power of the head god is as powerful as the sea, and the evil power is overwhelming. The vicious eyes have disappeared, but they still retain a bit of shock. Wei Luosheng stared at the head in Commander Xingyu's hand, revealing a somewhat understanding expression. It turns out to be the ancient evil king. I can't hold you back with resentment, but today you can be considered as having avenged your great revenge. Commander Xingyu took a deep breath and showed some joy. He hid in the core of black light and managed to hide it from Emperor Qin's incarnation. However, if he was taken away by Emperor Qin, I would not be able to kill this evil with my own hands and avenge my 2 close friends. Chen Nong was a little surprised by Commander Xingyu himself. Looking at the angular face, he said slowly. I just didn't expect that you would be the heavenly king back then. Commander Xingyu shook his head slightly. There is no heavenly king in the world now, only Xingyu is the leader, you. After saying this, Commander Xingyu knelt down in front of Zhou Xingdou with a plop and bowed down. You are so vengeful that you failed to protect the Star Master, please forgive me. Looking at the figure kneeling in front of him, Zhou Xingdou frowned slightly. Why do you always think of me as such an inhumane person? Zhou Xingdou's voice sounded a little helpless. He did not help Commander Xingyu, but looked at the other 4 people and said again. I won't care about those trivial things anymore, and I don't like hearing you plead guilty all day long. As long as you do your duty, you will be considered meritorious and not guilty in my eyes. Zhou Xingdou's words were not meant to win over people's hearts. He did not need to win over people's hearts. What he said was his true inner thoughts. He doesn't like others to confess their sins at every turn. As long as he understands dignity and is loyal enough, he doesn't care about anything else. He also learned from what he just said that the head in Commander Xingyu's hand was an evil demon king. Commander Xingyu killed an evil demon king and contained a large number of powerful evil demons in the core of black light. This was an outstanding achievement. Why should Zhou Xingdou be blamed? If Commander Xingyu is guilty, then Chen Nong deserves death. Zhou Xingdou brushed it off and did not blame Chen Nong. Chen Nong, Wei Luosheng and others also looked at each other, not knowing how to answer Zhou Xingdou for a moment. Commander Xingyu also knelt on the ground and didn't know what to say. Zhou Xingdou sighed, shook his head slightly, and said to Commander Xingyu. Since you have avenged your best friend, go and pay homage. The evil spirit has been eliminated. With Chen Nong and others here, you don't need to worry. Having said that, Zhou Xingdou no longer cared about Commander Xingyu and walked towards Wantianzhou. When Commander Xingyu heard this, his torso trembled slightly, his sharp eyes as cold as knives stirred up waves at this moment. He kowtowed to Zhou Xingdou who was leaving, and his voice trembled slightly. Thank you Star Lord. After saying that, Commander Xingyu glanced at Zhou Xingdou gratefully, tightly grasped the head of the ancient evil king in his hand, and his figure became insubstantial and disappeared. After Commander Xingyu left, Yuchili sighed. 3 Heavenly King, there were many dazzling geniuses outside the territory at the time. If he had not encountered the elite lineage of the ancient evil king, I am afraid that he would be the pinnacle figure under the great emperor now. Wei Luosheng also nodded in agreement and said with emotion. That's how it is in the Outlands. No matter how powerful and talented you are, you will still encounter invincible opponents. He was also well known in the outside world at the beginning. He founded the Wheezy Academy and taught evil spirits, which was very popular for a while. But in the end, Wheezy Academy was targeted by an evil demon king. All efforts were wasted in an instant, and all the Confucian students under his command were killed or injured. Only he was rescued by the Zhou family and saved his life. Tianyan's expression was no longer dull, his eyes became extremely complicated, and he sneered. Which one of you or me was not a genius before, but now we can only hide in this world, lingering. Zhou Xingdou did not hear the conversation between the servants and was not interested. He walked towards Wan Tianzhou. Wan Tianzhou and 36 saints were more or less injured, but they were not life-threatening. When Wan Tianzhou saw Zhou Xingdou approaching, he immediately interrupted his recovery, stood up from his cross-legged state, grinned and said, "Boss, I really want to thank you." Some of the other 36 saints hurriedly sat up, and some were helped to their feet, and they quickly bowed gratefully to Zhou Xingdou who was approaching. After all, they knew in their hearts that if Zhou Xingdou's men had not deliberately protected them, these 36 saints would not only die in the demon sea, but would also be severely damaged, and they would never be as intact as they are now. Zhou Xingdou waved his hand and said calmly, "You and I don't need to say anything more. I just want to ask you what your plans are in the future." Wan Tianzhou frowned slightly, with a little confusion in his eyes. Intent. It's not that he didn't understand the hidden meaning in Zhou Xingdou's words, but everything happened now was too sudden for him, and he didn't even calm down and think about it for a moment. At this time, among the 36 saints, the old protector who first stood up slowly spoke slowly and said to Wan Tianzhou, "The Holy Lord is dead, and the Holy Land in the world cannot be left without an owner for a day. The Holy Son should inherit his father's legacy." The other 36 saints also understood instantly and echoed, "The Holy Son has been upright since he was a child. He has the appearance of the sun and the qualifications of the great emperor. Now he has encountered great disasters and resurrected. He leads the Holy Land of the universe through the catastrophe of evil spirits and should be established as the Holy Lord." Zhou Xingdou was very satisfied with the attitude of these 36 saints, and it was not in vain for him to let all 36 saints survive. What he wants is for Wan Tianzhou to become the Holy Lord of the Holy Land of the universe. As long as Wan Tianzhou is the Holy Master and Bai Yulong takes over as the Yin-Yang Grotto Heaven, then the situation in the Taishi Dao domain will be able to develop in the direction Zhou Xingdou hopes. Wan Tianzhou's expression moved slightly, and after thinking for a while, he slowly said, "Don't mention this in advance. We will discuss it after the return of the 9th Patriarch." Wan Tianzhou's words were not rejection, but agreement. Zhou Xingdou smiled slightly. The 9th ancestor of Wanyu still owed a debt. The situation was too chaotic at that time, so he did not trouble him. If he wants to be decent, Zhou Xingdou can write it off. But if the 9th Patriarch of the universe doesn't want to lose face, Zhou Xingdou has countless ways to help him face it. The 100-star ghost guards also gathered their breath and turned into nothingness at this moment and disappeared. They charged the deepest in the demon sea and encountered the strongest demons, but they were the ones with the least injuries. Except for the 8 senior star guards who resisted 10 high-level evil spirits and transformed into large cocoons for cultivation, the rest were overconsumed at most and had very little actual damage. This may be related to their ethereal bodies. Regardless of anything else, the result this time was indeed the best. After all, no one on our side was harmed, but countless demons were destroyed. This battle-loss ratio is almost incredible. But it is precisely because of its unreasonableness that it can set off the power of Xingyu, which also gives Zhou Xingdou a new understanding of this secret guard left behind by his father. This is almost a sharp sword against evil spirits. To be honest, it is indeed a waste to have these 108 star guards guarding me. After all, my main battlefield is still in the early Yuan, and this encounter with the evil spirit can only be said to be a coincidence. As for the battle situation between Qin Ming and the 9th ancestor of Wanyu and the Baxi Emperor, Zhou Xingdou had never been worried. After all, Qin Ming has never disappointed anyone, and even if it is damaged, it is only a damage to an incarnation, and the impact on Qin Ming itself is minimal. But at this moment, the floating body of Our Lady of the Universe suddenly fell weakly from midair, and was about to hit the ground. Zhou Xingdou was not the first to discover it, but he was the first to take action. He transformed into thunder and tore through space, came to the side of the Holy Mother of the Universe, and firmly caught her plump body. Among the 4 servants of the Zhou family, Wei Luosheng also released his grip on Tianyin's shoulders, raised his eyebrows and said silently, "You are really stupid. If you use magic power to lift me up, how can our young master deepen his relationship with the Holy Land of the Universe?" Chen Nong and Yu Qili also smiled vaguely. There was a hint of meaning in their smiles, but they couldn't explain it clearly. Tianyin was confused and didn't know why. Mother. Wan Tianzhou was also slightly aware of it, but his movements were slightly slower than Zhou Xingdou's. He didn't react until he saw Zhou Xingdou catching the falling figure of the Holy Mother of Heaven and Earth. At this time, Wei Luosheng looked at Chen Nong, then at Yu Qili, and said meaningfully, "Lao Chen, Lao Li, let's see your performance." Yu Qili smiled slightly and nodded. He came to Wan Tianzhou, who was about to go to the Holy Mother of Heaven and Earth, and said with a gentle expression, "Wan Shengji, you have just been resurrected and are fighting evil spirits. I need to check you to prevent you from being infected by evil." But looking at Wan Tianzhou's anxious face, he comforted him. "Don't worry, Chen Nong is the 9th level medicine master. With him in the Holy Mother, nothing will happen." Wan Tianzhou had no doubt that he was there. Yu Qili's words really made him let go of his anxiety. It was indeed useless to go forward on his own. And now that he has just taken control of his body, and has been fighting in the Sea of Demons for so long, there is indeed a risk of being contaminated by unknown things, so he has calmed down. Wan Tianzhou looked at the gentle Yu Qili, with respect and gratitude on his face, and said very politely, "Then I'll trouble you, senior, to investigate for me. Wan Shengji and the young master are close friends, there is no need to be polite." Yu Qili waved his hand, then stretched out a palm and placed it on Wan Tianzhou's eyebrows, peering into the ocean of consciousness in his dantian. Although Yu Qili was suspected of holding back Wan Tianzhou, what he said was indeed true. Wan Tianzhou and 36 saints cannot compare with Zhou Xingdou and Xingyu. They have killed so many evil spirits. Even if they are not infected, evil spirits may enter their bodies, so they cannot be careless. After Zhou Xingdou caught the Virgin of the Universe, he felt a coldness coming from the body of the Virgin of the Universe, and there was a black air lingering between his eyebrows, with a look of pain on his face. Fortunately, the poison is not serious and there is still hope. Chen Nong didn't know when he appeared beside Zhou Xingdou. Looking at the black energy between the eyebrows of the Holy Mother of the Universe, he frowned slightly. There was no need to explain too much about the medical skills of the 9-turn medicine master who was once outside the territory. You can see at a glance why the Holy Mother of the Universe is like this. The qi that destroyed the world followed the fairy mountain of the world and infected the Holy Mother of the Universe. It not only disintegrated the magic power of the Holy Mother of the Universe, but also devoured the power of the world and strengthened it. As one waxed and waned, the Holy Mother of the Universe's cultivation was banned, and all her magic power was lost. Zhou Xingdou was not surprised by Chen Nong's sudden appearance and immediately asked, "Is there any way to cure it?" Chen Nong smiled and said directly, "Simple, this poison is so yin, evil, and evil that it should be broken by the purest and most yang-like poison. If the world is to say the most yang-like, pure, and strong, then the Taoist body evolved by the young master Zhushao holy body must be the one." Zhou Xingdou raised his brows and felt dumbfounded for a moment. Now that Chen Nong said this, how could he still not understand what he meant? But he also knew that Chen Nong had good intentions, so he could only laugh and curse. "It's nonsense, how can I take advantage of people's danger and say something serious? This old slave's method is very serious. Young master only needs to feed some of your blood. How is it not serious?" Chen Nong looked puzzled. If Zhou Xingdou didn't know his nature, he might have thought that it really didn't have such deep meaning, and he was wrong. Get lost. After saying that, Zhou Xingdou looked at the pretty face of Our Lady of the Universe that was getting pale, and did not dare to delay any longer. He immediately bit his fingertips and hung them on the red lips of the Madonna of the Universe. In an instant, a drop of silver-purple blood dripped from Zhou Xingdou's fingertips, and there was a faint flash of thunder in it. The precious blood dripped on the lips of the Holy Mother of the Universe, and the majestic and yang pure and strong breath on it made the Holy Mother of the Universe lick it into her mouth unconsciously. With the punishing heaven Taoist body and the blood of his Zhou family, Zhou Xingdou's blood can be called the great medicine of the world. The medicine may not be as powerful as the holy medicine, but its characteristics make living creatures instinctively desire it. The same is true for the Holy Mother of Heaven and Earth. After the blood entered her lips, she couldn't help but open her red lips with contentment, bite Zhou Xingdou's fingertips, and absorb Zhou Xingdou's precious blood. Hiss. Zhou Xingdou took a breath, absorbed Zhou Xingdou's precious blood. Hiss. Zhou Xingdou took a breath, and the tingling pain came in waves. The Holy Mother of the Universe almost sucked the precious blood out of his arm, making his whole arm numb. However, with such a large amount of the most young, pure and strong precious blood entering the body, the black air between the